This is a dot ball, fired towards the leg stump of Ward, squeezed out into the offside. Don't think there was any bat on that. Picked up anyway by Rob Jones at point, no run.
As you said, no Chetish for Pujara. No, he's been rested. Sussex's season really now does depend on the county championship. They've got 4 games in September, the first of which is an almost must-win game up at Durham the first week in September. And I'm sure much as Pujara would have wanted to play.
Pennington bowls, and Ward will get a run here. It's on his hip and it's tucked down to deep backward square. Joe Leach is sprinting around the perimeter there, and he throws the ball in, but they're back for a couple. It's an opportunity to give them a bit of a breather, but also make sure, if they were to lose Pujara through an injury, that would seem not great. So Pujara misses out, as does Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been nursing a bit of an ankle injury throughout the season. He doesn't play. Jack Carson misses out, as does Henry Crocombe. I'll tell you the 4 players who are coming in a moment. Last ball of the over, Pennington bowls, and Ward won't get a run here. It's nicely timed though, straight up to the captain Jake Libby fielding at mid-on. The end of the over, 4 runs coming from that, 2 from the first 2 deliveries, the 2 wides down the leg side from Pennington, and then 2 off that leg glance from Ward. End of the over. Worcestershire's changes, just a couple from the team that won up at Derby a couple of days ago. Logan Van Beek is back in, as is Azhar Ali. Ed Pollock and Pat Brown are the 2 to make way. 4 for no wicket after the first over.
So the players who come in for Sussex are a debutant, Zach Leon. Well, I'm not sure if it's Leon or Lion. I'm told it's Lion, Cachet, but if anyone's listening and they want to correct me, please do so. Young 18-year-old. I understand he had trials for Southampton as a youngster, as a footballer, but very much a cricketer now, because he's come through the pathway that Sussex had with Oxford. As in comes
Matthew Wake,
thank you, from the Digglesy bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So he's into the side. Bertie Foreman, 19-year-old off spinner, played for England under 19. He makes his senior debut as well. And also into the side comes Brad Curry and Jamie Atkins. Atkins, we haven't seen him this season, quick bowler. Be interesting to see how he gets on in his first game of the season. He does weight bowls to Haynes, who flicks this one nicely down to fine leg and picks up a single folded down in front of us by Pennington. So Haynes on his way. Sussex skip up 4 without loss are the Sharks. Harrison Ward has just threatened in this competition to make a big score. As I'm sure you said, Dan, how well he timed that sort of push shot to mid-on in the opening over. He's looked in good nick, but so often he seems to get himself 20 or 30, then get himself out. So, a real opportunity here for Harrison Ward as weight is in, bowls, and Ward is hit down the pad. He's given out! Well, an opportunity that he hasn't taken, and the first Sussex wicket goes down, and Harrison Ward is on his way for just a couple, and the total on 5, and that's a big blow, and he'll be hugely disappointed, Harrison Ward. Looks to play that away through the leg side from our position here, looking over fine leg. Difficult to see, maybe playing slightly across the line, and he's pinned in front, and Harrison Ward has gone, and Sussex lose their first wicket in just the second over. 5 for 1, and the umpire, to be fair, had no hesitation in lifting the finger.
Yeah, it's pretty straight from Matthew Waite in terms of the swing. He's been really dangerous in this competition first up. 2 brand new white balls, of course, so it's a challenge for the batters early on, and Waite has definitely got the ball to swing pretty much consistently whenever he's played, and that was a peach of a delivery. Lovely in swing to the left-hander, and that was knocking out middle stump. Easy decision for the umpire to make, and sadly for Ward, just played round his front pad a little, and caught bang in front, sadly for him. So he's gone, and the Sharks lose their first wicket, and now under the pump a little bit. Tom Alsop has come in to join Tom Haynes with a loss of that early wicket, and the ball is moving around here for Matthew Waite. The left-hander's got to be careful of that one that's going to just move back into them.
Allsop just making wait a little bit here, but he's now ready to face his first ball. Forward he comes and safely negotiates that. We've got a few technical issues with Adrian, but you're back now, Adrian.
Yeah, let's see how that sounds. Let's see if the technicals are okay. We've just changed headsets.
A bit of a headset issue
here in the commentary box, so hopefully that sounds a little better. Yeah, hugely disappointed with Harrison Ward, who's, as I say, threatened to make runs in this competition, but already back in the pavilion. Sussex winning the toss and deciding to bat first ball, already a wicket down. Wake makes his way in under lovely sunny skies. In and bowls to Allsop, who's beaten outside the off stump, and there is no run. I wonder if there's something wrong with the...
Anything changed on that?
We have some level issues with Adrian's headset, which is making it difficult to hear. We'll carry on till we can sort out, troubleshoot what exactly is happening to the audio as Waite moves in from the Diglis end. It's the last ball of the second over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, swinging in a touch to the left-handed Allsop, who punches it out to mid-wicket with that movement. Fielded by Gareth Roderick in the end of a successful over for the Rapids. They've picked up their first wicket in a match that they know if they win, then they are safely into the quarter-final or the eliminator for the semi-final. Warwickshire are top of the tree at the moment in Group B with 6 wins out of 6, so they're very much odds on to go straight through to a home semi-final at Edgbaston. But at the moment, who exactly they'll be playing, whether it'll be the winners of Gloucestershire or Worcestershire or perhaps Northamptonshire still have a say in the shake-up, remains to be seen. Pennington to continue from the New Road end. In he comes and bowls to Haynes, who tucks him off his hip nicely. He's timed that well as Roderick will give chase from square leg, and he has to slide and he tries to push it back with his right hand as he slid in one movement. He didn't get a full contact with the ball, so it means that it's dribbled just a bit beyond them and allowed them to come back for a second run. So Haynes is up to 3. Not sure have we sorted Adrian's headset this time.
I'll try it again. I'll try it again, see if that's any clearer.
Here's Pennington, in he comes and bowls, and Haynes can't do anything with this, return it to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Roderick.
Must be something with this because that's 2 heads.
7 for 1. Lovely day here at New Road. Healthy crowd in early on here. No doubt more will filter in as we go. Perhaps 1 or 2 more will come down post Lionesses in the World Cup final against Spain. Pennington, in he comes and bowls. The big leg sidey again. It's flicked in the air for a while by Haynes. Down to Joe Leach at deep backward square. Excellent throw straight over the bails for Ben Cox. They're through for a run though. 8 for 1.
How does that sound? Any better? Let's just see if we get a... How does that sound? Is it?
Well, Adrian sounds great in my headphones, but I appreciate it's perhaps coming out different for listeners on the stream and potentially on the web as well. But we've moved it a little bit around in the box we have here, so hopefully that might work. But it might mean that we don't have sound effects in terms of the outside effects coming in.
I wonder if we could see if we could put this in there. Let's see if that works. So that's sound effects.
Yeah, there's something there.
That was weird.
We'll troubleshoot as we go, and we'll bring as much of the cricket as we can in amongst trying to fix the audio situation. 8 for 1. You haven't missed anything. The previous ball was a dot ball. This one is also a dot ball. Up onto his toes goes Allsop, fielded on his follow through by Pennington. It's disconcerting because you sound great in my headset, so I can't tell that Joe's coming in here telling us that...
I keep an eye on Joe. If Joe in a minute says it's gone bad again, I don't quite know why it would be, because
No.
Maybe it's something to do with the box of tricks we've got to your left. I don't know whether that affects anything. But,
well, I haven't touched anything, so
No.
I'm assuming it worked okay in the last game.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I can see Joe from where we're sitting, so I can see if he starts jumping up and down. This is beaten by Alsop. It's lovely delivery from Pennington. He whistles past the outside edge through to Cox. Nice end to the over from him. His radar is now back fixed where it should be after a slightly wayward opening first couple of deliveries. 8 for 1 at the end of that over. 3 overs elapsed. Harrison Ward out LBW to an in-swinger from Matthew Waite for 2 is the batter that's come and gone so far for Sussex.
in terms of the seniority in this Sussex side, Tom Alsop is the senior player in the side in terms of age. He's 27. Tom Haynes, the skipper, 24, but there are 7 Sussex players 21 or under in this side. In comes Waite, bowls to Haynes, who drives down the ground, picks up a single to mid-off. Tom Haynes moves to 5. I think that's going to go over 2. Or maybe it's clicked over already. I thought it was 8 for 1 at the end of the previous. There we are. 5 to Tom Haynes, and the Sharks to 9 for 1 in the 4th over. And then Harrison Ward, who was LBW to Matthew Waite for 2, trying to clip a ball through the leg side. It's playing slightly across the line, and LBW in just the 2nd over. Waite on his way again, bowls to Alsop, who plays this through backward point and picks up a single. Tom Alsop, so he's on his way with 1. The total goes to 10 for 1. He's been shorter runs in this competition, Tom Alsop. He's such a fine player and a really key part for Sussex, and he'll be looking to play himself back into form. He's only passed 50 on 1 occasion in the competition, and he's due a score, but I think it'll be about Tom trying to play himself into form for this run of championship matches which come in September. As Haynes waits, and Waite is in bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. Just flirted with that did Tom Haynes. The ball rattles through into the gloves of wicketkeeper Ben Cox, and there is no run. As you were saying, there's not much for Sussex to play for here, but for pride after that heavy defeat on Friday. But an awful lot in this for Worcestershire. You know, at least a win today guarantees them a place in the quarter-finals, whether it's home or away. We have to wait and see. I think that depends on Gloucestershire's result next week. Let's wait again. And the sun has disappeared for a moment. Bowls to Haynes, and he beats him for the 2nd time in the over, taken by Cox. Good spell of bowling this by Matthew Waite. Were you surprised to see Sussex back first, Dan?
I suppose in a way, yes. With so many changes. Also, they're sort of a bit down on their luck, aren't they, after the hammering they took a couple of days ago against Gloucestershire. And it is tricky early on here with these 2 new white balls, as Waite is showing now. You've really got to be on it in this opening sort of this power play situation.
3 in a row he's beaten him with now, Matthew Waite. Sorry, Dan. Just flirting outside the off stump. And I just feel, maybe Sussex are thinking, well, we tried to chase the other day, we got nowhere near, let's try and set a total. But I know there was a game, I think it was last Sunday, which was over by about 2:30.
The thing about the wicket here, I mean, usually it's a really good cricket wicket. Doesn't deteriorate, doesn't spin much. I know it's not so much important for a one-day game, but that's been the general pattern of strips here.
Waited, bowls to Haynes, who defends into the offside. There is no run. End of a very tidy over by Matthew Waite, just conceding the single and beating Tom Haynes on 3 occasions outside of the off stump. Haynes on 5, Alsop on 1. Sussex 10 for 1 after 4 overs, but in reality it could always be a couple of wickets down.
Yes, early on there's definitely something in it for the bowlers. There's usually that stays the case throughout the day, from what I've seen so far. When Gloucestershire played here, their opening 5-6 overs was absolutely tremendous. As Pennington starts a new over, and this is beautifully clipped through with wicket by Alsop. That'll be the first boundary. Lovely timing from the left-hander. Pennington just a bit too full and leg side, and a left-hander will feast on that all day long. 10 for 1.
Well, that's the sort of shot that when you're out of nick just gives you, that'll give Tom Alsop some confidence. Clipping the ball away through mid-wicket right up the middle of it. He's a fine player, Tom Alsop, and nobody is concerned by his lack of form in this competition as any, but that was a lovely shot. And Sussex will lead with a lot of younger players in this side. Tom also will know there's quite a responsibility on his shoulders today.
And just to finish about the pitch here, Adrian, it's quite hard to judge really, because in the games we've had here, it's kind of seesawed all over the place as Pennington comes in and bowls, and this beats the outside edge. No, it's taken. There's a little feather through, and it's taken by Josh Baker. That first slip just in front of Ben Cox, and after clipping that gorgeous boundary through mid-wicket, Allsop's perished at first. Very good take from Baker, and Pennington has struck, and Sussex lose their second wicket. It's 14 for 2.
Well, it wasn't to be, was it? A lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4, and Tom Allsop's poor run of form continues. As I say, slightly difficult to see from our angle here, because for the left-hander we're looking over fine leg, but it looked like a delivery that he probably didn't need to play. In fairness, it was a very fine catch because it went very, very fast to its second slip, where Baker made absolutely no mistake. But 2 big wickets, and Tom Allsop, the senior man, certainly age-wise in this Sussex side. Well, this is a very, very young player. We've not seen him before. He's come through the Oxfordshire pathway. Has made runs for Oxfordshire. I understand he was a very promising footballer at trials for Southampton. Hasn't got a number on his back. That's how new he is to the club. But my word, this is a tough gig, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're walking out here.
Big moment for him, but this is a test of his temperament. How's he going to react to it? Is he going to take it on? Or is he going to be overwhelmed here? You can understand it. What is he, 18 years of age, first taste of senior cricket, and he comes in with his team in trouble, 14 for 2. And the ball doing plenty.
I did rather fear for Sussex here. When there's a long way to go, but you're looking at Ward and Allsop as 2 players. You're thinking, with a lot of young players in the side, you need senior players to make runs.
Pennington moving into him now, his first ball, and he's forward confidently, and he's playing it out into the covers, and there's no run. I mean, here with the total, they only chased 200 to beat Glamorgan. They racked up 370 against Gloucestershire, and then they got shot out for 100 against Warwickshire. So goodness knows how this pitch plays. But basically, if you bat well, you score runs, and if you don't, you don't. It seems to be that simple. And you need a good technique in these early stages, there's no doubt about that. And Sussex have put themselves in the firing line at their top order, and they're 2 down already. Pennington moving into them and bowling up onto his toes, goes Laurent Cachet, and out to point, and there's no run, fielded by Gareth Roderick.
He's 19. I misled you, Dan, I'm sorry.
I'll forgive you. He's still young.
Yeah, everyone's young to me these days. Born 15th of December 2003.
Pennington, 2 balls left, away he goes from the New Road end, bowls, and Liam Cachet is nicely behind this one. He's got him behind the line of that second delivery, pushed it out to cover, and there's no run. So he's got bat on ball to his first 2 deliveries, so that'll feel good. He goes for a little wander down the pitch and a bit of a poke. 3 slips now waiting.
I don't know if the boys back at Sussex are listening, but if they are, and they could just tell me how we pronounce Zach's surname. We're not sure whether it's Leon or whether it's Lion as the way that it's spelled, Lion, but if someone were able to tell us, it'd be good to get Zach's pronunciation correct.
Pennington bowls to him now again, turns it stylishly off his front pad out to mid-wicket. Kashi Valley Fields, end of the over, 5 overs gone, and it's a successful one for Worcestershire and Dylan Pennington. He's picked up another wicket, and Sussex are 14 for 2. Leon Cachet, or Lion Cachet, is yet to get off the mark, but he's looked okay in his 4 deliveries so far. Haynes has 5. And the 2 men out are Allsop for 5. He was the last. Good catch by Josh Baker, and Ward LBW to an in-swinger from Waite for a couple. Allsop for 5 and Ward for 2. The batter's out.
Well, certainly the opening signs were good for Zach Leon Cachet. We're going to go with Leon as in comes Waite bowls to Haynes, who plays this through backward point. The ball is half stopped and then dribbles down towards third man, and Haynes goes through to his 6th run, and the Sharks to 15 for 2 in the 6th over. Big responsibility here now on Tom Haynes, skipper of the side. Hasn't been in great form himself, it has to be said, Tom. But you know, he's the senior man now. The skipper, 24 years of age, very, very young batting lineup around him. And a young man here making his debut as Waite is in to bowl to Liam Casher, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. There is no run. Well, my sort of initial impressions are that he looks a very confident young man, Dan.
Yeah, body language is good.
Yeah.
He's walking down, he's got a bit of a swagger to him, just has a jab of the pitch again. And he's looked, as much as you can tell from facing 5 balls, but he's looked pretty solid so far.
He has. But Sussex need a little bit more than that today. 2 slips go down. Waite is in bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That was a loose shot. Well pitched up. I mean, you know, Matthew Waite is a fine bowler. He's been around a long time and pitches the ball up, just luring the Cachet into the shot. He's looking to drive that away through the covers. He's pretty anxious to get himself on the way to get the first run. And there's bound to be nerves from the young man.
And Waite is a real handful because he's moving the ball both ways here.
Yeah, and he's a very experienced bowler. Waite on his way from the Digley's end in and bowls. Neil Casher again takes a couple of steps down the wicket, plays to backward point. And again, there is no run. Live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bat first, which already doesn't look the greatest decision. 15 for 2 with Ward and Alsop already back in the pavilion. Ward for 2, Alsop to 5, a wicket for Waite and Pennington respectively. A bit more cloud cover now here at Worcester as Waite is in. Over the wicket bowls, and this time Liam Casher lets that one go outside the off stump, and again there is no run.
We'll keep you up to date with the other games that are going on of relevance to this group. Warwickshire, the leaders, aren't in action today, but Northamptonshire are, and Gloucestershire aren't either. So just having said all that, just Northampton's game, which is still relevant for Worcestershire fans. And Warwickshire are playing, of course, there they are down the bottom against Durham.
Final ball of the over in bowls. Liam Casher pulls away, and they're going to be his first runs for Sussex in any form of cricket, in senior cricket. Short, pulled away by Zach Liam Casher, and he will feel an awful lot better for that. I thought momentarily he was going to be caught. It was slightly in the air as it went through mid-wicket, but that would be to nitpick. He's on his way. He's on 4, so well done to the young man. And the Sharks are 19 for 2 after 6 overs.
Well, Adrian, the scorebook won't tell you how he got his first 4 balls, do they? But crikey, that was a terrific shot. Stuck on naught for a while. It would feel like an eternity that he's been on naught for 8 balls. And to pull that out, slightly short from Waite, and he seized on the length immediately, pulled it in front of square, was in the air for a while, but that was a terrific shot of real authority. He's got 4, 19 for 2, another terrific delivery from Pennington to Haynes, very close to the outside edge, it's a groping sort of half forward defensive from him, very close to grazing it through to Ben Cox. I was trying to work out the last dismissal, why I was slight hesitation. I've got this pillar straight in front of me which is obscuring. Now I can't see Cox. And if I move to try and see Cox, I can't see the other 2 slips either. So it's a bit of a bobbling game here. A rocking game even. Pennington bowls, that's edged. No, it's not edged, you see. And through to Cox, it's very close again. Again, they all disappeared behind the pillar. But Pennington is asking some questions here, definitely. Haynes has 6 from 13. It's been a struggle for Sussex since they opted to bat first, which is perhaps surprising given their sort of form and maybe their morale at the moment, and they've made lots of changes today, lots of youngsters in. But it's also an opportunity for those young players. As Pennington balls, that's edged in court. Not a great shot from Haynes. And Josh Baker has pounced his second sharp charge. That one was travelling even quicker. A slight juggle as well. It was almost too hot to handle for him, but he grabbed it at the second attempt behind Ben Cox. And safe hands again from the spinner. And Pennington has picked up another wicket. He goes to 11 in the competition so far, and Sussex are in trouble. 19 for 3, and Haynes, the big wicket, he's gone for 6.
Well, I like Tom Haynes enormously. He's, he's been around the club for a long time. Tom, I know he's only...
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
He's gone, and so your three, Haynes, Ward and Allsop all back in the pavilion, and you look at the rest of this batting order. James Coles is 19, Daniel Ibrahim 19. I mean, certainly James Coles can bat, he's a fine player. Charlie Tears, a young player who's only 19. Then you're into the bowlers. I mean, this has not got a good feel to it for Sussex. We're looking for one of these young players, and maybe they will. Maybe this will be the making of James Coles or Zachary and Cachet, but at the moment, against some high quality bowling, I'm afraid Sussex are being exposed again. Yeah,
this is good stuff. I mean, you can't really take too much away from these Worcestershire bowlers. They bowled really well, Pennington and Waite. It's a really difficult task for these Sussex batters, who aren't in the greatest of nick.
No.
And this is about as tough as it gets. Even though the sunshine is out, it's nipping about. These white balls do plenty in the opening few overs. We're into the 7th over now, halfway through it. 3 are out already. Coles is the new batter.
I did say to you, it could be awkward for Sussex.
You absolutely did, Adrian. Pennington bowls to Coles, who's forward. 3 slips, waiting hungrily behind him. To cover a point, there's no run.
I'm told it is definitely Lion, Cachet.
Lion?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Thank you to Jamie, who's the Sussex press officer. I'll just reply and let him know. Well, the young man's got a chance to make a name for himself.
Certainly has. 19 for 3. Pennington moves in and bowls. Coles up onto his toes, pushes it out to the covers, and there's no... I suppose the flip... it's great that Sussex are giving young players their chance, but I suppose with that you have to ally it with patience, don't you? Which I know is difficult.
It is difficult. I think the problem has been that a lot of these younger players, and I don't include Zach Lyon Cachet in this, a lot of the younger players have been given a lot of chances over the last 2 years, and it may be that some of these young players, I'm not saying they're not going to be ready, but maybe they're just not in a stage in their career when they are ready for this intensity of cricket.
Pennington sprints away from us now and bowls. That's a nice looking shot from Coles. He's picked the gap beautifully between mid-wicket and mid-on. Logan Van Beek gives game chase, but he's not going to pull that in before it skips over the rope just in front of us here at a wide long on. End of the over, 4 to finish. Nicely away. Coles up to 4. 23 for 3. Pennington has now 4 overs, 2 for 15.
Well, James Coles has shown himself, so he has come through the pathway Sussex have with Oxfordshire, as indeed as Zach Lyon Cachet. I understand the two are good friends as well, so if you want to bat with your mate,
yes,
I think this is a good way for it to happen. And you have to say, the 3 players who are out, Allsop and Haynes, very much senior players in this Sussex side, but this is a tough examination. Waite is in bowls, and Ryan Cachet just seems to be careful there. He's taking a couple of steps down the wicket. I don't know whether he took the ball in, whether he withdrew the bat slightly there, perhaps give him the benefit of the doubt, but what he did do, he was wandering around a la Johnny Bairstow in the Ashes outside of his crease, and Ben Cox would have noticed that. If it happens again, you can see the ball being thrown at the stumps, because he suddenly realised that he was out of his ground. I'm sure the adrenaline is really pumping. Wait is in, bowls, and Lancashire is beaten outside the off stump, and he's annoyed with himself. It was pitched up, and Matthew Wade just trying to lure the young man into a drive outside the off stump. That's the second time he's beaten him in that area. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ben Cox, and there is no run. What Worcestershire will know here as well, Dan, is not only do they win, but if they can do their net run rate with a convincing win here, that could help them as well in this quest to get themselves up to second place in the group. They need to win first. In comes Waite, bowls, and Lancashire lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run.
Yeah, because at the moment they're behind both Gloucestershire in second and Northamptonshire below them in fourth on net run rate. They've got a 4-point advantage over Northampton, of course, so that's a nice buffer. But yes, as you say, Adrian, a handsome win here will, it'll definitely put them in the latter stages, and hopefully for a home tie in that eliminator.
Waiting bowls, Lancashire's beaten outside the off stump. Well, this is a really tough examination for the young man. You know, Matthew Waite running in, putting a little sixpence here at the moment, and this is some learning experience. James Coles, that's good to see. He just comes down, does a little bit of gardening, and just has a word to Lancashire. You know, two 19-year-olds against this quality of attack. Waiting again, Lancashire's forward. That was a confident shot placed to backward point, and there is no run. And Pennington just down below us here at third man. Decent crowding. Not everybody is watching the football today. I see Spain are winning.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And comes Wait, bowl to Lancashire. He plays a nice shot, nice little leg glance down to fine leg, and picks up a single, does Zach Lancashire, and that is the end of the over. Yes, it is the end of the over, and the Sharks are 23 for 3. Lancashire is on 5. James Coles is on 4. The wicket is cut sort of nearer to the Graham Hick Pavilion, which means there's a relatively short boundary on the river side of the ground. I mean, the rope must have been brought in down, what, 10-15 yards maybe from the leg side boundary? Or the River 7 boundary side. The cathedral side is the better way to describe it.
Yes, ever so slightly uphill towards the cathedral on that side of the ground,
Yes.
but it's in a bit today. 24 for 3. Well, there's about a quarter of an hour to go in the first half in the football, so hopefully the Lionesses can get back on terms. 24 for 3 here. Pennington starts a new over. Lancashire is covering up outside his off stump nicely again. Very high left elbow as he plays that one up to the covers.
Yeah, Warwickshire have done very well in this competition, haven't they? You know, won all their games so far. Their final game is against Sussex, but by the time that comes around on Tuesday, they may well have won the group and go straight through to the semi-finals. I like the format of that. I wish it was in the T20, to be honest. I think if you win your T20 group, you should go straight through to finals day, or not have to play a quarter-final.
Pennington bowls nicely timed again through that gap. It's not quite going to beat Van Beek, but Lancashire will pick up a single as Van Beek moves to his right and just grabs it almost on the edge of the 30-yard fielding circle. Through they come for a run. Yeah, the Bears have done very, considering they've lost so many players to the 100.
Yes.
They've done very well. Ed Barnard, of course, what's of this parish.
Yeah, what a fine player he was.
He's been brilliant for them, opening the batting and the bowling. He was obviously tremendous here in the very handsome victory that Warwickshire had a week ago. Pennington bowls, and forward comes Coles and whistles past that outside edge through to Cox, and there's no run.
Yeah, and actually, in terms of Sussex, completely the opposite. Only one player has gone to the 100. That's George Garton, who has had all sorts of injury problems this season. He's only figured for Sussex in, I think, one championship match, a handful of T20s. Tamal Mills is playing as well, but he wouldn't play in the 50 over format anyway. So that's why Sussex were expected to do well in this competition.
Pennington moves in, bowls, curls up onto his toes, plays it out to point to Cashing Valley, and there's no run. Yeah, Worcestershire have lost 3 players. Of the 3 they've lost, I guess, Adam Hose is the big one, with Mitchell Stanley and Josh Tongue. Wouldn't necessarily have formed a huge, Tongue if he'd been fit, obviously, but I think obviously Hose is the gun white ball player, and they've got Dolliver, although Dolliver is injured at the moment. They lost him last year, Pennington last year as well, late on. As this is turned to mid-wicket, fielded by Roderick, and there's no run. So they've been relatively unscathed, Worcestershire, and they had a really good T20 compared to 12 months previously, which was wretched. So they've really built some momentum in white ball stuff. Jones has obviously come in ahead of his move from Lancashire next year, and he's done brilliantly. Roderick has shown flashes again of his class. He's now such a key individual right across the formats in this team, well, particularly the red ball and this form of the game.
And very well placed in the county championship.
Yeah.
4 wins.
Libby is taken to captaincy superbly, very, very consistent. Pennington in, and this is whipped beautifully by Coles over mid-wicket. Still in the power play, of course, so as long as you get enough elevation on it and bat, you're pretty okay. And that was nicely lifted away through mid-wicket for 4. So Coles goes up to 8, and the end of an over style for him at Sussex. A boundary, 9 overs gone, 29 for 3. Coles has 8, Leon Cachet has 6, and Pennington 5 overs, 2 for 20. That might be that for Dylan Pennington from the New Road end. Waite's going to continue into his 5th over.
Just looking at the county championship table, as Matthew Waite comes in from the Digley's end of the ground, in and bowls to Lion Cashie, who plays firmly to backward point, and there is no run. Durham are the runaway leaders. They've won 5 games, but Worcestershire, who have won 4, that's 2 more than anybody else in the table. And I just feel Worcestershire have got the points in the bank. I know they've played a game more than Sussex, who are in 4th. So if Sussex were to win their game in hand, theoretically, they would go above Worcestershire, but that's a big if. Sussex haven't lost in the championship so far this season. Waite is in bowls, and Lion Cachet just eases that down very confidently down to 3rd man, where it's fielded by Pennington. 1 more to Lion Cachet. He goes to 6. I think go to 7. I think the score was a little slow.
You have to give it a
little prod.
Give it a couple, yeah.
Lion Cachet goes to 7, and the Sharks to 30 for 3. And of course all that resumes in September, but I just think it's the old adage, isn't it? I think you can't beat points in the bank, Dan, as you go towards the end of the season. That's what Worcestershire have got. So it could turn out to be a very good season for Worcestershire.
It could indeed, yeah, very much so.
Waite in again, bowls, and Coles flicks this down to find it for another boundary. Nice looking shot by James Coles. Down the leg side, and he just tucked inside the line and helped it on its way, and it's run away for 4 runs. He goes to 12. Very strong on the leg side is James Coles, particularly through the mid-wicket area, through square leg. And so he's made a couple of championship hundreds this season. The 2nd youngest player to ever play for Sussex, made his debut when he was 16. But he's got big responsibility here. He is the senior player in this Sussex middle order, despite the fact he's only 19. Waite in, bowls to Coles, and plays down the onside. And Waite fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. And plenty of time. You've got, there's a 50 over game, there's 41 overs remaining, 40 after this one. All the time in the world to get yourself in and show what you can do. So his parents were actually here for the championship game back in May, so I don't know if they're here today. The sun is out, and Waite is in. Bowls and Coles drives. Again, lovely shot. He's very strong through that area, overpitched, and that's a lovely shot by James Coles, easing the ball through mid-on. He goes to 16, and the Sussex total to 38 for 3. If you'd like to get in touch, the email is up and running, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you don't mind me using that one, Dan.
That's fine, yeah.
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So if you've got an email and you'd like to get in touch, the emails now seem to be working, so by all means, send through. It'd be good to have your company. Wait again, in lovely sunshine now, with wicket bowls, and Coles gets 4 more. Lovely shot by Coles. 5 boundaries to his name. These 20 runs have come in boundaries, and that was a little too short and punched away through the covers by James Coles. He goes to 20, and the Sharks to 42 for 3. And that's a fairly significant recovery, having at one stage been 19 for 3.
These two have battled along well, and Matthew Waite has not bowled many bad balls in his opening 5-over spell. That wasn't one of his greatest. Bit short, bit wide, and Coles is in the mood already to put that away. 20 from just 11 deliveries.
A few people said about the interference on the stream. I don't know if it's any better now. If you could let us know. People saying it's very distorted. I don't know if that's across the commentary, but Randy's been in touch. John Malone says it sounds like I'm commentating in a shower. I don't know if that's any better. It sounds all right to us here.
Pennington will carry on into a 6th over, and punched off the back foot by Neil Cachet out to cover, and there's no run. 42 for 3. Yeah, I think it's not quite as clear with now we switched it over, but better than. So there is still an issue, but it's better than it was before, I think, is the gist from base here. But I appreciate that might not be how it's coming across to people across the country. But yeah, apologise that Adrian's not as crystal as he normally is. 42 for 3, up onto his toes goes Lion Cachet and out to the covers again, and a carbon copy of that previous shot. And there's no run. These two have shown good qualities so far, battling through this difficult period, as you've got to do here at New Road. First up, the ball does a bit, especially in the hands of Matthew Waite through the air and off the pitch, and Dylan Pennington's got it to talk off the seam as well. He's picked up both of the wickets to fall so far, as he turns the top of his run now and sprints away from us past the umpire in and bowls. And again, beautifully timed off the back foot by Lion Cachet. Out it goes through extra cover. Jake Libby will give chase, but he can't cut it off. Lovely timing again from the young man, and it goes out for another boundary. 46 for 3. Well, he looks anything like a player who's playing his first senior game. That was a terrific shot.
Well, I've just sent an email through. Now, you're never quite sure with emails, but this looks like it's authentic. It's from Sammy, who says it's Zach's older brother. And he says the surname is pronounced Leon Cachet, so not Lion. So we're trying to get to the bottom of this.
Pennington bowls, and Lion Cachet is up on his back foot now and cutting it away beautifully for 4 more back-to-back boundaries for him. Terrific shot.
He says, or as my father would say, put on your best French accent. So I'm assuming, Sammy, and I don't know the authenticity of this email, but that's what we're being told. And the message is both parents are there watching and are very excited. He's put in so much hard work for this. So, Sammy, if you are Zach's brother, thank you for getting in touch. Perhaps you could tell us how distorted we are on commentary as well. Hopefully it's okay. I think Dan's okay, but apparently I don't sound great.
2 balls together. 50 is up with that second sumptuous 4 for him, and he's pulling again. And there is the man deep at mid-wicket, Gareth Roderick. So just the one. Through they come. 51 for 3. He's playing very well indeed. But we've seen that this pitch at New Road, yes, it's challenging early on, but if you are prepared to graft, you are prepared to ride your luck, and you can see off this early movement, you can cash in a bit later. Certainly what Gareth Roderick did here against Glamorgan. This is just touched down into the slip region, where it's turn of Gloucestershire, I beg your pardon, not Glamorgan. But he rode his luck against Tom Price early on in that game. He was beaten 2 or 3 times in 1 over, but he hung around. That was the key thing. He grafted it through, and then he really accelerated late on in a career best, and I don't think he's played many better than he did that day. That was absolutely wonderful. 137 he made then. So you need to get your head down early doors here at New Road. 51 for 3. So Sussex were in a hole, but they are slowly starting to climb their way back out of it. 51 for 3. This is a very good recovery after 11 overs.
It is. Now, change in bowling, and this will be another stern examination because the very experienced Joe Leach is into the Worcestershire attack from the Digley's end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Zach Leon Cachet, we're now being told is the pronunciation. So we'll go with that and assume that email is authentic. Here comes Leach, bowls, and Leon Cachet is beaten. First ball up outside the off stump, and this is someone who you cannot take liberties with. I always think he always bowls well against Sussex, just Joe Leach.
Always bowls well, full stop, really.
Yeah.
Although he has only picked up the 1 wicket in the competition so far, so he hasn't bowled his 10 over allotment, has to be said, for most of the competition. But always canny, always asking questions.
Leach in bowls now. Cachet is forward and gets the thickest outside edge down to third man, fielded by Pennington. Leon Cachet goes to 17, total to 52 for 3. Well, I just wondered whether those sort of early nerves might have gone now, and perhaps he's thinking, John, I'm just going to enjoy this, and maybe that's the... I mean, he'll want to make a big score, he'll want to make an impression. Two young players who have both come through the association that Sussex have with Oxfordshire. Leach in again, bowls and Coles. I want to change his shot slightly there, James Coles. And that's interesting as well because the ball was played to backward point. And again, like Cachet, he was slightly out of his ground, was Leon Cachet, and I just think he was... I think Worcestershire wised up here that he's slightly out of his ground. So that's something for the young man to watch. He doesn't want to get himself run out, backing up, or wandering around outside of his crease. Because I think Worcestershire wised up to that. Leach on his way again, bowls, and this time Coles runs that very confidently down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 21, does James Coles. His first single that he's taken. He's scored all his runs in boundaries so far.
I mean, that's the thing you do have sometimes with young players, Adrian, isn't it? You do have that no fear factor.
For sure. Yeah.
And Leon Cachet has shown that so far. 17 off 26 deliveries. He's played some fabulous shots. Doesn't look overawed at all.
Well, he's on strike now as Leach is in bowls. He takes a step down the wicket. I think they'll give him credit. I think he pulled the bat inside the line there. The ball rattles through to Ben Cox and there is no run. So he's looking to get down the track. I just wonder if he keeps doing that, whether we might see Ben Cox standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, and the thing for him now is not to be too overconfident.
Of course.
He's settled in, he's made a start, he's looked really good. First game, nerves have, I won't say they're gone, but they're definitely reduced. Now feeling more at home, just don't give it away.
Leach again, bowls and forward comes Leon Cachet, plays into the offside, and there is no run. It'll be over. 53 for 3. Leon Cachet on 17, Coles on 21. Joe, who's in charge of the matters, press, etc. for Worcestershire, isn't giving us a thumbs down, so no. I'm kind of hoping that the commentary doesn't sound too bad, but Teddy's been in touch. He had said the stream wasn't great, but he's now saying... he's not commenting on the stream. If you could let us know how it sounds, Teddy, that'd be great. He says, though, tough competition this year, not played a regular opening strike bowling partnership often enough, as sends out a message of lack of trust to all the bowlers and end up looking like a team without a plan. Just an observation, says Teddy. Teddy, thanks for getting in touch. Well, it's just been a disappointing competition for Sussex, full stop. Very, very few pluses, if any, to be taken. And I think Sussex will be glad to see the end of the 50 over for this season. But a chance here maybe to see a couple of young players going about their business.
Pennington is off after 6 overs, 2 for 29. Logan van Beek is into the attack from the New Road end. In he comes, the Netherlands international, and Coles tucks him off his front pad straight away down to Gareth Roderick at deep square leg. Power play now is 2 overs and 1 ball old, so the field has spread a bit more. We've got boundary riders out at deep cover, a square leg, a fine leg at the moment. That's it for now. Can't spot any more out in the long grass. Oh, deep backward square as well. There's Joe Leach. He's got the black coach behind him, so that's why I couldn't see him. blended perfectly into the background with his Black Rapids kit on. As Leon Cachet is defending this next delivery, pushing it out, fielded by Van Beek. On the technical issues, I've got a text from Max back at base up at Hilton Road, BBC Hereford and Worcesters. Thank you, Max. He says online app comms sound okay to me, so might just be a stream issue if you're watching the pictures via the club's YouTube channel.
Right.
So we can only apologise for that. Van Beek comes in and bowls. He's drifted onto the pads of Leon Cachet. He timed the absolute leather off that. Through it goes, minimal effort, glorious stroke again. For 4 more, just in front of the Graham Hick pavilion. He goes for a little wander and a poke of the pitch as well. He is well at home here. 21 from 30 deliveries, 58 for 3. It's actually not the first time this season in this competition I've seen a debutant come in and play like he's a veteran. Here he goes again, whacks this short ball, controls it beautifully, all the way on the ground out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Roderick, because Ben Kellaway was here for Glamorgan and he'd not played in this day game at all.
Yeah.
He was absolutely sensational. Scored 82, I think it was, and he unfurled all the shots, all the tricks, shots in the book, had the lot. First list A game, superb. And Leon Cachet at the moment looks like he might be cut from similar cloth here in terms of that ambition and that confidence as Coles comes forward, almost squeezes this one back down onto his stumps, not quite though, trickling behind to Ben Cox. 59 for 3, so these two have put on 40 for this 4th wicket so far. It's been a very good recovery because this has been a real test from the Worcestershire openers so far. Pennington and Waite in particular bowled splendidly. Van Beek in and bowls, just tucked away again by Coles, down to Roderick, who's fielded the ball quite a lot in this over, out there at deep square leg. In comes the throw, end of Logan Van Beek's over. He's back in the team after not playing up at Derby. Had a good debut for the Rapids. Worcestershire, some great time with the bat, and 4 for 58 in the Worcestershire innings, and he's back on today. His first over's gone for 7 runs. 13 gone, it's 60 for 3.
Bradders must have made a funny joke.
I heard Lewis Hamilton.
Yes.
Then I blocked him out.
Yes, there was sort of some quiet murmurings around the ground. Anyway, Joe Leach is running into bowl his second over from the Digley's End. Bowls to Coles, who plays it off the back foot down to third man, fielded by Dylan Pennington, who right in front of us gets in the throw to keeper Cox. 1 more to Coles, who goes to 24 and Sussex to 61 for 3. In the 14th over, at one stage Sussex 19 for 3. Ward for 2, Allsop 5 and Haynes 6, all back in the pavilion. And we really did feel the worst, or I did anyway, but Leon Cashier's come in and played very nicely indeed. He's in the bowls now, he's beaten outside the off stump. Can't take too much with Joe Leach. Teddy's been in touch. He says it sounds like we're a call centre.
So you've left the shower, Adrian, you're now in the call centre.
I'm sorry, there is something wrong with the stream here.
Yes.
It's not a problem with headsets or the line that we have. It's something to do with the live stream that Worcester are operating here. I don't know why Dan sounds okay and I don't. But there is obviously an issue somewhere. In comes Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Line Cash is beaten again outside the old stump, through to Cox, no run.
Yeah, I can't explain that mystery either, why one is good and one isn't quite there in terms of the quality of the sound output. But hopefully you can bear with us if you're listening or watching and listening on the stream. 61 for 3. I know a lot of you enjoy watching the game as well as having the commentary.
Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Leon Cachet plays that down to third man and picks up the single. He goes to 23 and the Sharks to 62 for 3. In this, the 14th over on a lovely sunny day. I love this cricket ground, Dan. I just love this view from, it's not ideal, there are some pillars in front of us, but you just you look at that cathedral and the lovely trees on the banks of the River Severn, and this is a proper cricket ground. Leach in bowls, Coles drives uppishly. I'm not sure that was a chance. I thought that was a bump ball, and a good stop actually by Joe Leach prevents a run being scored.
I'll just check the replay. My instinct was that might have been a catch, but let's see.
Right, okay, let's
see.
Right. In which case, I need to get my eyes tested again.
No, it's probably me that's wrong.
No. It all happens very quickly.
It does, yes.
You only get the one. Not making
It's hard to tell whether Joe Leach was disappointed when he didn't hang on to that, so maybe that's a clue.
Leach wheels around. In and bowls. Coles plays firmly down the ground. Leach actually gets a foot to this one, and he just stands there with his sort of chin in his hand, and he looks at James Coles in a suspicious way, as if to say, I'm not quite sure what you did there, young man, but maybe he's just trying to psych out James Coles, because that looked like a perfectly reasonable forward defensive.
Yeah, definitely, it was a catch as well.
Was it?
Definitely back to him, yeah.
So
Coles,
I got right.
24, yeah.
Thank you.
Rob Jones hands on head, and then Azhar Ali just gave Joe Leach a consolation pat on the back as he...
So it was a caught and bowl?
So it was caught and bowled, yeah. Hit hard, sort of about just above knee high, so awkward, but... Bake new over, in and bowls. Forward comes Leon Cachet. We're going to run here. Out to Azhar Ali now. Has vacated the slip cordon. We've gone from 3 to 2 to now 1. It's Josh Baker who's picked up both of the catches in the cordon today.
Good catches as well, weren't they? Because they both went very quickly. You know, you see those dropped.
Yes, missed the first one behind the pillar. Saw the second one, which went very quickly. Both off Dylan Pennington. Both to left-handers. Van Beek in. Forward comes Leon Cachet. We're going to run here, just careful. Pushes it back to the bowler.
I didn't make a note of the score at 10 overs, Dan. I don't know whether you did.
No, but I can tell you. It was 42 for 3.
Thank you. Appreciated.
No probs. 13 off the last over of the power play. Took it to that. Van Beek in. Runs here for Leon Cachet down to finally. Might even pick up more than one here. I thought it was initially going to be a single, but he's got it quite fine. A scuttling run, a slide and a stop from Joe Leach just inside the rope. So they are back for a second. He goes up to 25, Leon Cachet, 64 for 3.
Just looking elsewhere in the group, I see Northamptonshire in a bit of trouble at home against Derbyshire. 53 for 3, Northamptonshire. They could still qualify if results go their way, but not going well for them today.
Onto his toes now, Leon Cachet will get another run here. Nicely steered safely down to not quite deep third, because Rob Jones has run round from point to beat Matthew Waite coming in from the fence all the way down there. So they're through for just a single. 65 for 3. Leon Cachet up to 26. Coles down on 24. These two have batted very smartly. Put away the bad ball. Not that there's been that many of those. Van Beek in, and again defending Coles back up the pitch, and there's no run. But they've been patient. They've been ridden their luck at times like they've had to. They've played and missed a few times. But now the power play is ended. And I'll go through this sort of familiar consolidation part of the game, where they'll just look to accumulate for a little while, pick up the singles and the twos, and they'll dash through here for a run. Will they? No! Out of nothing. Jake Libby, some outstanding work from the skipper. It was all going so well for Sussex. They've done the hard work in getting themselves back on an even keel after their poor start, and Coles, who played so well for 24, where did that come from? Tip had gone into the offside, into the onside, and Libby swooping to his right at wide-ish mid-on, turned, threw down the stumps, and Coles was out by quite a distance. That's a real gift for Worcestershire. Sussex 65 for 4. Coles has run himself out for 24.
Well, that's hugely disappointing. He looked in really good form, James Coles. No need to take a single, no need to take a chance. it was his call. He's only got himself to blame. It was in front of square on the leg side, so it's the striker's call. But you just cannot do that.
I mean, where's that come from, Adrian? I mean, this is the thing that's surprising. It's like in control, no problem.
Yep.
Now knock it about for a few overs, just keep it ticking over, build the partnership. Okay, if you get a snorter, fair enough. You can't do much about that, but.
Well, they've changed. They're into the change bowlers. They're going along nicely. They've got the pace of the pitch. Just no need to take the risk, and that's. He learned on that, James Coles, and he will be really, really annoyed with himself. He takes his cricket incredibly seriously, but he will know that's a poorly judged run. You might get away with that in other forms of cricket. At the top level, and this is top level cricket, you're not going to get away with that sort of thing, and it's a harsh lesson to learn. But it's a poor run, and he'll know he's given that away.
Yeah,
given it away.
That's a sobering lesson, certainly. End of the over after all that, 65 for 4 after 15.
Well, Daniel Ibrahim comes to the crease, another 19-year-old who hasn't been in great form with the bat, and he's got plenty of time here to play an innings. That's just a massive blow for Sussex. Leach, 2 slips in place, comes on and bowls to Ibrahim, solidly forward face into the covers. And there is no run. I think these are important 2 games for Dan Ibrahim, who is another one of these young Sussex players who's been, I think it's true to say been given plenty of opportunity and needs to repay the faith shown by the Sussex management and coaches. So it's, 15 overs gone. It's going to be a tough examination here against Leach, who's in and bowls. Even up on his toes, plays the ball to mid on. There is no run. He's still the youngest player to score a county championship half century, Dan Ibrahim, which he did up at Leeds 2 or 3 years ago. And needs to get actually was very close to becoming the youngest ever to score a century on this ground in the same season when he was out for 86 from memory, chasing 100. Sussex was setting up a declaration. So he's got huge potential. But this is the sort of time when you want to see that potential realised. Leach in again, takes a couple of steps down the track. I'm not sure that's that well advised against a bowler of Joe Leach's quality. He takes 6, seems to be a couple of these Sussex lads played a couple of steps down the track.
Which you can understand if maybe the ball is swinging a bit still. Maybe it is.
Maybe there's method in the reason for doing that.
Yeah, trying to make their interception point as soon as they can, I guess, to try and negate any kind of, or limit any kind of movement.
Yeah.
Which Leach will get.
Leach in bowls and forward coming. Joe Leach hasn't gone missing on Joe Leach either, because Abraham plays it back down the pitch, and Leach doesn't shy at the stumps, but he picks the ball up and says, "You do that again, young man, and I will shy at the stumps."
Yes, seen it all, Joe Leach. In terms of where Sussex go here, Adrian, because they haven't got an awful lot to come back. Ali Orr is obviously a big miss for them. They haven't been decimated by the 100 call-up. So is that part of the kind of the...
Leach in bowls, Ibrahim forward, none too certainly, I have to say, plays to mid-wicket and there is no run.
I won't say pessimism, but is that part of the issue at the moment?
Yeah,
the turnaround might happen.
Yeah, Ali Orr's a big miss at the top of the order. He injured his knee at the Oval in a T20, so he hasn't played since then. He was due to play in this competition, but then dislocated his finger playing some club cricket last week. Really nasty injury, taking a catch. Looking at his finger last week, there has to be a question mark about whether he'll play in these championship games. He's been a big miss. That being said, as Leach is in bowls, Ibrahim's beaten outside the off stump. The rattles through into the gloves of Ben Cox. End of the over, 65 for 4, over which saw the demise of James Coles, who's run himself out, you can't deny that, for 24. My feeling is, where Ali Orr, had he had a full season, he'd have played in the 100. So I think it'd have been picked up anyway. But Sussex had missed him in this competition, no question at all. But and Steve Finn should have played in this competition, but Steve announced his retirement this week as well. Yeah. So they have had their injury problems, but I still think that there is no question the performances have been poor, and the performances of players have been poor. That's not being harsh. I think it's the reality, and I think that's been acknowledged by everyone at the club.
for sure. 16 overs gone, 65 for 4. Van Beek to continue. Leon Cachet still there on 26. Here he is facing up to the Dutchman, and he pushes it back up the pitch, and there's no run. So all of a sudden there's a bit more on young Zach's shoulders here.
Yeah, absolutely.
May 26, it's his senior debut. It sounds crazy to say that there's more responsibility on him than there is. He can't just go out there and enjoy himself. But wickets have fallen. The senior players, in inverted commas, in this very young Sussex lineup have gone. And now he's almost got to take charge here. He's nicely playing this ball up to mid-off for no run. But he's definitely looked the part here. Very much so. 26 from his 40 deliveries. He was watchful for his first half dozen or so, but you could tell as soon as he walked out and took guard and faced those couple of balls that he wasn't going to be overawed and fazed by this situation. As Van Beek bowls to him now, he'll get runs. Out down to Gareth Roderick at square leg. Through they come for a single. And Northamptonshire 63 for 3 at the moment against Derbyshire. 66 for 3 into the 16th over there, as I refresh just in time. And the leaders at Warwickshire, as good as in the semi-finals at home as it is the group leaders. Durham 63 for 2. Forward comes Ibrahim, and there's a slight hesitation, and Ibrahim sends Leon Cachet back, and there's a throw at the stumps from Rob Jones, which doesn't miss by too much. Had he hit, would have been interesting, but Sussex have already had one hugely unnecessary run out. I guess any run out is not very necessary, but you know what I mean. It was pretty poor. 66 for 4. Van Beek bowls. This is thrashed out squarely through cover by Ibrahim. It'll only be a single out to Kashi Valley in the deep there. Through they come. 67 for 4. These two came together with the end of that promising stand between Leon Cachet and Coles. He's dropping this down calmly to deep third here. Leon Cachet thinking about coming back from a second, and they do come back from a second. Slight afterthought there, because I reckon when they first trotted through they thought one's enough here, and then they looked and they saw that Matthew Waite was perhaps a little deeper than they first thought, and Rob Jones wasn't anywhere near collecting it from the point either. So why not come back and steal an extra run? That's how it will feel, turning ones into twos. End of the over, 69 for 4. Van Beek has 3 overs now, none for 14. Leon Cachet 29. Ibrahim has a single to his name.
Yeah, got to be careful with these. You know, if you're studying out your crease, or Worcestershire will notice that. In comes Leach, bowls. Ibrahim again takes a step down the wicket and plays that down to third man. Picks up a single, does down Ibrahim. He goes to 2. Sussex to 70 for 4. And this is the 18th over. I know you've still got problems, certainly with my mic on the live stream. We're unsure what the problem is, but there's, if you're listening or you want to get clear commentary, you can go to the BBC website, which seems to be fine. But the trouble is that'll be a couple of balls behind the live stream. But we'll try and get it sorted out for you. Leach, lovely sunshine, runs towards us. Bowls, and Leon Cachet is forward, plays back down the pitch, fielded by Joe Leach of his own bowl. Joe Leach just stands and just gives Leon Cachet a little stare there, as if to say, don't take a couple of steps down the pitch to me, young man.
No, almost twice his age, not quite.
Yeah. But it's been a very impressive debut by Zach Leon Cachet. We have to sort of hang on to sort of threads of hope at Sussex this season in this competition.
And why not?
But certainly he's played very nicely. Leach in again, bowls, and Leon Cachet is going to get runs, and he's going to get 4 runs. He plays that through the slip cord. It wasn't a chance. He did play it with soft hands. He was looking to play it in that area, and picks up a boundary. He goes to 33 and the Sharks to 74 for 4.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adrian. I reckon he played that. I don't think that was a false shot.
No?
I think he, didn't withdraw the bat at the last minute, obviously, but he definitely eased out of that stroke, adjusted, softer hands, and just guided it past the one slip Josh Baker. Good shot. Goes up to 33.
Leach again. In bowls. Liam Cashie plays it onto the on-side and picks up a couple of singles, a sort of wideish mid-on. He goes to 34, Sussex to 75 for 4. The men out. Harrison Ward for 2 and the score was 5. Tom Alsop, Harrison Ward for 2 and the score was 5. Harrison Ward gone. Tom Alsop made 5, he was out at the score 14 for 2. Tom Haynes shortly afterwards he made 6. At that stage Sussex 19 for 3. Then a recovery to 65 for 4 before James Coles, who had batted really nicely, ran himself out. In comes Leach, bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, plays to the offside now run. He was out for 24. And Zach Leon Cachet on his debut has batted very nicely for his 34. He's played and missed a couple of times, but I think we can forgive him that. Daniel Ibrahim is on 2 as Sussex look to build some sort of a score. It's a lengthy tale for Sussex, it has to be said. After these two, just young Charlie Tier, 34, but I haven't seen back the young off spinner, but then you're into the bowlers Hunt, Curry and Atkins. In comes Leach, bowls, and Ibrahim plays this through mid-on, or wideish mid-on, picks up just the single. Very good bit of fielding out there. Is that Jake Libby out there?
Yeah.
Very good bit of fielding, prevented another run being taken. It is the end of the 18th over, and the Sharks are 75 for 4. Liam Cashie is on 34. Ibrahim is on 3.
Well, I think we're going to see a change here. Josh Baker is coming on. Ben Cox has removed his Rapids cap and tossed it to the umpire, and on comes the helmet. So Worcestershire's leading wicket taker in the One Day Cup this season is coming in for the first time today. Oh, very well, Josh Baker's had to be patient to wait for his chance for first team cricket this year, certainly in white ball stuff anyway. He's got 12 wickets so far and bowled very nicely. 76 for 4, and he's come in now with a chance to drive home the Rapids advantage. Leon Cachet batting beyond his years at the other end. He's got 34 from 45. Dan Ibrahim is with him. He's got 3 from the 11 that he's faced. Cox, sky blue helmet donned, up behind the stumps now. And Baker is in. Tall left arm spin. And this is driven on the front foot squarely by Ibrahim out to Kashi Valley at deep cover. And they pinch a single off the first ball. Crowd's got a little bit bigger, I reckon, over the last half an hour or so. We've played for an hour and a quarter here at New Road. Beautiful day here. Baker bowls, bit flatter, bit quicker, and Leon Cachet gives himself some room, backing away towards the leg stump, trying to cut the ball. Cox doesn't take it cleanly anyway. That looked quite close. Next delivery is a dot ball, just padded forward. Next delivery is just clipped short to Rob Jones at mid-wicket, no run. Tight start this from Josh Baker. Picked up a couple of 3-fers already, second one at Derby. 3 for 29 in that win, 3 for 53 first up against Durham. 2 balls left of this tight opening over, 77 for 4. As he bowls to Leon Cachet, who's chopped on, I think. Looking to play that shot earlier on in the over. Didn't make contact. I reckon he has there. There's a bottom edge down onto his stumps. And that's a disappointing end for the young man's innings. What a performance he's put in on his senior debut for Sussex. He came in amongst the early carnage and played superbly. 34 off 50 deliveries. He should be very pleased with how he's gone about his business today in difficult circumstances. The overall picture for Sussex remains a bleak one at 77 for 5, but as he makes his way off now, head hung a little bit, he's very disappointed, but hopefully he'll reflect on that first innings in senior cricket and be proud, because he's played some sumptuous shots and he could well be one to watch for the future. Zach Leon Cochet bowled by Josh Baker for 34. Sussex are 5 down now.
Well, that's a massive blow, isn't it? So young Charlie Tier coming out to bat. Didn't score in the game on Friday against Gloucestershire, but well, after this, there's Bertie Forward. I haven't seen Bertie bat, but then it's really into the bowlers. And I don't, with all due respect to Sean Hunt, Brad Curry and Jamie Atkins, against this quality of bowling, Sussex really in a bit of a pickle. A promising debut though from Zach Lee and Cash, if we take some crumbs of comfort.
Yeah.
But I do rather fear what might happen here.
Still not sure we're any near the bottom of the technical issues, Adrian.
No, we're not. I'm really sorry. If you are listening on the stream, there are some problems. I hope it's not so bad. It's in comes Leach, bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. And if you're listening and it sounds, I think Dan sounds okay. If you are listening on the stream and you could sort of let us know if Dan sounds fine and I sound awful, then at least that gives us a clue that there is something not quite right with the. Well, if you're listening on the BBC website and you could just let us know whether it sounds okay on there, that'd be great. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you're okay, just to drop us a note, that'd be really helpful. In comes Leach running in from the Digley's end in the bowls, and Ibrahim gets runs as he plays that one past second slip down to third man Pennington Fields. Ibrahim goes to 5 and the total to 78 for 5.
The only thing I can suggest, I am prepared to take the cable out, blow on it and put it back in. That's the one thing we haven't tried.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah, it is. Not to worry. I'm sure it will all be resolved eventually. In comes Leach, bowls, and forward comes Tier, plays to backward point. There is no run. Charlie Tier, young wicket keeper, educated at Seaford College, very much sort of got a grounding through Chris Adams, who was the former Sussex skipper, who's the cricket master at Seaford. Opportunity here, and it's, with all these overs remaining, it's a real opportunity just to bat. Get into line, bat, then to score runs quickly, just try and get Sussex some sort of a score of respectability, really.
Yeah, it's almost a game within a game for these batters now, isn't it?
Yep, it is. It is. Leach in bowls and Tier is forward, plays into the offside, and again there is no run.
I mean, as tempted as I am to play with this sort of mini 747 flight deck of dials and knobs to my left, it'll come as no surprise, Adrian, when I say I wouldn't have a clue what I was actually doing. So I'm, all they're saying turn me, but I don't want to, because it might end up...
No, might make worse.
Yes, so I'll leave alone.
Leach in again, bowls, and Tier is solidly defensively forward, plays back down the offside, and again there is no run. I think all Sussex can do from here, and I hope Sussex do make a game of it, because there's a decent crowd in, isn't there? People, it's a lovely sunny day, people have paid their money, want to come and see a good game of cricket. I'm sure they want Worcestershire to win, and why wouldn't you? But you don't want to see a walkover of a game.
No, you want to see a bit of competition out there.
Of course you do. Leach it again, rolls to Tier, who drives to the offside until we get 4 runs. Over pitch by Joe Leach, and Tier driving that one away through backward point, picks up a boundary, so he's on his way. The Sharks do 82 for 5, because there was a game here last Sunday that ended, I think, so almost finished by 2:30. The game from Warwickshire and Worcestershire.
Game, yeah.
And it's a shame, we just don't want to see that much as we, I'm sure Worcestershire, as I say, the fans want to see them win. 20 overs gone, and the Sharks are 82 for 5, Tier on 4, Ibrahim on 5.
Josh Baker to continue, successful last over. I didn't get a chance to check the replay to see whether Leon Crochet actually played onto his stumps. That was my initial thought. Anyway, I'll check that in a second. As Baker tosses this first delivery up to Ibrahim, who watches the arc of the flight straight onto that drive off the front foot out to Logan van Beek at long off, and through they come for a single, one more to the total. Oh, I can't tell on that replay. The sunshine's too bright in the wrong spot, but it looked like it may have grazed the inside edge as it clattered into sort of midland leg as he gave himself room away to the leg side. 83 for 5, Baker bowls. This is a bit quicker, and Tier looks to try and manoeuvre that down beyond Matthew Waite at short third. He's quite wide there. It's almost a backward point for wide gully position. So there is room there to try and manufacture that shot. Not quite there for Tier. That's a bit more of an authentic drive though. More orthodox stroke out to Kashif Ali in the deep. Through they come for the single. 85 for 5. So Sussex faced with another rebuilding job here, which gets harder obviously with fewer wickets in hand. Half the team out already. Ibrahim won't get a run here though, turning it to Rob Jones at mid-wicket. Worcestershire looking to turn the screw here, picking up these next 5 as quickly as they can. Baker bowls, Ibrahim down into the ground, bump ball, but it didn't carry to Baker full on the catch on the follow through anyway. Bends down, long way to bend down for Josh Baker to dry his hand.
Yep.
And he comes again, he's ready. Again, it's slower, tossed up in the air, and it's wide of Jake Libby. Had there been a slightly squarer cover, that would have been straight to him.
Poor shot.
Yeah, not the best. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball, high up on the bat, uncontrolled. Not gone anywhere. He's got a single for it though at the end of that over. 21 gone, 85 for 5. Ibrahim 7, Tier 5.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Dan. I think, not in control of the shot, and the shot you don't need to play. I know it's very easy when we're sitting in the commentary box here and describing the action, and we're not out in the middle. I do understand that, but you can comment as to a shot, and I think in this situation, just no need to play the shot. There's 29 overs to bat. Play proper cricket shots, pick up 2s and 3s and over, and try and take it as deep as you can. Here comes Joe Leach running in over the wicket bowls to Ibrahim's forward, placing to the offside. There is no thinking they might have been classed in the football, judging by the little murmur around the ground. Maybe. Don't know. That was just my feeling. There seemed to be a murmur, didn't there? Unless there was something in the headphones.
It's this wretched stream again.
Yeah.
Making funny noises. I think we might have gone close.
In comes Leach again, bowls, and down the wicket comes Ibrahim and pulls Leach down to deep backward square, picks up a single as Ibrahim. He goes to 8, total to 86 for 5.
This is what Worcestershire did this. I appreciate it's a slightly different situation for Sussex here, but both the personnel and the number of wickets they've lost. But here against Gloucestershire, they had that really difficult opening 10 overs. I think they were 24 off the power play, and seemingly cut adrift, thinking how are they going to rescue this innings. And this is these middle overs. They rode their luck, and they just pushed the ones. The number of singles they turned into 2s with their energy was quite incredible, really, and that gave them the opportunity then to hit the gas, which they did superbly.
In comes Leach and Moles. Look outside the off stump, there is no run. Just a couple of messages that have come actually from people who are listening, and a couple of people have been in touch, and I've been on the club is listening, to say that over the web stream, the ground announcements are very distorted. So we're not entirely sure why that is. So it doesn't just sound as if it's the commentary that's distorted, it's also the ground announcements as well. So we'll try and get to the bottom of it. In comes Leach again, bowls, and Tier defends into the offside. There is no run.
That's the frustrating thing, isn't it, about technology, where one day it can work fine, you don't touch anything, No one breathes near it, no one does anything. You come back and it's different the next day.
Yeah, it is very frustrating.
So all we can do, really, me and Adrian, is apologise and hope it can iron itself out somehow between now and the end.
Fingers crossed.
But, if you could bear with it, that would be good.
In comes Leach again from the Digley's end, running in bowls to Tier, who's wrapped on the thigh pad. I don't think it was a bit again. He looked like he was playing. It came off the thigh pad, which suggests because it was off the thigh pad. I mean, Charlie Tier is not the tallest. That looked to me like it was probably going over the top and probably down leg side as well. Ben Cox was certainly moving in that direction.
Yeah, not a terribly convincing shout. One to just keep Charlie Tier guessing a little bit. 86 for 5. He's got 5 from 9. Leach trying to stay all over him here.
He's in on bowls and Tier looking to cut that one away through the covers. Doesn't time it at all. The ball just dribbles down into the slip court and there is no run. End of the over. 88 for... Is it 88 or 86? 86 for 5. Thank you. Ibrahim on 8. Tier is on 5. Live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcester.
Elsewhere today in the One Day Cup, we'll start with the leaders Warwickshire. Durham 101 for 2 after 20 overs there. Northamptonshire, of course, who are trying to take advantage of any slip up between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire in the race for the top 3 finish. They've still got 2 games left. 81 for 4 though, so it's not going very well for them at home against Derbyshire. Baker starts a new over, gives this one plenty of flight to Ibrahim, and he times it nicely but straight to Jake Libby. Somerset going well at home against Glamorgan, 125 for 1. Baker bowls, forward comes Ibrahim, and there's no run. Andy Umeed's been in good touch in this competition for Somerset. He's got 62 there and 129 for 1. Baker in, just slightly arrowing down leg side. Ibrahim takes a single, just helping it on its way out to square leg where Joe Leach fields. Sorry, a bit like Sussex, counting down the days really to the end of this competition. They are 86 for 3 against Hampshire. This is in Group A, of course. Middlesex again have had a poor time. They're fighting back at least a bit against Lancashire, being reduced to 78 for 3. Lancashire have been a bit hit and miss as well in the One Day Cup this season. Leicestershire, the group leaders, they are all over Yorkshire at the moment, 73 for 4 there. Dot ball to Charlie Tier to the leg side and there's no run.
A great competition, haven't they, Leicestershire? Much improved season actually.
Very, very good, yeah.
Good to see.
They've been good in white ball cricket, certainly this year. And the red ball stuff as well, they've been in contention. They lost until Worcestershire beat them actually. Steered out to edge of the circle. Logan van Beek fields for a single. 88 for 5. Baker, last ball the over. Onto his back foot goes Ibrahim. Finds Libby at cover. End of another efficient over from Josh Baker. 23 overs have gone now. 88 for 5. Tier has 6. Ibrahim has 9. And the batter's out for Sussex today. Haynes for 6. Allsop for 5. Both of them caught by Josh Baker at second slip off Dylan Pennington. Ward, LBW to wait for 2 to 1 that swung back into the left-hander. Cole's run himself out for 24, he was going very well at 22 balls. And then the innings of the day so far has been from young Zach Leon Cachet on his senior debut for Sussex, placing wonderful shots and getting to 34 from 50 balls before Josh Baker cleaned him up to put Worcestershire firmly in the driving seat here in a game. If they win, they are in the quarter-finals of the One Day Cup.
Georgia bowling, looks like Matthew Waite's coming back into the attack from the Digley's end of the ground. Dylan Pennington's clearly got half an eye on the football because he just came home and made a sign to the to Dave Bradley, who's doing the announcing, just to see what the score was or is. In comes Waite, running in and bowls and just steered nicely by Tier down to... What is it, Waite?
It is Waite.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Picks up a single, which is Charlie T. He goes to 7, the total 89 for 5.
No, it's Van Beek.
My apologies.
Mary Earps has saved a penalty. Maybe that's what Dylan Pennington...
Oh, right.
Don't know. Well, that's the relay he might get. So it's still 1-0 to Spain.
Right.
So sadly not an England equaliser, but it could be worse.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Wow. In comes and big bowls, driven handsomely by Ibrahim. A shot that probably deserved runs, to be fair, but he picked out the fielder at short extra cover, and there is no run.
That was tough because he crashed that on the up, didn't he? Glorious stroke, straight at Gareth Broderick.
Yeah.
Change of ends will help Van Beek.
Still one slip in place.
Yeah.
So Worcestershire still applying the pressure. 89 for 5.
3 overs, none for 15 so far.
Van Beek in bowls. Ibrahim drives. This time he does find the gap, and that's a nice shot by Daniel Ibrahim. Drills the ball away through extra cover. I thought it would go all the way to the boundary, and indeed it has. It just beat the despairing dive. Look at Joe Leach racing around out there.
Yeah.
Good chase all the way down to the far end of the ground, but a good shot by Daniel Lee. That's the best shot he's played. He goes to 13. He's faced 26 balls. The number of balls he's faced really largely irrelevant. He just needs to build a big score here, does Dan Ibrahim. 93 for 5. Still 26 overs remaining after this.
Yeah, good chase from Joe Leach. Sprinting like a teenager out there.
Yes, he really chased hard.
He was going to haul that in, but
No, very
not
good.
quite.
Very good indeed.
But a lovely shot on the up again from Ibrahim, who was looking for that ball earlier.
And Beek it again, and Ibrahim drives that. I would have said that was a shot he didn't need to play. That was a length delivery, and he just stood tall and tried to belt it back down the ground. Again, I think there's just a little bit of an experience. You hit a boundary with a good shot. That was a length delivery. It deserved to be played with respect, really. Just play the ball back to the bowler. Again, I'm mindful of saying it's very easy from here, but he could easily have gone out to that shot. Didn't need to play it. See what he does with this delivery. And Beacon again, bowls. That's better. Drives the ball back down the bounce to and Beacon fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, I suppose hypercritical as well with Leon Cachet. It was a forcing shot off Baker, and you could argue, did he really have to try and manufacture a ball that was sort of arrowing into him anyway? But as you say, Adrian, easy to say from up here.
Van Beek bowls, and Hudson Prentice, Daniel Ibrahim hits him on the thigh pad. I'm sure it's going to be a leg bye. Yes, it is. End of the over, 94 for 5 are the Sharks after 24 overs, 26 remaining. Charlie Tier on 7, Daniel Ibrahim on 13.
But they have to approach this and say, there's 26 overs left. Bat those, see where we are.
Yeah.
That just has to be the mindset here. Appreciate half the team are out, and you've got the bowlers to come next. But irrespective of that, psychologically, that just has to be the way they play it, I think. They don't want to get rolled out here for 115.
No, absolutely.
So Baker to continue. They must try and make it as hard for Worcestershire as they possibly can. Ibrahim on 13, facing Baker. Throws this one up outside the off stump. Forward he comes on the stretch. Calmly drives it out to Kashi Valley. A deep cover point. They come through for a single. Still a fairly lively breeze around New Road today. Trees are being buffeted as we look around the perimeter of this ground as much as we can see all the way around 360. On the sweep here, it's in the air, but he's picked his spot nicely towards the horse chestnut trees behind square, Charlie Tier. That's a good stroke. Fairly safe one as well, because the only fielders in the deep was Gareth Roderick, who's there at square leg. And Joe Leach, who was down in the long grass there at long leg, is now up just behind the umpire. Just, behind square of the umpire. So get it up and over him. And it's 4, which is exactly what he did. To cover. Plays a terrific shot. And then again, you have to ask, how necessary was that? A slap, uncontrolled, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, perhaps a bit of turn away from the right-hander as well, and straight to Rob Jones in the covers, who says thank you very much. 99 for 6.
Well, that's a dreadful shot. I mean, it's, you know, he's a young cricketer who's making his way in the game, and you don't want to slate a young player, but goodness me, I think if you played that game, if you played that shot in a club game, someone would be saying, come on, you can do better than that. Yeah. That was a dreadful shot.
He played the previous one so well.
Why play the shot? I mean, it was dreadful. Well, what's in Bertie Foreman bat before? England under 19 player, he can bat, can Bertie, and he's going to need to, because otherwise this could be a bit embarrassing for Sussex. Yeah. But that was a really poor shot.
And sadly, from Sussex's point of view, it's not the first batter we've said that about.
Yeah.
13th wicket of the tournament for Josh Baker.
Very good.
He joins Dylan Pennington on bagging a couple today. Matthew Waite and Jake Libby's run out, the other wickets to go down. 6 down now for Sussex, 99 on the board, so not yet even at 100. Worcestershire's grip on this match tightens. 3 balls left of the 25th over. Another left-hander in. Bertie Foreman. Another young player with a chance to make his way in the game. England under 19, left-hand bat, bowls right arm off breaks. A moment for him to come in and put down a bit of a marker, perhaps.
Well, I would say this is it in terms of the batting now.
Baker goes over the wicket to the left-hander, and he'll pick up a run here first up as well. Just turns it past Libby at mid-wicket, out to Kashif in the deep for a single, and he's away immediately. That will feel good for him. And the 100 is up in the process too. 100 for 6 as we approach the end of the 25th over to mark the halfway point in this match. Here comes the trolley. Must be lunchtime soon. Flicked off the toes by Ibrahim, down to long leg. Logan Van Beek gives chase. He'll pull it in comfortably inside the rope, but they're back for 2. Ibrahim goes up to 16. 102 for 6. What are we? 20 to 1 here at New Road, nearly. Last ball of Baker's over, throws himself a catch, in he comes. Round the wicket, bowls, onto the back foot goes Ibrahim, gets another single here, so he'll pinch the bowling. Out to Kashif Valley again in the deep of cover. 103 for 6 at the end of the 25th over, and halfway point of this Metrobank one-day cup match. Worcestershire at the moment very much sitting pretty. Sussex, after winning the toss and decided to bat first, we wonder whether it was a risk given their current form and the makeup of their side with so many young players. No Pujara today. 103 for 6, and that's how it's mapped out, despite a very promising senior debut for Zach Leon Cachet, who made 34, the top score so far.
So it is going to be Van Beek who's going to carry on from the Diggler's end to bowl to Daniel Ibrahim, who's made his way on to 17. He's running in bowls, and that's a good delivery, good pace actually from Van Beek, and I was a little surprised by that. Daniel Ibrahim, the ball rattled through into the grubs of Ben Cock. There is no run.
Don't think we've seen a bumper today, have we? Maybe one.
Yeah.
I think Waite bowled one, didn't he, I think? But yeah, just to G the batsman up a little bit. That was no still around. That was quite quick, setting that one through.
It was sharp. Van Beek in again, bowls. Oh, that's a dreadful shot by Dan Ibrahim. I mean, again, it's an observation really. You've got 25 overs to bat, you're 6 down for 100. I don't think you should be looking to pull a length ball through mid-wicket. You know, that's a forward defensive into the offside, surely. That if he could have been castled there.
There are safer shots, Adrian, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wish to sound overcritical, but it's just not a good shot. Van Beek again bowls, and Ibrahim plays it into the offside, fielded in the covers by Baker, and there is no run.
Generating a bit of zip off this surface, because that one was one of those ones where the ball hit the bat rather than the bat hit the ball. From Logan Van Beek into Dan Ibrahim, who was slightly taken aback by that. I wasn't expecting it to sort of spit back at him, and played it well in the end. I think took the bottom hand off the bat as it made contact, but didn't know too much about it.
Van Beek again bowls, and that's a slow delivery. That was a good bit of bowling right up in the block. He completely deceived Daniel Ibrahim then. It looked like a slower ball, but it was a good bit of bowling. Whatever happened, it deceived us as the commentators, but more importantly, Daniel Ibrahim was the batter.
A bit like a moon ball, wasn't it? It went really high, and immediately I thought, oh crikey, it's a full toss, and it just died. Absolutely killed it, and it just almost yorked him. If it had been straight, they would have done. Very good after two pretty quick deliveries. Nice change of pace.
And making again bowls. Ibrahim defends into the onside. There is no run. Good encouragement from the Worcester fielders. Dylan Pennington down below us just sort of has a look up towards the press box. They'll be feeling pleased with their day's work here. Worcestershire. A win gets them through to the quarter-finals. And who knows what goes from there, you know. He's now practising an A-tine into the green, actually. He's Pennington down below us. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, 4 feet from the flag, putt for a birdie. In comes Van Beek again, bowls. Ibrahim looks to follow a short delivery. Now, is that giving us a no ball? Yes, it is. Over shoulder high, and Ibrahim looking to pull that one away down to fine leg. The ball rattles into the gloves of Cox. So, a welcome couple of runs for Sussex who go to 105 for 6.
Yeah, I don't know whether he plays golf, Dylan Pennington. Probably. Most do, don't they?
He looks like he does.
I know Jake Libb is a massive golf player.
I make it again. Bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, and an unconvincing shot into the offside. It's it would have been a maiden over, but for the no ball. 105 for 6. 26 overs gone. And Sussex in all sorts of bother here. 105 for 6 with Foreman on 1, Ibrahim on 17.
Yeah, Sussex got to find a way through here somehow. They've got to dig deep, and they've got to try and make life as frustrating for Worcestershire as they can here. I appreciate that the situation is far from easy to try and do that at 105 for 6. But these last 4 wickets, they've got to really stand up now.
They have.
Baker to continue. 26 overs gone, 105 for 6. Here comes Baker. Over the wicket to the left-handed Foreman rather, who just goes down on one knee, tries to help it round the corner, but hits weight at short fine leg, and there's no run. Slip in place now as well. In comes Baker, bit more air. Forward comes Foreman, squeezes it out off the inside portion of the bat, trickles out to mid-wicket where Libby fields.
Looks like he can bat Bertie Foreman. I think he's got a lovely twiddle of the bat.
You can tell a lot from a twiddle of the bat, can't you? That's a stylish looking stroke as well. Gives himself room, opens the blade and steers it. Might even get 4 for it. Yes, he does. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was.
Off the spinner as well, so couldn't rely on pace necessarily, had to generate a bit himself, and he did that beautifully. Moved very quickly into position and just opened the bay. He knew a slip was in place too, so he had to be careful.
That was good.
But nicely done indeed. He's up to 5, 109 for 6. Back at Josh Baker here, something to think about for him. In he comes again. Craps him up for room a little bit around leg stump, turns it out to Libby. And there's no run. Still 1-0 to Spain heading into the last 5 minutes in the World Cup final. Baker throws his next delivery up a bit more, but turned frustratingly for Foreman straight to Libby at short mid-wicket. He's down the drive for the catch, the Worcestershire captain. Azaral is in short on the offside as well for a similar situation. This is in the air, just off the back foot for a little, but trickling out to Matthew Waite at mid-on. End of the over. Another tidy one from Josh Baker. Save that very nice late cut for 4.
Yes, that was a nice shot, wasn't it?
Bertie Foreman, yeah, it was. Shot of the over, definitely. One of the shots of the morning so far. 109 for 6 at the end of that. 5 overs, 2 for 19 for Josh Baker. Ibrahim 17, Foreman 5.
it's going to be... Now, do you call it Van Beek or Van... How do you pronounce it?
I've gone with Van Beek.
Okay, well, we'll go,
Yes.
I'll stick with you. Van Beek running in from the Diggers end of the ground, comes into bowl to Daniel Ibrahim. Short, pulled away by Ibrahim, and he's going to get a boundary. That was short, and that was probably the best shot that Daniel Ibrahim's played. It was short, and he pulled the ball down, and threw mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice looking shot, he goes to 21, Sussex to 113 for 6.
Well, that was the right ball to do it.
It was,
wasn't it?
absolutely.
That was exactly the same shot he tried in the previous over to one that was at least half a yard or so fuller.
I'm almost more interested now in how he plays the next shot.
Yes.
You know, don't try and... Let's see what happens. And Beacon again, bowls, and Ibrahim defends onto the onside. Picks up a single. Back to the square on the leg side as another trolley goes by. So I've got lunch on, Dan.
Well, if it has, Adrian, it's sadly not stopping here for us. Off it goes down a little gully, getting ready in the canteen and the kitchens and everywhere else.
113 for 6.
John will get us our lunch, he never forgets.
Yeah, he's very
Never
good, John.
forgets.
He's excellent, isn't he? Always remembers that. He always looked up. Yeah, I came down this morning actually from home. Had a good run. Obviously not much traffic on the road on a Sunday. Got here quite early. John was here, and it's always good to have a chat and see what's going on. It's one of the best bits of the day actually. we start work chatting away, getting all the gossip. And Beacon bowls to form. He's up on his toes. He's going to get 4 runs here. No, he doesn't. Good bit of fielding. My apologies. Good bit of fielding by Matthew Waite, who gets in the throw, but a couple of runs to Bertie Foreman, just working that one down towards third man. Foreman goes to 7, the total 116 for 7.
A chat with JC in the morning is the highlight of your day, Adrian.
Well, I'm sad, aren't I?
I was tempted to say, you need to get out.
I do.
That would be rude.
I do, I need to get
It
out.
was nice chatting to John. Without him, we wouldn't be fed, and we wouldn't get any cake either.
Can be bowled to Foreman, who hammers that away. Nothing wrong with that. That's a super shot by Bertie Foreman. Well played. Wide of the off stump, and he just belted it away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 11, and the Sharks to 120 for 6. I was actually in London last night. I went to a show to see the musical version of Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, yeah.
It was very good, actually. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, if you're looking for something funny to go and watch, it was really quite clever. I enjoyed it. Made me laugh. We all need a bit of a laugh in these times, don't we?
Do, yeah.
And Beacon bowls and defending just Foreman, who plays to extra cover. There is no... I just Bertie Foreman... Sorry.
Who's Robin Williams in that then?
I don't know the name of the actor, but he was very good. You know, he did the Scottish accent, and it was, you can imagine the changes of clothes from Mrs. Doubtfire, back and it was. I have to say, I found it very funny and thought it was very good, but others might disagree. I don't know, but I enjoyed it. And Beacon again bowls to Foreman, who drives again very nicely into. He's like a whippet between the wickets as well, Bertie Foreman. He's a very good fielder. I've seen him come on as 12th man quite a lot, and he's very, very fast. He picks up a single. He's looked really good. He goes to 12, so he's to 121 for 6. Crumbs, I'm enthusing over someone who's got 12. But anyway, it's been a bit like that. Anyway, end of the over, 121 for 6. We've got 22 overs remaining as Sussex look to put some sort of a scoreboard on the board here.
Yeah, that's the aim. 22 overs to go. And they have a little budding partnership here between these two. Foreman has 12 from 11 deliveries, and Ibrahim is 22 from 41. And Foreman is picking up another single to his first ball off a new Josh Baker over. These two have so far put on 23 for the 7th wicket so far. We've had nothing for the first 3 wickets, 5, 9 and 5. Then we had 46 between Leon Cachet and Coles, and then we've had a couple of 20s, Ibrahim and Tia, and now this one between Ibrahim and Foreman. Won't get a run here. Dan Ibrahim cut to backward point and there's no run.
No, he just looked frustrated there. He's played that to the field. I think this next ball is important as well. Don't lose your, don't play a silly shot here, Dan. Just because you're frustrated.
In comes Baker, shortish, cut off the back foot, down to Kashi Valley, and there's one more to the total. Yeah, I guess it's the one thing they haven't done quite so well is when they've put the ball away and played some lovely shots, they've not kind of just reined it in the next couple of deliveries or so, and then they've ended up playing a poor shot and either nearly getting out or getting out Baker bowls, forward comes Foreman, no run.
And it's a measure of how on top Worcestershire are. That at this stage, 29th over, they've only got 2 men outside the 30-yard circle.
Yep.
7 men saving 1.
They managed to really keep the pressure on here. Good stuff from Jake Libby. Turned round the corner to the Worcestershire captain by Foreman, and there's no run. Last ball of Baker's over, and Matthew Waite's being dispatched to the fence at long on, so they're quite happy to give Foreman a single here and have a go at him in the next over. He's whipped it straight to Libby though, so he'll stay where he is. 123 for 6 at the end of that over. 29 overs gone. Baker 6 overs, 2 for 21 now. Foreman 13, Ibrahim 23.
Just seeing a note come up about the football, where Spain are still winning 1-0, but there are 13 minutes of extra time at the end of the match. How on earth do you get 30? I don't know whether there's been a bad injury or something.
Well, no, they just add on all the time now, don't they? They add on all the actual time for goal celebrations, substitutions, injuries, all that sort of stuff. You've seen it in the EFL this year, and obviously the Premier League as well. EFL games are now lasting, 10, 12, 13 minutes at the end of matches.
Crumbs. Progress, apparently. Baker's in, bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward placed in mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, it's interesting, Adrian, because a lot of players now are saying, from at all levels, not just say in the Championship or in the Premiership, but the Premier League, but they're now saying that the consequences of that are players, it's a lot to ask them, and more injuries are going to happen because they're only trained to play 90 minutes, not 100, 115 minutes.
It's like an extra time in it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a fair point, really.
Oh, Lord.
They just don't stop the clock. How about that?
And Beakin bowls, and Ibrahim defends down the track. There is no run. 123 for 6. Ibrahim 23. Foreman is on 13. Lovely day here in Worcester. The trees are swaying away on the banks of the River Severn. Beautiful cathedral. Bit of scaffolding around the cathedral. Wouldn't fancy being up on that scaffolding.
No.
Dan, that looks a bit high for me.
No, you can go up there, Adrian.
No, I'll leave you to clean that off. Crumbs. I would hate to be up there. You have a great view of the cricket, mind. And Beakin bowls, Ibrahim defends into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there is no run. In terms of the field, just looking how many fielders, because at this stage, Worcestershire must have 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, and in fact that's what they've got. So they have opted to have the 4 men outside the circle. To Logan van Beek, who's on his way. No, he's not. He was going to come running into Volta Dandel. Ibrahim then stops. Ibrahim 23 of 46 deliveries. And making again bowled short. Oh well, he went to take that on. That was quick. That was quick.
Good bouncer as well.
Yeah, he beat Ibrahim for pace there, and the ball absolutely thumped into the gloves of Ben Cox, who wants something brought out from the I think maybe he's got one of his studs in his boot has come loose. He's having a word to the umpire, saying, have you got one of those things to tighten up your studs, And sometimes the umpires do. I think he'd go off here, but I think he might wait till the end of the over.
He's got a couple of balls left, hasn't he?
Yeah. And Beakin bowls, Ibrahim off the 5 pad, the ball runs backward and square. They take one, don't come back for the second, that'd be crazy. Indeed they don't. So a leg by, I think it was a leg by. Let's just see if it goes. I didn't see the umpire's signal. They've got a bit of power on that. 24 to Ibrahim, 124 for 6. I'm only going to get a burst of noise in my ears. I'm not quite sure what that is, but anyway.
I haven't heard any sound blasts.
And Beak around the wicket bowls to Foreman, who's beat outside for somebody. He's going to drive that the way through backward point. It's a busy little cricketer, does Bertie Foreman. All rattles through to the keeper. There is no run. End of the over. 124 for 6. Foreman 13. Ibrahim on 24. And we've got 20 of the 50 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's the last push here over the next 20 overs for both teams. Worcestershire to try and get these 4 wickets as soon as they can. And as we've been saying for Sussex, get up towards a total, any kind of total here. Because they've been under the pump pretty much from the word go. 5 for 1, 14 for 2, 19 for 3, and a bit of a recovery to 65 for 4, and their wickets have just slowly edged away, 77 for 5 and 9. I guess is either being put back in or the replacement is coming out brand new. Not quite sure. Quick drink as well, and we'll soon be ready to resume. Still an injury time in the World Cup final. Still Spain leading England by a goal to 0. So time is running out for the Lionesses. Hopefully they can grab an equaliser in the closing stages. Cox has got his boots sorted. Baker's ready to go. In he comes, starting a new over. Onto the back foot goes Dan Ibrahim. Plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He stays on 24. I'll give you score updates after this over because Baker gets through it quite quickly. Onto the back foot goes Ibrahim, smacks it out all the way along the ground up to long off. And they come through for a single, 125 for 6. Change in the field for the left-hander. Long off comes up to the edge of the circle, long on. Baker bowls round the wicket, smeared through mid-wicket, and goes out towards the fence.
Oh, well
very good work out in the deep. The substitute fielder is on there.
I haven't seen anybody go wandering off.
Who's off? Anyone off? Number 14 is on.
Okay. Great bit of fielding. Didn't think he had hope. Didn't have any hope.
.128 for 6. 30 overs gone, halfway through the 31st. Drilled on the front foot by Ibrahim, out to long off. They come for a single. Change in field again for the left-handed. Foreman. Still only 2 fielders out in the deep. There's a reverse lap. There's an appeal for LBW. Only Ben Cox was interested. The throw comes in from Logan Van Beek. Had it hit the stumps, might have been interesting.
Didn't need to play that shot, Bertie. I know it. You know, there's a bit of goal in the footy. Lots of cheering.
Lots of cheering. Does that come in late? 8 minutes gone. Don't know.
Lots of cheering from somewhere.
Hopefully it's an equaliser for England. Baker bowls, turned off his toes by Ibrahim. If it is an equaliser for England, that's probably my wife shouting from Lysinton somewhere.
I'm not a big fan of the reverse sweep, Dan.
No,
I know if it comes off,
isn't it? Yeah.
You know, it can look great if it goes before you say that's well played, but I just think in this situation, I just think there's a risk to the shot. I know it's practiced a lot and players play it almost as much as they practice a forward defensive, but it just seems to me to be free.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that attempted reverse lap. Really only Ben Cox was interested. Baker wasn't too fussed about the appeal.
Yeah.
31 overs gone after all of that, 130 for 6.
And Matthew Waitu's bowled very well here for Worcestershire today. Comes in from the Diggler's end, coming into bowl to Bertie Foreman. Foreman short, pulled away by Foreman down to deep square, picks up a single. There's a cry of catch, but I think it was perfectly safe from Foreman. He goes to where we are. Is it gone up? Yeah, 17. There we are. 17 off 19, 131 for 6. So Sussex, you know, just trying to put some sort of a total on the board here, if they can. Something to defend, something to make a game of it. Waiting bowls. Ibrahim plays down to mid-on. There is no run. Dylan Pennington is definitely going to come on, isn't he? He's warming up down below us. Big fella, isn't he? Pennington.
Yep.
Tall, strongly built, powerful man.
Yeah, still in his early 20s, but leads the attack here at
Off to
sadly, yeah.
Off to Nottingham, as is Josh Tongue, isn't he?
Yeah, and Jack Haynes are all off to Trent Bridge.
Really? They've got more players than enough, haven't they?
Well,
in comes Wait Bowles. Ibrahim forward, plays to point, and there is no run.
so yes, they'll be missed. Obviously, they'll leave gaps.
Rumours
Some have been filled already, others to be filled.
yeah, one or two rumours around of players who are coming in, so perhaps some news of that in the weeks ahead.
Yes, no doubt.
It's that sort of time of year, isn't it, where players coming to the end of contracts, players announcing they're going to move elsewhere. Waiting bowl. Ibrahim takes a step down the track, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. It has to be said that the way these two have played, I don't think there's any real demons in the pitch here, is there?
No, I mean not now. I mean there was plenty of movement early on and it was tough, but as is the case at New Road, yes, the sun's been out all day, but it has calmed down a touch. There'll always be a bit in it, and when Worcestershire bat with the two white new balls, there'll be something in it as well for the Sussex bowlers.
Waiting again, bowls, and that's a poor shot by him. He would have got out to that and done all the hard work. You just don't want to play a shot like that.
I mean, that's silly.
It's inexperience, it's silly. There's still 19 overs to go. You know, if Sussex pick up 4 over from here, you're getting over 200. You know, Dan Ibrahim, there's a half century here for the taking. Just don't give it away. 26 off what, 50, is that 56 or 58 balls, Dan?
56.
Yeah, you know, don't give it away. Wait in, bowls. That's better. Drives to short extra cover. There is no run. End of the over. 131 for 6. We have got 18 overs remaining. Foreman on 17. Ibrahim is on 26.
I think as well, Adrian, is get a score on the board, even if it's just over 2, because you never know. You never ever know.
Absolutely, you do never know.
But you've got to give yourself a chance. Some of these shots that the Sussex batters are bringing out here, they're not giving themselves the best chance to at least make life as challenging for Worcestershire as possible. But they're still here, these two, Foreman and Ibrahim. By hook or by crook are still in, 17 and 26 respectively. 131 for 6, 18 overs to go, still lots of time for them. Pennington coming back into the attack.
Yeah.
6 overs, 2 for 29 so far. He was a real handful early on, along with Matthew Waite. He'll resume in his second spell where he started his first, at the New Road end. Away he goes. 131 for 6, going round the wicket to the left-handed Foreman, who times this nicely straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think, you know, benefits still, you know, Worcestershire bowled really well here this morning. But in terms of Sussex, Bertie Foreman's looked as good as anybody, to be honest. He's timed the ball nicely. Busy cricketer. But needs to stay there. You know, 18 overs, as I say, 4 over, that gets you another 70 odd runs, gets Sussex to 200, and as Dan rightly says, you just don't know in limited overs cricket. A couple of wickets go down early, bit of panic. Pennington. Sorry.
That's fine. In and bowls, whip nice. I think he's beaten Kashif Ali. Has it gone all the way for 6? Nicely picked up. No, it's 4.
Tell you what, he should have been caught then.
Which will not look good on the field, I'm afraid. It's the cardinal sin. If you're out in the deep, the one thing you don't want to do, if the ball clears your head, is for it to go for 4. You'd want to see it go for 6, because anything else, I'm afraid, shows you've just got all your angles and your judgments wrong. And Kashif should have stayed where he was, further back on the fence, and he would have swallowed that. 135 for 6, so a misjudgment by the fielder there. Pennington in again, and there's a strangled appeal. That's more in hope than any expectation, to be honest. Foreman up to 21 with that shot.
Yeah, that was really poor, wasn't it? And Pennington was fuming, and I don't blame him either. He just looked as if to say, well, you know, he just threw his hands up in the air as if to say, what are you doing? You're either on the fence or you're not. But that's a bit embarrassing.
Because he should be quick enough to try and cut 2 off.
Yeah. And
if it's in the air, you've got to be there first and foremost to take the catch. Pennington in and bowls round the wicket in the air. It's flying over invisible slip cordon. down to deep third. Joe Leach can't get round in time to cut that off. That absolutely raced away to the fence. Foreman with these 2 fours now is up to 25. 139 for 6. So Pennington's just got a little bit grumpier here. It's not been a good reintroduction so far. He's annoyed, and understandably, with that. Wasn't a dropped catch as such, but a misjudgment that meant the catch couldn't be taken from Kashi Fally at deep square leg. It was in too far. Pennington away and bowls, and Foreman, everything behind this one down into the ground, squeezes it out to point, and there's no run. So again, these young Sussex players are getting in, getting a start, feeling comfortable. They know there's not too much going on in the pitch at the moment. These middle overs today a bit more sedate. They've got 17 overs to go after this, so there's no great panic in terms of having to get on with it. They know they've only got 4 wickets left anyway. They've just got to try and play the situation, play these 18 overs left, and see where it takes them. As forward he comes this last delivery of the over. Foreman pushes it back, fielded by Pennington, who's annoyed, and you can understand why. He should have had a wicket in that over. There's a little kick at the ground as he makes it back to his fielding position at fine leg. 139 for 6, 33 gone. What gem did he come out with there?
Brad has said, final score of the football, Spain 1, England 0, bank holiday cancelled. Not that there was going to be one.
It's a shame.
Dylan Pennington is rightly really annoyed. I don't blame him. He should have had a wicket in that over. However, he didn't. New over. It's going to be Waite who's in, bowls to Ibrahim, who struck on the pad. The ball rolls onto the leg side. Good call actually by Bertie Foreman, who was backing up. That's good cricket by Foreman. And picks up a single. This partnership between these two is now worth 40. By far the not by far the highest partnership actually. The highest partnership was between Zachney and Cachet and James Coles. It was worth 46, but at least these two have restored some sort of respectability for Sussex. Waite over the wicket, bowls. Foreman is forward, plays him to the offside. There is no run. Foreman scratches his boot on the crease, wanders away towards square leg, surveys the field. There are 4 men guarding the boundary, so Worcestershire deploying the men that they're able to outside of the 30-yard circle. Matthew Waite turns at the Digley's end in lovely sunshine. He's on his way and bowls, and hammered away by Bertie Foreman through square leg, picks up a single. Foreman, who goes level with Daniel Ibrahim, 26 off 27 balls from Bertie Foreman, 140 for 6. I think he's batting quite nicely, Bertie Foreman.
He is, played very well. The name like that, you either expect him to be a boxer or a 19th century cricketer, don't you? So it's not quite the right century, but he's certainly playing very nicely.
Waite in, bowls to Ibrahim, who glides this back to the square. I don't think they want to come back for a second here. That'll be suicide, and they don't. Very good bit of fielding out there by Baker. And there is just a single to Ibrahim, who goes to 27, 142 for 6. Or it could be my dog. My dog's called Bertie, Dan. So I like the name Bertie.
Yeah, it's a good name. My granddad was called Bert or Bert.
There we go, you see.
There you go.
He just waits. In comes Waite and bowls, and Foreman is forward defensively, bat and pad close together, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
Actually, my auntie's dog is Bertie as well.
Really?
Yes.
There you go, you see. It's a day of Berties.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was up at the crack of dawn this morning to come down here. And
I was going to say, what time did you get up?
I got up at 6, and I thought, well, I'll just go, make myself a cup of tea and jump in the shower and get on my way. But when I went downstairs, Bertie looked at me as if to say, "Can I have my breakfast?" Foreman is playing that one down to third man, and he picks up another single just Foreman. He goes to 27 off 29. 9 deliveries, and Sussex to 143 for 6 at the end of the 34th over.
Were you greeted with the "don't go again, Dad" eyes?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've got a Bertie and a Henry, Dan, and the two dogs, they both looked at me, so in the end I gave in and gave them breakfast. Left my wife asleep and got in the car. But one of the great things on a Sunday morning is no traffic, Dan.
Yes, exactly.
I just flew down here, really, you know.
Yeah, that is good.
It was, yeah, you never quite know, do you, with these trips, but I think most people were still in bed.
Pennington to continue, 143 for 6. In he comes and bowls down the leg, so that's not a great delivery. The left-handed foreman, umpire not given a wide, which
Interesting.
is a surprise.
You've got a bit of pad on it or something. Bertie Foreman was looking at the umpires after saying, I thought it was a wide in this form of cricket.
Well, yeah, yes, unless he did get something on it, a bit of shirt or whatever, or trouser, I don't know why that wasn't given a wide.
Yeah.
143 for 6. 27 apiece to Foreman and Ibrahim. Pennington moves away and bowls. Gives himself room towards the leg side. A ball that follows him in that region, but he manages to squeeze the angle enough to get it down to third man. Through they come for a single. So I presume you're heading straight back as well tonight, are you?
Yeah, back tonight.
A long day on the road.
Yeah, back tonight, and then we're back at home on Tuesday for the final game. Is this your final game in the competition?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Sussex play Warwickshire on Tuesday.
Pennington moving smoothly away in and bowls. It's quick and up onto his toes goes Ibrahim. Has plenty of time to play that one though. Out into the covers. And there's no run. Yes, it remains to be seen how the quarterfinals will shake down for Worcestershire should they get there, because they're scheduled to play here against New Zealand in a T20 on the 25th, which is when the eliminators are taking place.
So what do they do? I mean,
they're playing on the 27th. If they get through,
which is next Sunday.
Yeah. So they'll play on the 27th, and the other ones will go on the 25th as planned. Pennington bowls. Ibrahim will get a run, tucked off his legs, fielded by Azhar Ali. Come. And the final is mid-September, isn't it, I think?
September the 16th at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a competition that sides want to win. You know,
Shame it's not at Lord's, though, isn't it?
well, I think that's a massive shame. I mean, I think that is dreadful that it's not at Lord's. I have to say, that's where you want to play. Should be. I don't know why it's not at Lord's. Probably some ridiculous excuse, but it should be at Lord's.
Pennington round the wicket again to the left-hander, pulled away.
Oh.
Good shot, Foreman.
Good shot, Bertie.
A little short arm pull round through mid-wicket, plenty of bottom hand into that, and that has raced away. Not a brilliant delivery from Dylan Pennington, if we're being honest, but Foreman jumped on that and cracked it away off the back foot. He's got 32 from 32 now, another youngster who's impressing here for Sussex. I mean, a difficult day thus far, 149 for 6. It still may end this innings better than it started if they can carry on in this vein. Pennington bowls, won't get a run here, steered off the back foot to Jones at point. End of the over, 36 gone now. One shy of 150 here, Sussex, which wasn't looking a particularly rosy prospect when they were at 19 for 3 and 65 for 4 and even 77 for 5.
Yeah. Thanks everyone who's been in touch about the sound quality. And just as a little thing for the Peter has been in touch, and he says he's been listening via the website all morning, and the sound has been all good all morning. So there's definitely a problem between our equipment and the equipment the club here at the ground for the live stream. Peter says it's audible but a bit muffled. He says you sound fine, Dan, which is always the case. Matthew Waite is going to come in from the Diggler's End. But thanks everyone for getting in touch. Bowls, and Ibrahim runs this down to third man. They'll pick up one. I don't think they want to come back for a second. No, they don't. That's the 150 up for Sussex. 150 for 6. Foreman 32. Ibrahim goes to 29. Unless that's already gone up. I don't think it has gone up. There we are. 150 for 6. In fact, Peter's listening in East Malaysia, in a place called Kota Kinabalu. Comes Waite, bowls to Foreman, who defends onto the onside. There is no run. He says it's admirable Sussex are giving youth their chance, but isn't the absolute truth that we've simply blooded too many youngsters all at once? Not a great strategy, I think. I think there's a lot of truth in there. Peter, thank you for your email. And Ian's been in touch as well. He says the sound quality is terrible. But anyway, we're doing our best, and we'll have a look at the break, Ian, and see if we can sort things out. In comes Waite, bowls, and Fulmer defends down the track. There is no run. Field off his own bowling by Matthew Waite. Sussex looking to build some sort of a defendable score in the 36th over. Bertie Foreman surveys the leg side boundary. No need for any heroics, just needs to carry on batting the way he has. 32 off 35 for Bertie Foreman, who just waits. Waite is on his way. Bowles and Foreman pulls onto the leg side. They've taken one. There won't be a second there because Gareth Roderick is very quickly in to prevent a second run being taken. Foreman goes to 33, the total to 151 for 6.
A good effort from these two, taking their stand beyond 50.
Has been a good effort. Yep, absolutely.
And
Waite again over the wicket. Bowls. Ibrahim comes down the wicket, pulled away by Daniel Ibrahim out to deep mid wicket. In fact, he's run away for 4. Well, he took a deliberate step there, did Daniel Ibrahim. That was a good shot. It was short, and he pulled it away through mid wicket from a boundary. He goes to 33, the total to 155 for 6.
yeah, very good. They've done that very well, Sussex. They put a bad ball away. It's just what they do after that. Got a bit too carried away, some of these batters that have perished strangely after they've done the hard work. They've done the damage. They need to learn their lessons here. They're doing it so far with this very good stand.
Waite to get Bowles. Oh, he very nearly holds out Daniel Ibrahim. That was a loose shot. He was looking to play on the onside. He got a leading edge and the ball ballooned out towards mid-off. From a Sussex point of view, fortunately it fell short of Jake Libby. Ibrahim gets a rather fortunate single. He goes to 34. Foreman's on 33. Sussex 156 for 6, and the partnership between these two is now worth 57.
I mean, kiss of death territory here, obviously, Adrian, but apart from some rash shots and a bit of judgment from these two, and the misjudgment by Kashif Ali that should have got rid of Bertie Foreman on the boundary, they haven't looked at any real danger. There's been no kind of worldy deliveries or no strut. I mean, they've looked pretty calm, pretty in control. And it's Worcestershire that have just, I guess, felt a little bit like they're going through the motions here. 6 down, but at the moment these 4 wickets are staying elusive. Josh Baker to continue on the drive here is Ibrahim, but straight to Libby at cover. I mean, obviously they're restricting Sussex just over 4 runs and over at the moment, so no cause for alarm there. On the drive again, straight to Libby. But they'll want to just reassert their authority in this game here. They won't want Sussex to then bat out these last 14 overs in jolly fashion and finish with a bit of momentum. They'll want to obviously clean them up ASAP. It's the Libby and Ibrahim show at the moment. These 3 deliveries have just been cracked by the batter straight to the Worcestershire captain. That one almost goes to Jones. Not a great run.
Dreadful run. What was Daniel Ibrahim thinking of?
Well, he put the dive in at the other end. That's Foreman.
Well, he needs to apologise. That was absolute suicide. He could have easily run Bertie Foreman out there. He played straight to the fielder and ran.
A better throw.
Oh, it'd have been yards. If it hit the stumps, it'd have been yards out.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for Cox to take either. Not the best throw from Rob Jones, but again, Sussex playing with fire here, unnecessarily so.
Yeah.
2 balls to go. Foreman on strike. Baker bowls him down the track. He goes. This is in the air for a while as well. Little jab, a nervous poke towards mid wicket. It bounces just in front of Libby, who takes it on the chest. Last ball, 157 for 6. Baker bowls, bit slow on the sweep. He's got this quite fine, but he hasn't really made contact with that as he would have liked. But he's got enough bat on it to come through for a single, fielded by Waite. End of the over, 37 gone now, 158 for 6. Baker We've got 2 overs left, 8 overs, 2 for 27 of his
played football for Brighton and Hove Albion and cricket for Sussex. So there's a bit of a dynasty of Foremans. So perhaps we have a natter to Bertie tonight. He's played very nicely. And he's on strike. As in comes Joe Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Foreman is forward. Players out into the offside, and there he is. Oh, thank you, brothers.
Better late than never.
Yeah. Yeah, we've noticed here. In comes Leach. With wicket bowls to Foreman, who's forward, nudges forward. There's not a single there. That's a very good bit of fielding at backward point by, who's that in there?
Jones.
Thank you. Rob Jones, very good bit of fielding. Leach wanders back to his mark. It's a lovely day. It's a great day for watching, actually. It's not too hot. There's a lovely breeze. Just ideal cricket weather. Leach in again. Bowls to Foreman, who eases that one down to third man. Picks up a single. That's all it'll be. Fielded by Baker. Gets in the throw. One more to Bertie Foreman. He goes to 35. I think that's going to go on to in a minute. Unless the score goes 35 or 41. 159 for 6. 12 overs remaining after this. I think Sussex just need to keep playing the way they are, to be honest. They get themselves up around 200, maybe with 3 or 4 overs to go, they might think, well, we'll have a bit of a go, but there's much work to be done yet by these two. Leach. Back to his mark. And on his way. And Ibrahim hammers that one away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up another run, does Ibrahim? He goes to 36, 160 for 6. I think Worcestershire will be quite happy with the way this is going. I think the wicket looks a lot easier now. I'm not saying, I mean, it certainly wasn't a minefield earlier on. Dan was right. There was a bit of swing around. There were some poor shots, we have to say, from Sussex players early on. They'll feel this is well within their compass, I think, Worcestershire. In comes Leach, bowls, and Foreman. That goes a bit low. I think Foreman would be able to play that, actually, to backward point forwarded by Jones. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, as sprightly as this counter-attack has been from these two, Worcestershire have never lost control of this game.
No.
And with 13 overs to go, Sussex have at least given themselves a little bit of licence inside the last 10 to maybe be a bit more expansive.
Yeah, for sure.
See how much they can get in excess of 200 potentially.
Leach again. Bowls. And Foreman is caught behind, is he? No, he's not. Well, keeper Cox thought he was caught behind. I'm not sure Joe Leach was convinced, if I'm being honest. Foreman looking to cut that one away through to backward point. There was a loud appeal from Ben Cox, who's standing up for the stumps. I don't think Joe Leach joined in with that much vigour. No. Clearly Cox thought there was a little nick or a noise. End of the over, 160 for 6. Ibrahim on 36. In fact, both players on 36, and we've got 12 overs to go. Good over by Leach.
He's having a word with the umpire, long chat, Cox, as he makes his way behind the stumps at the other end now. But impossible to tell, really.
Yeah.
I mean, if he did get a nick, it was so very, very fine. The umpire's not going to hear that. That's a lovely shot, though. First ball from Baker from Ibrahim. Perhaps a touch short, but you've got to give credit to the batter there. Moved his feet well, got inside the line, moved slightly to the leg side, and then lifted it majestically over cover and away for 4. That was the top shot. He's into the 40s now. 164 for 6. Baker bowls to a bit quicker. Threatens to come and sneak through. They want to, they're appealing because that was pad first before it clattered into the inside edge, but he's outside the line and he's playing a shot. Baker bowls again to him, tries to manufacture an angle with one that was full on just outside off stump. Fast wrists and hands there from Ibrahim, so he's managed to eke it out towards Kashi Valley at deep cover point. They're coming through for a single, 166 for 6. Field switches for the left-handed Bertie Foreman. Pennington comes up from the deep into mid-off. Cover goes back to the fence, and he's tried one invention too many, a reverse lap, and he's cleaned up by Josh Baker. The top of middle stump, and Foreman's excellent knock of 35 has gone.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Josh Baker, he's picked up another wicket. Sussex have lost another wicket, and again, that wasn't a brilliant piece of cricket.
No, it wasn't. He's batted so well, he just didn't need to play that shot. You know, they've been going on very nicely, the occasional boundary, they've already got a boundary off this over. Now pick up the 1s and 2s, maybe play that shot with 3 overs to spare. You know, and I'm afraid that is inexperience. He's done enough here, Bertie Foreman, to suggest he's first time I've seen him bat, he's a good player, but that is just completely unnecessary. Well, Sean Hunt coming out to bat now, who usually in most of Sussex matches, Sean bats right down the order. He's coming in at number 9 today. I think Daniel Ibrahim is now. Ibrahim, he's a perfectly good defensive player, Sean Hunt. There's still 12 overs to go. It's the cardinal sin, isn't it? Get bowled out within your 50 overs. But, Daniel Ibrahim needs to. I don't think he needs to try and pinch the strike off Sean Hunt, but I think what he does need to do is, Sean, I'm sure, will play very sensibly and push the ball around. But that's such a shame for Bertie Foreman. Good partnership between the pair of 66, but it's come to an end, sadly, for Sussex.
It's a third 3-for in the competition for Josh Baker this season as well. This strangled appeal first up as well for Hunt as he came forward and almost yorked him. Again, Ben Cox was the only one leading. That slip goes in. Bit of bat on that first delivery. Baker bowls again, forward he comes, big drive, he'll pick up a single, out to Logan van Beek in the deep at mid long off, end of the over, well bowled Josh Baker, another wicket in the tank for him. As I say, a second successive 3-for after he took 3 for 29 up at Derby. Those were his best list day figures, and to add to the 3 for 53 took in the first game against Durham, 2 for 41 here against Glamorgan as well. He's picked up wickets in the other matches, only once has he gone wicketless. That was the game here against Warwickshire, which Worcestershire want to forget in a hurry anyway. So he continues to go from strength to strength. Josh Baker, just 20 years of age, 166 for 7, 11 overs to go now for Sussex.
Yeah. And it's going to be Joe Leach to bowl the first of those, running into bowl to Sean Hunt, and Hunt defends into the offside no run. He's a perfectly capable player, Sean Hunt. Rarely gets an opportunity to display any talents with the bat, but his job here is not to get out. Daniel Ibrahim doesn't need to swing the bat here either for a while. Just need, as I say, it's easy to say from here, but pick up the 1s and the 2s and try and get yourself somewhere near 200, something you think you might be able to defend. Too many loose shots from Sussex today, I'm afraid. Leach in again bowls, and Hunt's going to get a single down to the third man. He goes to 2, the total of 167 for 7. Worcestershire, I think, will just be very pleased with the way this is going. This pitch looks to be a good one to me now. Not that it was ever a bad one, but certainly a bit of movement and swing early on. Leach wheels around and comes running into bowl to Sean Hunt. He's in to Ibrahim, who with a flick of the wrist plays this out to deep backwards where they pick up 1, they come back for the second. Good running by Ibrahim. He goes to 43, the total to 169 for 7.
Yeah, Worcestershire's out cricket's been good again today.
Very good.
A couple of blemishes. I suppose if you want to be harsh on Joe Leach, that caught and bowled.
Yeah, which didn't really cost anything, did it?
No, not really. It was Coles, wasn't it? When he
Yeah,
had 24?
and then he was out shortly afterwards. Leach in again, bowls. Ibrahim drives down the ground. Wasn't very far away from being a caught and bowled, actually. A good stop at mid-on. And there is no rubber. It was in the air from Ibrahim. As I say, doesn't need to play too many big shots just yet. He's on 43 off 74 balls, 169 for 7.
And the only other one was that misjudgment by Kashi Valley on the deep, where he was in too far, went over his head and went for 4.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't mark down how many Foreman had got at the time, but I don't think it cost that many in the end.
Leach in bowls to Ibrahim, who defends down the onside. And there is no run.
We've seen a terrific run out again.
That was very good.
From Libby.
Yeah, brilliant. Silly single. James Coles will know he shouldn't have taken the single, but he took on Libby, he hit one stump. It was a brilliant bit of fielding. Joe Leach's figures are very good. I mean, he's his 8th over. Figures of 0 for 19 before this over. He always bowls well against Sussex, or seems to. He bowls a good line and length. He's in now to bowl to Ibrahim, who places firmly through the offside, just to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to Ibrahim, he goes to 44. And Sussex to 170 for 7. At the end of Joe Leach's over. So 10 overs remaining. Can Sussex get themselves something around about 200? I'm not saying that's defendable, but at least there's an air of respectability.
Yeah, they're in the game, so they can get beyond 200. We'll have an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way now. The World Cup final is finished.
Sussex Sharks at New Road. Let's go to New Road now and catch up with the latest from our reporter Dan Reed.
Well, Worcestershire enjoying their day so far against Sussex Sharks. After winning the toss, Sussex chose to bat and it's backfired somewhat. They're 170 for 7 with 10 overs to go, but they're young players. Some have really stood up and been counted and shown that they could be real names for the future. Zach Leon Cachet, chief among them, 19 years of age, his senior debut today for Sussex. He made 34 and he's been well supported by Coles, who's made 24. Dan Ibrahim is 44, not out, and we've just seen a nice little cameo as well from Bertie Foreman, young left-hander, making his way in the game as well, out for 35. Josh Baker, the left-arm spinner's bowled splendidly. He's got another 3 wickets today, 3 for 34 for him. Pennington and Waite bowled very well up front with the new ball as well, got plenty of movement. Pennington 2, Waite 1. Worcestershire well in control here. Remember, if they win, they seal their place in the quarter-finals of this competition, and they are well on the way to doing that at the moment. Sussex 170 for 7 with just under 10 overs to go.
Nice and tidy here by Josh Baker, Dan.
Yes. Was he 4 overs into that? It was a lengthy update for British Hereford, because one, I didn't have a time constraint of the news, and 2, it's the first one we've done today with the women's football, the World Cup final going on today, sadly for England, losing by a goal to 0 against Spain. That's disappointing. Baker bowls, bit of air, turned round the corner by Ibrahim, nothing too extravagant there. They come through for a single. Cox runs away to field, and that's it from Josh Baker for today with the ball. Splendid effort.
Yeah, very good.
10 overs, 3 for 35. As I've been mentioning, his 3rd threefer of the One-Day Cup so far, and hopefully for him, he'll have a further role to play in this competition in the knockout phases, with Worcestershire well placed to qualify at the moment, which they'll rubber stamp with victory in this game. Northamptonshire are struggling as well. They're the only team that can deny them against Derbyshire. They're 152 for 7 going into the last 10 overs there.
In comes Leach, bowls to Ibrahim, who had a wild slash at this, looking to hammer the ball away through the covers, or through point, taken by Cox, and there is no run. Just, I say, easy to say from here, but still time for Sussex here. No need to play the big shots just yet. And Daniel Ibrahim has sort of held the innings together, really, 45 off 83 deliveries. But just Leeds, I think, carrying as they're doing at the minute, picking up the ones and twos. Leach in again, bowls to Eben, who pulls onto the leg side, but he's going to get a boundary. That was too short from Joe Leach, unusually, and Eben pulled it away through square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 49.
He's played that shot well today.
Yeah.
It's not the first time he's pulled that one out of the bag. That whip round the corner to one just a fraction short of the length.
He has made one list A50, Daniel Ibrahim.
Well, he's one away from a second here.
Yeah. In comes Leach bowls, and he plays that ball down the ground, and that will be a half century for Dan Ibrahim, who gets a good round of applause. Well, there's the announcement from Dave Bradley, the stadium announcer here. 50 in 85 balls with 5 boundaries for Daniel Ibrahim. And a good job he's made those runs as far as Sussex are concerned, because they're 176 for 7. And well, if he can stay there, or they can eke out some more runs, if Sussex could get around about 200, it gives them something to bowl at. In comes Leach, bowls, and Hunt with a lovely shot straight down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Well, he just eased the ball down the ground, and it's going all the way for a boundary from big Sean Hunt. He'll be pleased with that. Doesn't get much opportunity to bat, but nothing wrong with that. Just lofted the ball over the infield for 4. And the Sharks go to 180 for 7. I think that gives an idea, with no disrespect to Sean Hunt, lovely shot. But there's not an awful lot in this pitch now, Dan. You get a number 9 playing a shot like that.
No, there's plenty of room out there as well, isn't there? Worcestershire haven't spread the field. They've kept them up.
Leach in and bowls, and well, Hunt's going to get a fortuitous run. How that didn't hit the stumps, I've no idea. It seemed to bounce off the bat into the pad. In fact, it's been signalled as a bye, so it didn't hit anything and went through and has avoided the stumps. And I don't know how that made its way down to third hand, to be honest.
No idea how that.
That's gone down as a bye. I've no idea. It must have come off Ben Cox's pads, I think. But very nearly beat the defences of Sean Hunt. Anyway, he gets a single, or Sussex do. 181 for 7. 8 overs remaining after this one. Leach makes his way in again. Bowls, and Ibrahim drives firmly through wideish mid-on. They should come back for 2 here, I would imagine. In fact, they don't. It's a bit of fielding running around the mid-on boundary by Matthew Waite, way out in the distance. And I think actually it's probably good cricket by Ibrahim, who's made sure that he's got the strike for the next over. End of the over. Sussex are 183 for 7. Ibrahim is on 52. Is on 6. And it's going to be Logan Van Beek, who's going to come on to bowl from the do you call it the new road end here?
Still the new road end,
Yeah, the new road end. He's bowled 7 overs for 34. As Van Beek as Sussex looking to get this score, give themselves, as I said a couple of times, just something that they can bowl at.
182 for 7. Van Beek, what's he got? None for 34 from his 7 overs, so he's got 3 left in the locker. Just checking his fields where he is. Azhar Ali's pushed back another 5 yards towards the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. Pennington, Kashif are in the deep. Third man, fine leg, and deep mid-wicket as well. First delivery is a big waft from Ibrahim. Doesn't make contact through to Cox. And there's no... Well, judging by the way Sean Hunt played that last innings, last shot, that lovely lofted 4 off Joe Leach. Ibrahim doesn't have to go crazy.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. Absolutely. Still 8 overs to go. 4 over here. Another 32 runs. They get Sussex, sort of 210, 220.
Yep, got to aim for that. Van Beek bowls short, helped on his way around, and he's found Joe Leach down there, deep backward square. Again, a bit of a guinea, falling into the trap. And Van Beek has a word or two with Dan Ibrahim as he trudges off for 51. He was the set batter, the one that the Rapids wanted. I'm afraid Ibrahim was obliged there a bit. Not a great delivery from Van Beek, but he knew exactly what he was doing, digging it in around about navel height, and he's just helped it on its way straight down the throat of Joe Leach in the shadows of the horse chestnut, who said thanks very much. Safe catch, 8th wicket down. Ibrahim's gone for a very well constructed half century. Shame for him that it's ended the way it has. He's gone for 51. Sussex 182 for 8.
We were discussing it in the commentary there, weren't we? Pick up the ones, pick up the twos, no need for the big shot. And, that's just poor cricket. I'm sorry, I know he's 19, but he's played a lot of first... this is Daniel Ibrahim's 16th list day game. He's played plenty of one-day cricket.
I think that was enough, wouldn't you?
You've got common sense. Yeah. Surely you're looking at the scoreboard, 8 overs to go, you've just got to your half century. Sean Hunt has shown that he can bat at the other end, he can defend. Maybe play that, if you play that shot and you're out in the last over, I get it. I don't get it when you're in the, whatever it is, 43rd over of the innings. I just think it's poor cricket. He's played well, he's held us, you're saying the highest score, but I just think it's frustrating. It must be incredibly frustrating for the coaches to see that sort of shot being played.
Yeah, they're just not giving themselves the best chance, and that's all you can ask for. A team can be better than you, no problem, you put your hands up. As long as you just give yourself the best chance you can. And I'm afraid from a Sussex point of view, there's too many of these batters that have flashed, that have looked good, but then just got themselves out. Van Beek bowls to the new man, Atkins, who's defending it back up the pitch, and Van Beek fields on his follow through.
Yeah, Danny has played 15 list day matches, 180 runs, so he's averaging 16, so he hasn't got a great average, and he's a better player than that.
Van Beek, in he comes, bowls short again, and just drops the hands, Atkins, and he's a tall man, so he doesn't really get up beyond shoulder height really through to Cox. This is as well, Adrian, all this talk about the way England play now and the way they set the standards, and about certain players now won't even be considered because of the strike. It's all about strike rates now, not necessarily the rate of runs. As Van Beek comes in and bowls, and this is sort of fiddled outside the off stump by Atkins. I don't think he's made contact with that. It didn't carry anyway. It bounced comfortably in front of Ben Cox. It's not so much about how many, it's about how quickly these days.
Yeah.
But it just shows you that was a classic case. It doesn't matter what sort of cricket you're playing. You play the game, you play the situation. There is still that room for nuance in the game to play exactly the situation that you're facing, and not get too carried away about how many runs you've got to score. This ball's short, so I should be whacking it out the park. It's like, what does the scoreboard say? How many wickets are down? How many overs are left? What is the best situation we can get ourselves into in this particular game right now? And that's the thing that slightly irks me, is that I think there's now sort of a one-speed approach to this, which is foot to the floor, come what may. And yes, I can see it works in some situations. It looks brilliant when it does, and Zach Crawley, smacks everything everywhere in the one innings in 10 that he manages to do that. But I'm just saying, I just think there's a slight issue where it just bleeds into every form of the game, and you just see it in just little pockets here in New Road, in this little game, in this little moment. But perhaps you could just think, well, maybe that's the clouded judgment now, where the mentality is attack at all costs at all times, and I don't know.
No,
maybe it's just me.
No. Joe Leach running in for the diggers in, comes in and bowls to Atkins, who's beaten out. Hunt. Cox whips off the bows, but Hunt's back foot was securely there. I would say in this Sussex innings, the 4 19-year-olds in the middle order have all given their wickets away. Cole's a run out, Ibrahim, Tier and Foreman. Now, individually, certainly Coles, Ibrahim and Foreman played well, but they've got themselves in with, what have they made, 24, 35 and 51. They've all got in and got themselves out. Call that inexperience, possibly. I think Foreman in his first game you can forgive. In comes Leach, bowls, Hunt forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You've got to learn, and this is something that Grant Flower, the Sussex batting coach, has said a lot this season. It's a hard game, it's a professional game. You need to learn. You need to learn from your mistakes.
And I think there's room for everybody. There's room for all approaches. Still, I think.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Just because you see people smacking it out of the ground doesn't mean to say that you have to do that.
Yeah.
That wasn't great. 182 for 8. Leach in again, bowls. Well, Sean Hunt he plays it aerially. over the covers. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. I need to be quick here, Will Shaw, as the throw comes in from who's that there? Gareth Roderick gets in the throw. 2 more to Sean Hunt. He goes to 6, or is that going to go to 8? Yes, there we are. 8 to Sean Hunt. 184 for 8.
Plus, if Hunt gets out playing a shot like that spoons up, I mean, in a way, it's not his problem, is it? Because the damage has been done by the batters ahead of him. It's not his job to rescue the team with 8 down.
Leach in. Oh, is anything to get more runs? Are you sure he's going to get a boundary? I think I've got a little on the side edge. We'll wait for that. Yes, he does. A little bottom edge from Sean Hunt. He goes into double figures. He goes to 12. And Sussex go to 188 for 8. Sean Hunt's highest list A score is 14. So he's approaching that, is Sean. 188 for 8. Leach running busily in towards us. Bowls and Hunt plays it firmly to mid-wicket. And there is no run. But 6 overs remaining after this one. Joe Leach, typically economic, is his final over. Hasn't picked up a wicket so far today, Joe Leach, but he's always there or thereabouts. Economic. Metronomic. I love his approach to the wicket. Joe Leach always looks lovely and smooth and doesn't try to bowl too fast. Years of experience have told him that. Does a bit with the ball. He's in and bowls to Hunt, who just showing he can bat here, Sean Hunt, isn't he? Plays it down to fine leg. Picks up a single. He goes to 30, 189 for 8 at the end of the over. 6 overs remaining after this. I think all you can say from a Worcestershire point of view is they may be disappointed they didn't wrap this innings up, because they'd have wanted to win by a massive margin if they can to improve their run rate. But the first thing for Worcestershire was to win the game, and they'll feel that they've got every chance of doing that. I think they'll be very disappointed on despite all the rain we've had on the outfield. Looks magnificent. It looks a good pitch to me, and Worcestershire must be firm favourites here to chase these runs down.
Yeah, I think whatever Sussex get from here, they'll be very confident of knocking them off.
Yeah.
Joe Leach finishes his 10 overs for the first time in the competition this season, none for 39. Very good effort from him. His economy outstanding as always. Gone for under 4.5 runs and over in his spells in this year's tournament. Van Beek in to start a new over. Hunt onto his toes, pushes it back into the offside, and there's no run. A footnote on Josh Baker's figures as well. Terrific stuff.
Yeah,
He's been 15 wickets he's finished with in the group stages, with an economy rate of just over 5.
That's good.
Which is very, very good indeed.
Cheers.
Goes from strength to strength. 20-year-old, hard to believe he's still only that young. This is spooned in the air, should be out at backpedaling at mid-off. Hunter's gone, Libby's taken the catch, Van Beek's picked up a wicket, and Worcestershire now 1 away from cleaning up this Sussex innings. 189 for 9.
David Patch there to Sean Hunt. He's not in the side for his batting, he's in there as a bowler. It was for others to make the runs. He was a bit disappointed the way he got out, but he was looking to loft the ball over the infield. Still 5 overs to go, but I don't think you can really blame a number 9 who's coming out, who's his highest score is 14 in this day cricket. I'm afraid the damage has been done long before that. 189 for 9, and just Brad Curry, the last man to come out for Sussex.
It's about pedalling Jake Libby, judging that catch nicely. Hunt. So here we go then, the last batter out the hutch here for Sussex. Brad Curry, the Scotland left armour. And he comes to see out these last 6 overs with Atkins if he can. Numbers 10 and 11 in for Sussex here. Can they defy the Rapids now and bat these 50 overs? 189 for 9. Van Beek will sense wrapping it up here. It's his 2nd wicket of the innings. 2 for 34 into his 9th over now. Away he goes, bowling to the new batter in. safely negotiated on off stump, pushed out to Josh Baker, and there's no run. His latest scores: Northamptonshire 171 for 8 at home against Derbyshire, heading into the last half dozen or so overs there. Van Beek moving away and bowls short. Ducks under it there. Curry has plenty of time to do that, through to Cox. And there's no run. Group A leaders Leicestershire, who, like Warwickshire in Group B, are already through to the latter stages. They're looking for a home semi-final tie as well. They've got Yorkshire in some bother, 153 for 8 with 10 overs to go. Talking of the Bears, Durham 214 for 5 up at Edgbaston there, inside the last 10. Slower ball from Van Beek. Curry watches it carefully onto the face of the bat. Returned in his follow through by Van Beek. Dylan Pennington loosening up in front of us, so we should see him back. He's got a couple more over, so him and Matthew Waite will probably finish up here. Van Beek moves in and bowls. No run again. Curry timing it up to Libby at mid-off. End of the over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34 now for Logan Van Beek. We have 5 overs remaining. Pennington and Waite can bowl 4 of those. Dylan Pennington is going to come in from the Diglis end for the first time today. His 2 spells have both come from the New Road end. 2 for 43 so far for him, as I say, 2 overs left. 189 for 9. Atkins and Curry at the crease, both of them yet to score.
Yes, and I don't know enough about either of these batting. I've seen both of them bat a little bit. Jamie Atkins hasn't played for the best part of 18 months for Sussex with various injuries. He's a quick bowler who's well, we'll see how he bowls. He is quick, but he can be very erratic, Jamie Atkins, but he's given an opportunity here. Let's see what he can do with the bat. 189 for 9, 5 overs remaining. Pennington in bowls, and Atkins steers that into. He looks quite keen to get off strike, to be honest, as he steered that into the offside. He stepped a long way away to the leg side there, did Jamie Atkins.
Slower ball from Pennington, I think, first up.
Well, he might be relieved of that. I think if he plays another shot like that, he might get one whizzing round his ear holes, will Jamie Atkins. He certainly doesn't look a picture of confidence out there.
No. He's not got the swagger of Zach Leon Cachet, has he?
No, or Bertie Foreman.
No.
He doesn't, he doesn't quite look like that. Pennington racing in bowls. Well, it's a single. Fair enough. Well done, Jamie Atkins. Down to third man. A big sliced edge. Down to Joe Leach here, down at third man, who fields. Worcestershire just very content to see these final overs few through. Joe Leach having a little chat with some of the spectators down below us here. Number 23 on his back. A win gets Worcestershire into the quarterfinals, and who knows what comes from there on in. Pennington running in hard, bowls to Curry, who looks far more confident than Atkins, gets right in behind that, plays it back down the track. There is no run. The brother of Scott Curry plays his cricket down at the Aegeus Bowl for Hampshire, played for Scotland in the recent T20 qualifiers. Scotland did qualify for the World Cup. I'm not sure, I get confused all these World Cups are, Dan. I know
yes, I know what you mean.
It's the 50 over World Cup coming up, isn't it? We've had the Women's Football World Cup, we've got the Rugby World Cup, and we've had the Netball World Cup, and it's all World Cups, isn't it, at the moment? In comes Pennington, bowls, and Curry very confidently forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. But Scotland have qualified for the next T20 World Cup, wherever that is. I probably ought to know.
One in the States? It is as well. I think it is, isn't it?
Really?
I think it's in the States.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the game really has gone bonkers, isn't it, if that's the case? I mean,
I'm not impressed.
Well, I mean, I'm all for spreading the word of the game, but,
I'm pretty sure it's in the States. Whether it's shared with some of the West Indies.
Dear. Pennington in bowls, Curry plays in the offside. They need to get a move on here. The throw comes in from Jones. Oh, brilliant fielding. Oh, he's given it out. Well, that was brilliant by Rob Jones. My word, the Worcestershire fielding's been sharp. Played it to the offside. I thought Brad Curry had made it home. Pick up by Rod Jones. He had one stump to aim at. He hit it. Curry's on his way without scoring, and Sussex will work by 190. A mixture of some poor shots, some very good bowling, and some excellent Worcestershire fielding. And I think Worcestershire will be very, very pleased with their morning's work so far.
Yeah, very much so. Work from Jones. Libby set the standard with a similar run out earlier. And in this competition has been razor sharp by and large. And it sets the tone for everything else, of course. And that was emphatic stuff at the end. Rather summed up their morning, really. Worcestershire they bowled very well, and as they've just kept the lid on any kind of Sussex resurgence here, and they can walk off and have their lunch now. Pretty satisfied and very confident when they come out. They need 191 to win this game and to concrete their place in the quarter-finals of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Will it be a home eliminator potentially, or where they'll be away? Remains to be seen, but first there's a game to win here before all of that. Halfway stage though, they are sitting very pretty. They bowled Sussex out 190. Quick check of bowling figures. Dylan Pennington, one ball shy of 9 overs, 2 for 44 early on with Matthew Waite, 1 for 33 for 8 overs. Leach is economical as ever for the first time in the competition, gets through his 10 overs, 1 for 40 from Logan Van Dijk picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 34 from 9 overs, and Josh Baker again excellent with the left arm spin, his third successive threefer in the competition, 15 wickets now for him. He finished with 3 for 35. The highlights of the disappointing Sussex Sharks effort really, this very young team, were a half century for Dan Ibrahim and English, very impressive, not to real potential from Zach Leon Cachet on his senior debut. He made 34 off 50 with 5 very, very accomplished boundaries, and Bertie Foreman as well looked the part, the left-hander. He made 35 with 5 fours as well, but just some inexperience showing through at crucial times where a number of those batters gave their wickets away, which not please the Sussex coaching hierarchy. 190 for 10, all out, and they will need 191 in around about half an hour's time. Please do join us. The coverage of the package chase as they get to see the final spot in the One Day Cup. We'll be back shortly.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I wonder whether Bradders knows.
Please be aware that there will be players at Belgrade and you'll be pointed in the right direction by a charming student.
Yeah. But it's definitely a problem here at the ground because everyone has looked on the BBC website said it's on, so I don't know quite what. I mean, this mixer out, this is where the commentary goes, isn't it? And that's
we could do stream on, haven't they, in the office, and there'll be no one to put it back. Just say, just turn it all off and start again.
But, I mean that's firmly in. Where does that go?
That just goes into there.
Yeah, so that's fine.
So
It's all
it's
done. That's a solid connection.
Those are.
What's that one connected to? That goes. Is that the?
I think maybe that's redundant. You've only ever just put this one cable in.
Oh well. What's a glass? Shit, isn't it?
Yeah, they are.
Sorry, that's right.
Yeah, it's.
And the effects mic goes up into this.
Yeah, that's been there as long as I can remember.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's been there donkeys. So yeah, it's odd how it's fine one week,
one day and then not the next.
Not much we can do, mate, is there?
No, really.
What's Colin want? Hang on. Hi, Colin. How you doing? Wait, can you hear us now? Yeah. Yes. I tell you what, are you watching it now, Colin? Well, I'm just going to put my microphone on here. So, can you hear us now? There's probably a slight delay, maybe. Oh, hang on. Yeah, can you... Does that sound muffled? Right. Right. So, are you watching the live stream now, Colin? Can you hear anything? Right, hang on a second. It's very good of you to call. It's so frustrating. Yes, there would be a delay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's clear. So we've just plugged everything back in. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there is a delay on the line. Or maybe we've just pushed all the cables back in. Can you? Well, let's see what happens when they resume. That's very good of you to call, Colin. How are you, Elliot? Are you okay? Yeah. We were sort of watching here, thinking, oh dear, so it's beautiful down here today. Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, I know. But actually, I mean, it has been a bit depressing, this, hasn't it? But I have to say, I'm impressed by Bertie Foreman. I thought he was excellent. Yeah, really good.
Hiya. Yeah, do you need me to do anything at 2? Yeah, can do, yeah. They're not playing here, it's the mid-innings break. Right. Yeah, we had some technical issues, really. Yeah, it's just the feed, I think. It's just people listening to the feed, so whether more of them are doing that than online, don't know. Well, it's good Good news here from Worcestershire's perspective, Jonathan, because they have bowled Sussex out inside their 50 overs for 190. Sussex won the toss this morning, chose to bat. They've got a very young side out here, and I'm afraid it backfired somewhat. That said, a couple of their young players batted very well. Zach Leon Cachet in particular, his senior debut, made 34 with 5 stylish boundaries. There was a half century for Dan Ibrahim and for Bertie Foreman as well on his debut too. He batted very well for 35. In fact, those two put on 55 for the 7th wicket, which was the only really substantial partnership that Sussex could muster. Worcestershire were very disciplined in the field. Their out cricket was absolutely outstanding. 2 brilliant run-outs. Dylan Pennington a couple of wickets, so too to Logan Van Beek, and Josh Baker 3 more wickets for the left-arm spinner as well. They'll be very confident when they come out to chase down these runs. 191 they need, and if they can, they will book their place in the quarter-finals of this competition. Hi Max, yeah, what I'll do is I'll leave the effects mic up so the line doesn't drop, is that right? Yeah, just to make so you know we're there. I'll leave it on low. 1:30, okay.
Bloody hell, who's this? Oh, I don't want to know. I know some director of cricket is looking for players after yesterday. Yeah. Giles bringing the ball over at first, yeah. Rachel! Do you want anything? No, you want what sort of coffee do you want?
Returning to the field, umpires Peter Harvey and David Dolan.
Alright, Dan, let's see whether this does any better this time. Oh, darling, too many biscuits, not too much coffee. Oh, no, mate, that'll be fun.
So then leading Sussex onto the field. Opening the batting for Worcestershire, Azarani, Gareth Rodwin.
Let's hope that's better.
Yes. Sound good to me, Adrian.
Well, you sound good to me. We think there's been some gremlins.
Just go with that.
If anyone's listening on the stream, and they could just drop us an email and let us know whether our sound sounds better. I know I've got a call from very indebted people down at Sussex who are in touch as well. So we've done a bit of jiggery pokery, and hopefully it's a bit better. But if not, we're doing our best. Worcestershire, I think we'll feel they're in a strong position here, Dan. I think they'll be very surprised if not to chase this down. Sussex need early wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be very disappointed if they don't get over the line here, given how well they've played in the competition this season. They've had one difficult game against Warwickshire, of course. The only other defeat they've experienced was down at Somerset fairly early on in the competition, where they weren't just quite at it. And they were even in that game for most of it as well. So it's just the one game against Warwickshire where they haven't really been competitive. Other than that, they've been very consistent and deserve to be where they are, which is on the cusp of guaranteeing a quarter-final in this Metrobank One Day Cup for 2023, and to do that they need to knock off these 191 runs they need. To do that, Gareth Roderick is facing the first deliveries at Brad Curry from the Diglis end, the Scotland international, the left arm seamer. It's a dot ball to start. It's Gareth Roderick and Azhar Ali, who's back into the side today. He sat out the last 4 matches. Actually, he's not played since that defeat against his old county Somerset on game 3, but he is back in. Ed Pollock and Pat Brown, the two to make way from the win at Derby. Curry's in and bowls. Runs here for Roderick, perhaps not exactly where he was expecting it, to push it out on the offside, but it's gone through mid-wicket, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, there's much hanging on these 2 games for some of these Sussex bowlers, because Paul Farbrace and Sussex, I'm sure, are looking ahead now to the run into the county championship, where Sussex are not out of contention for promotion, and there'll certainly be bowling spots up for grabs in the games to come.
Curry, left arm over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Roderick, who's forward carefully, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Jamie Atkins, we haven't seen this season at all. He's has had some injury problems. He's a quick bowler who's seems to get a bit of a muddle with his action. I haven't seen him for so long around the club. I'm not sure how he's bowling or how quickly he's bowling, but we'll maybe get some indication of that. He certainly had a good reputation a couple of years ago.
2 without loss as Curry bowls wide of the off stump to Roderick, who leaves alone. 2 slips in place and a deep third and a deep backward square, with the 2 boundary riders allowed in these opening 10 overs of the first power play. 191 the total for the Rapids. They know they'll be a bit in this pitch early on with the 2 new white balls, so they still have to be circumspect. They can't go after this total gung-ho. Got to earn the opportunity once the batting conditions ease a bit. This is turned to backward point, where it's well fielded by Leon Cachet, and there's no run. Gareth Roderick back into the side for the first time in the Gloucestershire game against his former county, and how he introduced himself into this year's competition. A career best 137 in that game. He and Jake Libby put on 193 in their partnership that really broke the back of the Gloucestershire resistance, really piling up 375 wide of the off stump and left alone by Roderick, who's had a good look at this first over from Brad Curry. That one, I will say, miscued drive through mid-wicket, but I don't think it was where he was intending to play it. Off it, so 2 runs off the first over. Roderick has 2. Azhar Ali yet to face. 189 more needed.
Yeah, I think we might see Jamie Atkins opening the bowling, so I'm sure he will get a run out, and but it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to open the bowling from the New Road end of the ground. For those of you just joining us, Sussex bowled out for 190. 51 from Daniel Ibrahim, 34 from Zach Leon Cachet on his debut, Bertie Foreman making 35, James Cole's 24, so plenty of players getting in. But for all the promise of some of those players, some poor shots, a silly run out with James Cole, a single he didn't need to take, and Ibrahim, Foreman rather giving their wickets away. And Sussex with it all to do. Sean Hunt runs away from us, comes into bowl to Azhar Ali, and Ali's beat now, so just good delivery by Sean Hunt. The ball rattles into the gloves of Charlie Tier, and there is no run. I'm going to have to go to a quick update, and I'll be back with you. And I don't know whether we're going out loud and clear, but if someone could drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, that would be great.
Yeah. Adrian will pop off next door to update listeners to BBC Sussex, and BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners will be dropping in around about 2:30. We're going to speak to the former Worcestershire fast bowler Charlie Morris as well. Sadly had to retire from the game this year, but he's going to pop in and have a chat with us in around about half an hour, 40 minutes or so. It'd be good to catch up with how things are going for him. 2 without loss into the second over now. Elsewhere, the main game for Worcestershire to keep an eye on is the one between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Hunt bowls. This is a bit edgy from Azza, but it's all the way along the ground. Down to deep third. Through they come for a single. 3 without loss. Azza is off the mark. Yeah, so Northamptonshire, the only team that can realistically deny the Rapids, and they would have to hope that Worcestershire lose this game and then Northamptonshire win their remaining 2 matches, and even then that wouldn't necessarily be enough. Probably would on run rates, because before this round of games their run rate was better than the Rapids, but at the moment they're 201 all outs, haven't managed to bat out their 50 overs against Derbyshire. Forward comes Roderick, won't get a run here, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Sam Connors picking up 3 wickets for Derbyshire, as did Alex Thompson as well. Number of batters got starts. James Sales ending 35 not out, and Luke Proctor top scoring with 39. That's about it. Wide of the off stump from Hunt through to the keeper, and there's no run. Not being tempted so far. Roderick to have a flash at anything outside off stump. Charlie Tier behind the timbers for Sussex. 2 slips keeping him company. As Hunt comes in to finish his over. It's driven nicely, but too straight from Roderick in terms of trying to beat mid-off. It's a nice sliding stop by Harrison Ward to deny Roderick another run. End of that over. Tidy one from Hunt. 3 without loss, so 188 is now the target for the Rapids. Warwickshire away and clear in this group. Of course, they've already booked their place in the latter stages, and now they've got their eyes very much on a home semi-final and avoiding the eliminator altogether. They should do that. Where are they today? They're at home against Durham, who've piled it on today. 322 for 7 with 1 over to go. In comes Curry. This is tickled off his legs by Azza. I think it's a no ball as well, is it? Leg buys rather than off the bat. So let's just flick the thigh pad as that whistled down to deep fine leg. It wasn't a no ball actually. I did hear a call, just a shout, and then the umpire put his arm out, but that was just to signal the start of tapping his knee. So threw me a dummy there. 7 without loss. In comes Curry. Won't get a run here. Azza. Update for the BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way. No, it's still good, Jonathan. They're 3 without loss. They've just started their reply to chase down the 191 rather they need to beat Sussex and book their place in the quarterfinals beyond any doubt at all. They bowled Sussex out for 190 with just over 4 overs of their 50 remaining. Dylan Pennington, Logan Van Beek with 2 wickets each, and Josh Baker again in the wickets, 3 for 35 for the left arm spinner. Their out cricket was excellent, Worcestershire. They really restricted Sussex, who never really got going their innings. A very young side, lots of people making their debuts, and Zach Leon Cachet, chief among them, his senior debut for Sussex today. Bright 34 he made, and a half century from Dan Ibrahim as well. That got them up to 190, at least something to try and defend, but the Rapids will be very confident of knocking this 191 off that they need. They are 7 without loss halfway through the second over.
The good news is, Dan, that I think the sound is much better.
Oh, good.
So I'll sort of fiddling around with the cables. I don't know what we did, but anyway, we've got it to work better. So that's good news.
Well done.
So thank you very much to Teddy, who's been in touch, who says the sound sounds a lot better, and Amanda, who says we can hear you loud and clear on the radio. So that's good news. Amanda is listening in Shirley in Croydon. So thank you very much. So that's good news.
Curry to finish off this over then. 2 balls to go. In he comes, left arm over the wicket to Azzo. Get runs here. Lent on that nicely through mid-wicket. Beats the dive of short mid-wicket in that position. They come back for 2. I don't think they're going to risk pushing their luck for a 3rd. They're not. So they settle for a couple. Azzo goes up to 3. Steady start here from the Rapids. It's all they need to do in this chase of 191.
I don't know what the weather forecast is here today, Dan, but just away in the distance, it's sort of clouding up a bit, isn't it? I don't want to worry anybody at all, but there's some darker cloud, isn't there, away in the distance?
There is, yeah.
I don't know if that's where the weather's coming from.
Malvern area, but I don't think there's any bad weather. Rain is forecast for today. This is wide outside the off stump to finish from Brad Curry. A rather extravagant Steve Smith-esque lead from Azza Ali as he paid no attention to that. Through it went to tier behind stumps. End of the over. 9 without loss. 3 overs gone. Roderick has 2. Azza Ali has 3.
And Steve Smith, who actually played on this ground earlier this season. We were all down here for the county championship game, and I'm sure there's always a good amount of press come to watch Worcester, but there was a lot of press here from national papers to cover Steve Smith. A few weeks ago. It was a few months ago now. It was the weekend of the King's coronation.
Back in May, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Sean Hunt is going to carry on the Sussex attack from the new road end. He comes in over the wicket bowls and let go outside the off stump by Gareth Roderick, who's 2 not out. The Rapids 9 without loss, need 191 to win and secure their spot in the quarter-finals of the 50 over cup. Sussex reached the semi-finals last year. In the group stages, Sussex won 6 of their 8 games and got through to an automatic semi-final at home against Lancashire, which they lost. Not so good this year, as in comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, right up in the block. Good delivery by Hunt, driven down the ground by Roderick, fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. Jake Nibby opens the batting in the championship, but not so in this competition, Dan.
No, he likes the slot at number 4
right
in this particular form of the game, but he's been in great form, really.
What a signing he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good.
Really good. 2 slips go down. Hunt runs away from us. Bright sunshine bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. I mean, if I'm looking for any crumbs of comfort here from Sussex, it's just that sometimes when you're chasing a relatively low total, which, let's face it, Worcestershire are, and I don't think 190 is anything like enough for Sussex, but sometimes when you are chasing a low total, sometimes you can get yourself in a bit of a pickle, can't you? Think we've got loads of time, then a couple of wickets go down, and but Sussex need to hope that they can do that. In comes Hunt, bowls, and good delivery by Sean Hunt. Forward comes Roderick. The ball, I think it's thigh pad and bounces into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Worcestershire don't want to get stuck here.
That's probably what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way.
But it's wickets that Sussex need.
Yes,
they're not going to restrict Worcestershire here inside the 50 overs, so they've got to find a way of getting 10 wickets. So, and obviously capitalising on this new ball from both ends. I reckon they're going to need 3 or 4 at least, aren't they, in this opening burst?
Hunt in bowls outside of the off stump, let go by Roderick through to keeper Charlie Tier, and there is no run. And I think these experienced Worcestershire openers will know exactly that. This is all about winning the game for Worcester. Their destiny is in their own hands. They'll be hoping that they can make their way into second place in a home quarter-final, but that's very much dependent on Gloucester's game, which I believe is on Tuesday against Durham at Bristol. But all Worcester can do is to win the game here today. In comes Hunt, bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays into the offside, and there is no run. They do a tidy over by Sean Hunt, and the Rapids are 9 without loss after 4 overs. Roderick on 2, Azza Ali is on 3. The sun has gone behind this rather heavier cloud that's drifting from right to left as I look out as Dan was saying, it's coming from sort of the Malvern direction. It's drifting over above the beautiful cathedral that's still got a bit of sunshine shining on it, but the sunshine now getting a little watery.
Yeah, the cloud's back as well, isn't it? A little
yes,
bit.
it is. Yeah,
it's a lot more sort of light grey than blue that we can see anyway. Obviously, we have a kind of almost a letterbox kind of view outside the press or the commentary position, where we've got the overhang of the stand above us, of course. But still a lovely day. Make no mistake about that. Curry comes in. No rain forecast for today, as far as I'm aware. Set fair. They come through for a single. There's a shot at the stumps, but it misses by some distance.
John Malone is listening in Bexhill, and he says the sound is much better.
John.
And he was going to touch earlier on, John, and was saying, what was he saying? Lovely weather in Bexhill. RAF flypasts in Bexhill today. It's the Eastbourne Air Show with the red arrows on the last day. Gotta love the red arrows, haven't you? Thank you, John, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you again.
I remember seeing them in Sidmouth when I was probably about 7. Forward comes Roderick. They're interested here because it's pad first. Definite woody sound as Roderick came forward to play that, but it was pad first. But not only is he playing a shot, he was probably outside the line as well. That's if it was even close, of course. Umpire not interested. 10 without loss.
Brad Curry sort of joined in the appeal after the event there, didn't he?
Yes. It wasn't all together. Curry moves into us now, bowls, and Roderick will get a single. He's pushed it through the covers. He's penetrated that 30-yard circle, so they'll even come back for 2. A dive on the edge of the circle by Dan Abraham, not enough to stop the ball, so enough space behind him to come back for 2. 12 is the total. Roderick joins Azza Ali on 4. This is a watchful start from the Rapids, which is absolutely fine. 2 slips, short mid-wicket as well, for anything clipped in the air. In comes Curry. It's an attempt to try and see if he can run it down late to deep third by Roderick, but readjusts at the last minute. Ball's not quite there for that shot. Out it goes towards point. And there's no run. Obviously, I think definitely a few more people have come in the last hour or so. Probably after the football finished this morning. Disappointing news for England. Lionesses losing to Spain in the World Cup final. Curry bowls, a flashing drive on the bounce. Ibrahim gets everything behind it at cover, makes a good stop because that was travelling.
Yes, it was.
Let's say 4 runs all day long. But that's the area Roderick loves to try and capitalise on. He plays that little slap as well through mid-wicket as well. That fetch from just beyond the off stump through. He played that shot a lot against Gloucestershire. That was in the slot for him to pound through the covers, but good work by Ibrahim. In he comes again. Curry bowls and can only turn it up to mid-on for a dot ball to end the over. 5 overs gone, 12 without loss. Roderick and Azza both have 4, so it's been a sedate start by the Rapid. Doesn't need to be any more than that. 191 is the victory total. Sussex need 10 wickets and just need to see off this opening burst with the new balls, and they can really set about this charge for the line.
Yeah, I mean, the encouraging thing for Sussex has been it's been nice and tidy, but I think these two are playing a long game here. These two Worcestershire, there's no rush at all for Worcestershire. 179 more needed to win. Sean Hunt coming to bowl the 6th over of the innings, comes in and bowls to Azza Ali, who plays it straight down the ground. A tumbling save by Harrison Ward, who in the process loses his sunglasses. They go through for a single. Azza goes to 5, and the Rapids 13 without loss on a lovely sunny day. So there was that slightly heavier cloud way in the distance, but brighter skies behind it, and there's a nice breeze as well, blowing everything through nice and quickly. It's a lovely day for watching cricket. As Sean Hunt is on his way to bowl to Gareth Roderick. He's in bowls. Roderick drives handsomely over mid off for 4 runs. Just picked his spot really then to Gareth Roderick, pitching the ball up. Sean Hunt, Sussex have got to do that. They've got to look for wickets. There's no blame attached to Sean Hunt, but as I say, you just get the feeling here that Worcestershire are just biding their time. They don't want to lose a couple of early wickets. They want to win. They want to win the game comfortably. And the effect that could have on run rates and all the rest. I don't really understand how that works, but if you win convincingly, and
it helps, doesn't it?
It does help. You bowl the opposition out inside the overs. That helps. Roderick to 8, 17 without loss. Hunting and bowls, and Roderick steers that one very easily down to third man. It looks a good pitch. It seemed to get better and better as the innings went on. Suddenly Matthew Waite got the ball swinging around early on, so it's got themselves into a dreadful pickle, and from 19 for 3 with this very inexperienced side, it was always going to be a tough challenge. They just need to keep their discipline. 2 slips go down. Hunt is on his way, bowls, and Roderick lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Tier. There was a howl from the slip cord as if they didn't miss the off stump by very much, but could be a bit of kidology. The 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle are a third man, Jamie Atkins, all the way down the distance, and a fine leg, who looks like Brad Curry. As Hunt turns, and is on his way again from the new road end. Bowls a good length delivery that Azhar Ali is forward to, plays straight back down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Looking ahead to Sussex's final championship game, there probably is one space available, one berth available for one of these bowlers to fill that position up at Durham in a couple of weeks. When the county championship resumes, by then, you never know, Worcestershire might be in a final of a 50-over competition. Had a good T20 campaign, had a decent season of Worcestershire. In comes Hunt, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Azhar Ali, who's not going to be tempted into flashing at a wide delivery. The ball ends up in the gloves of Charlie Tier. End of the over, the end of the 6th, 18 without loss are the Worcestershire Rapids, with Roderick on 9, Azhar Ali is on 5. And it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on from the Diggers end of the ground.
Yeah, white ball cricket this year has been really encouraging here at New Road. In the 2020 stuff, they've looked a lot more like the team of 2018, 2019, and last season was chaos really, and didn't go well from start to finish really. And such has been the improvement that I think fans had to sort of look at the defeat to Hampshire in the quarter-final with a bit sort of philosophical approach to it really. Is this first ball from Curry's driven up by Roderick but doesn't get the outside edge. It's very close though to Charlie Tier behind the stumps. That was close, bit of a loose shot from Roderick.
That was a bad defeat, wasn't it, at the Aegeus?
They just didn't get, they bowled out for I think 100, just over 100, so they never really gave themselves a chance to get in that game. They played so well to get there, and it was an anti-climax because the campaign had been really good. Everything had fired.
It happens, doesn't it, in T20 cricket?
But I think you had to kind of just sort of say, well, yeah, it is disappointing, but look at the improvement in 12 months. Won't get a run here, just dabbing it down into the slips.
And for the benefit of our Sussex listeners, what do you put that improvement down to, Dan? I mean, they've won 4 games in the county championship. It's been a good championship campaign for Worcestershire.
Yeah, I mean, the red ball has been on a kind of an upward trajectory anyway, really, overall. So the fact that they've done well again this year is not a huge surprise, I don't think. The white ball, obviously we remember 2018 and 2019. And 2019 still narks a few of the players. They weren't able to become the first ever team to defend the title. As Roderick picks up a couple here through square leg. I think there are a number of factors that changed the fortunes of the T20 side this year. One, we had one captain as opposed to 4 in 2022 at various stages, so that really helped. The overseas players last year, I think it's fair to say, didn't fire. This year was very different. And the bigger players, I think, last year, again, the senior players you'd expect to maybe, make more of a contribution, didn't either. So I think there are a number of factors. As Curry comes in, bowls, this is nicely steered by Roderick down to deep third for a single. But yeah, it very much felt a line in the sand really between the 2 years. And I remember I was down at Northampton last year, and it was an incredibly bad defeat, and they looked completely lost, completely shot in the field, rudderless. No one really knew what was happening by the look of it. It was sad to see, really. And then the difference between this year going, when they actually won down there, and they did it with a really controlled, professional performance, was about as stark as you can get. Curry bowls, and Azza will get a run here, chopping it through the point region. They'll scamper through quickly. It is fielded, but on the second attempt by Leo Cachet. So that kind of set the tone really, and they just built on that. They made the overseas signings were very good. Mitchell Santner was outstanding, just got better and better and better as the tournament went on. And yeah, it just went from there. You know what 2020 is like, Adrian.
Yes, absolutely.
It's such an unpredictable thing, and they just got on a roll. And unlike last year, where it was a losing roll, this year it was generating the right way, and they played some really good cricket. Had some excellent wins. Roderick smashes this next one, but straight at mid-off. And as I say, yeah, culminating, I think we all fancied them to do well against Hampshire, as good a side as Hampshire are. But sadly not to be. But the good thing is I know it's a different team in the 50 over stuff, but again, that kind of momentum, that kind of spirit in the white ball cricket has rubbed off. And last year in this competition, Worcestershire finished bottom of their group. And now again, it's like night and day with the two performances here. They had some good moments last year, but this year has been very, very impressive. The consistency has been the thing, really. It's just been the one game really against Warwickshire that they've kind of not been at it. So that's not bad at all.
Well, maybe Sussex supporters will take some encouragement from improvement from Worcestershire this season. Looking ahead to next season, comes Sean Hunt, bowls to Azhar Ali, who's on the back foot and punches into the offside. And there is no run. Did he call a no ball then, the umpire? No, he didn't.
I got caught out by that at the other end.
I thought he just called a no ball. I don't think it'll be too long here before Tom Haynes changes the bowl. That's not to say that Sean Hunt and Brad Curry haven't done a good job here. They've kept things relatively quiet. I mean, 22 without loss in the 8th. But Sussex do need wickets, and I suspect that Tom will have to change things around, because in comes Hunt. Bowls driven firmly to mid-on, fielded by Haynes with one stump to shy. Had he hit, I think that might have been close, as it was a little slow setting off. Tom Haynes moved to his right. There were 2 run-out opportunities for Worcestershire, and they took them both. Two very, very fine pieces of fielding, one by Jake Libby and one by Jones, I think it was, wasn't it? Who hit the Bob Jones.
To wrap it up, and that one actually wasn't too dissimilar.
No, it wasn't.
It's the Libby one.
Yeah, very good indeed.
Libby was slightly further forward in front of square, but
Hunt in again. Bowls, and Roderick is beaten. That's a good thing. He's bowled well here, Sean Hunt. Pitch the ball up. Roderick looking to drive the ball down the ground. He's going to pitch the ball up, looking for the edge. You've got the 2 slips in place there. Ball rattles through into the gloves of Charlie Tier. Made 11, did Charlie Tier. A shot he'll probably want to forget. There was 1 or 2 Sussex players who played shots they'll probably want to forget. And the shame from a Sussex perspective was that 1 or 2 players got in and then got themselves out, which was disappointing. Hunt in again, bowls to Roderick, who just seems to have all the time in the world just to ease that one down to third man. That was a shot of a player who's in good form, actually. He goes to 13 and the Rapids to 24 without loss. Once we get through these next 2 overs, we've got a game on whatever happens, but I didn't mean to alarm anybody by talking about that darker cloud. There was some darker cloud, but behind it we can now see some lovely blue skies making their way into. I think Dan was spot on with his weather forecast. We're not going to get any interruptions. Hunt comes into bowl to Azhar Ali, who's 7 not out. He's in and bowls, and Ali just tucks in behind this, plays it into the offside. And there is no run. It was the championship game here actually back in May, where Azhar Ali made a very good 100 from memory that saved the day for Worcestershire. It was the match where Ollie Robinson
14 he took.
Oh, extraordinary. Yeah, it was just incredible. 6 He took 14 for 116 in the match. It was amazing. Azarali finished 103 not out. In comes Hunt. Bowls. Forward comes Azar, plays into the offside. There is no one. Nice and tidy again by Sean Hunt. But I think Worcestershire, with due respect to the Sussex bowling, are just biding their time here. 42 overs remaining, 24 without loss, 167 needed to win in 40 overs. In 42 overs with 10 wickets in the bank is, I think, Worcestershire will be very, very disappointed if they don't knock those off. Worcestershire finished 251 for 8. Ollie Robinson seemed to get cramp and all sorts. He just bowled himself into the ground. It was a wonderful display by Ollie Robinson in that match. 7 for 59 and 7 for 57. However, he's not playing in this game. Sussex will hope he's back for the championship in September.
Curry to continue from the Diglis end, and it's steered deliberately down to deep third by Roderick for a single. Yeah, just a footnote to the Worcestershire fortunes, the change around as well. Of course, off the field, the coaching setup's changed. Alan Richardson is now the head coach, and that's obviously made a difference in Red Bull now this year. So, and now Ashley Giles has come in as the chief exec. So there definitely feels like the start of a new era here at New Road, where they now have the right people in the right positions to take the club forward as they need to do now. And yeah, I think it's a really optimistic canvas they have in front of them, really. As Curry bowls, it's wide of the off stump, Azza leaves alone. I know they've got the debit, if you like, on the account of the 3 players that are leaving for Nottinghamshire, but on the credit side, Jones is already showing what a good player he is and what a good asset he's going to be next season. Ethan Brooks has come in from Warwickshire, who's an exciting all-rounder of immense promise and potential. And Alan Richardson and his team feel like exactly the right sort of fit. Ashley Giles, of course, knows him as well as he does Rob Jones. That sort of connection feels important. That next delivery threatens to move back in towards the right-handed Azarali, but enough away from his off stump not to cause any undue alarm. So no doubt, as you were saying earlier, Adrian, that there will be more signings to come. And if they go up to the First Division next year, then I think it's fair to say that would be ahead of schedule. But
if you get there, it's tough to get there.
Absolutely. They've only managed to stay there, get up and stay there once since the division split happened. This is edged, and I don't think it's carried between first and second slip. They sort of looked at each other and almost said yours at the same time, but I don't think it would have carried anyway. It's gone down to the fence for 4. I'm not sure you can put that down as a chance. 29 without loss.
Yeah, I don't think Brad Curry, the bowler, was overly impressed by the fact that no one actually managed to stop the ball. It was one of those awkward ones. I think it was short. I mean, they're all looking at the ground as if to say, how short was that? I think Curry probably felt it should have been stopped. Jamie Atkins is fairly wide at third man, so he would have had a lot of ground to make up if he was going to save the boundary. And so just chancing his arm a little, it was a full shot.
Here comes Curry. Slight victory for me in that last ball, but then the batsman replies with a flowing drive through the covers. Azarali feels the feels the ball in the middle of his bat for probably the first time in his innings so far.
Yeah.
Up to 33 without loss. The reply now. Azza has 15, and that was there to be stroked through the covers. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but that was timed beautifully and whizzed past Dan Ibrahim at cover out to the fence.
Super shot. Yeah, well, beautifully played.
Just hung it out a bit too wide from left arm over the wicket. Brad Curry, in he comes again. That again is wide of the stumps, but Azza not tempted. Shoulders, arms, through it goes to Charlie Tier. End of the over, 33 without loss. Azza has 15 and Roderick is with him on 14. These have looked untroubled thus far, you have to say, overall. Curry 5 overs, none for 20. Hunt 4 overs, none for 9. So it's been tight and tidy from Sussex, but they need much more than that. They need wickets. At the moment they haven't got any.
I think what Jamie Atkins has done to upset his skipper, but he's getting applause from the crowd down at the third man. He's running from third man to third man. So that's commitment. Over 100. I think he's coming on to bowl as well.
That'll warm him up then.
In comes short up bowls to Roderick, who punches to mid-off, fielded there by Harrison Ward, and there is no run. I think that's why the crowd were applauding down there. That's a fair hike from one side of the ground to the other. That's probably best part of 100 yards, maybe a bit more actually.
Yes.
So at the end of each over, he's having to sort of get a move on and get into his fielding position before the next over starts. I thought he was looking quite trim. That's probably the reason why. Hunt away from us, comes in and bowls to Roderick, who defends down the offside, and there is no run. I'm expecting we'll probably see some. I'd like to see Bertie Foreman bowl, the young off-spinner who's played for England under-19s. Haven't seen anything of him in action. I like the way he batted. There's a game to be won, clearly, and clearly Tom Hainscott can't chuck the ball to anybody, but Sussex do need wickets, and they'll need to try something different. And I think we are going to see a bit of Atkins in a few moments' time. In comes Hunt, bowls, driven, belted down the ground as well. That's a super shot by Gareth Roderick. He's absolutely hammered that through mid-off for 4 runs. I don't think it was the worst ball in the world from Sean Hunt, to be honest. When he's pitching the ball up, Sussex have to do that. You've got to try and use this new ball to bring the edge into play and get a nick through to the slip corner. But this looks like a good track to me, and he just absolutely belted that through mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot, he goes to 18.
Yeah, he played that shot a lot against Gloucestershire here, both in the air and along the ground.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? Hunting again, bowls, and right this time trying to steer this one through backward point. It was a crowd catch, fielded at backward point by Zach Leon Cachet, who made his debut for Sussex in this game, 19-year-old. Batted very nicely for his 34, came in and Sussex were in all sorts of trouble on 19 for 3, and he was rather disappointed with the way he got out. Looked like he always chopped a small ball on from Baker. Hunt moves in again, bowls, and good delivery right up in the block hole, and Roderick just punches that out onto the onside, and there is no run. Still the 2 slips in place as Haynes looks for wickets. This is the final ball of the first power play coming up now, so Sussex will be able to move men outside of the circle, but quite how many Tom Haynes will decide to do, we'll have to wait and see.
BBC Hereford and Worcester Sunday Gardening phone-in.
Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way.
Afternoon. Commentators curse, hopefully not. Rapids taking on Warwickshire. Dan Wheeler with the update.
And they moved on to 37 without loss in this pursuit of 191 to beat Sussex here and to book their place in the quarterfinals of the One Day Cup. It's been a very good performance all round so far. Firstly, bowling Sussex out for 190, about 4 and a bit overs inside the 50 overs. Josh Baker finishing with 3 wickets. He was the pick of the Worcestershire attack. Pennington and Van Beek weighed in with a couple each. And then they've looked untroubled so far. The Worcestershire openers of Gareth Roderick and Azhar Ali back in the side today. Roderick has 18, Azhar has 15. 37 without loss after 10 overs, so the power play number 1 is done. Needing another 154 to win.
Well, this is going to be interesting, Jamie Atkins. He's got an action which is a very busy action. He sort of hurls himself into it. I haven't seen him bowl for a couple of years. He's had various injuries and he was quick. So let's see how he gets on here. Running towards us from the Diggler's end. He's in and bowls and down the legs. But he appeals, does Jamie Atkins, and then apologises. Brad Curry sharing a joke with someone in the stand above us, but he was herring in. That was quite quick actually from Atkins, but he's I think it's fair to say his reputation was quick but erratic. I think wouldn't be unkind. And he comes, bowls, and there's a lot of shoulder in that action, isn't there?
Yes, it's not a particularly quick approach, is it? Yeah. And then all the action happens in that upper body and that shoulder being whipped round, and then all of us, that's where the kick comes from.
Just the one slip in place now. Sussex can have men outside the circle. I've got a third man sweeper on the cover boundary, fine leg and a deep mid wicket. So they have got all the men outside the circle if they need them. In comes Atkins, bowls. Ali drives into the covers, no run, fielded by Ibrahim. I just think the situation of Sussex in, I'd have a gully in, or something a bit different. Make Hazar Ali think a little bit, because as you say, Sussex aren't going to win this game by restricting Worcestershire, and they need to take wickets.
Yeah, it's a gamble, of course.
Of course it is.
Captain,
yeah,
because the score can get away from you very quickly with the catches in. But yeah.
Atkins in bowls, let go by Ali outside the stump. And let's face it, Hazar Ali will not have seen anything of Jamie Atkins. He won't know about the speed that he bowls. I might do something crazy like put a short leg in. Just short leg in a gully. Just make Ali think, who is this fella?
Because I mean, they just need, as you say, need to just try something.
Yeah, it's just very comfortable at the moment for Worcestershire. In comes Atkins, bowls, and Ali eases that one down to third man. Fielded just down in front of us by Brad Curry, who got a nice little tidy spell earlier on. Just as I say, I don't wish to be demeaning anyway, you just get the feeling that Worcestershire are just taking their time. They'll know this score is well within their compass. Brad Curry 5 overs, 0 for 20, so tidy enough. Atkins in and bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays at 2 mid-on. They go through for a comfortable single. Harrison Ward had a little way to come in from mid-on and fields, and there is no run. So far so good for Jamie Atkins. He's bowled a wide off the first ball that he bowled, which I think you can forgive anybody. Looks like Daniel Ibrahim is warming up, who bowls his sort of medium pacers. So maybe he's going to replace Sean Hunt at this new road end. Ibrahim, who top scored for Sussex, made 51. In comes Atkins, bowls, and just eased through the covers by Hazar Ali, fielded out in the deep by Bertie Foreman, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. End of Jamie Atkins' opening over, which was tidy enough from Jamie Atkins, just conceding the 3 runs. And the Rapids are 41 without loss. Gareth Roderick is on 19. Hazar Ali is on 17. Another 150 needed for Worcestershire to win this match. They've got another 39 overs in which to get them. Run rate required of just less than 4 all over. And as we thought, it was going to be Dan Ibrahim who's going to come into bowl from the new road end of the ground.
Yeah, 150 needed for Worcestershire here, and they've made steady progress. 41 without loss. Haven't looked in any real alarm, you have to say. Sussex somehow, Tom Haynes has got to try and conjure some wickets from somewhere. Easier said than done by the look of it at the moment. Ibrahim in then from the new road end, bowling to Hazar Ali. He'll get runs immediately. Turned off his legs out to deep square leg. Do they come for a single? But yeah, I'm with you, Adrian. I think there's scope here to be, if you want to call it funky, with some field settings by all means, but they just need to do something. There's one slip in at the moment. That's the only close catcher. There's no one on the check drive. There's no one at gully. No one at short mid wicket. As Ibrahim bowls, and that's an expansive drive from Roderick. We've seen him go offside. Now we go onside down the V. He's so strong in that area, and when he's in and settled, anything in that remote arc, he will power down the ground. He's up to 23, 46 without loss. They're within one blow of bringing up the half century. Halfway through the 12th over. In comes Ibrahim, right arm over the wicket, bowls, turned into the leg side. They come through quickly for the first, but there isn't time to come back for a second. Bertie Foreman is quick over the ground, out there at deep mid wicket, so just the single. Roderick goes to 24.
That's nice. Gareth Roderick asks Tom Haynes if something could be bought out for him. He might want a new bat, actually. Johnson, quite a few bats over there. I mean, bats are pretty expensive, you know, Dan.
Yeah.
I know these players at this level don't buy their own bats, but someone does. Couple of £100 at least.
Oh God, yeah, and the rest. Here's Ibrahim in, bowls, Up onto his toes goes Azza, punched off the back foot but straight to cover, and there's no run. But they don't last, do they? The top bats that might cost you 800-900 quid, they just don't last.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I've had this conversation before in our commentaries about, you know, when I played village cricket, which is all I did play, nobody had their own bat. Nobody. You had the club kit, and the club would buy a couple of bats at the beginning of the season, and they had to last. Yeah. You might have 3 bats, maybe.
Ibrahim in, bowls, forward comes Azza, no run. The decline, the disappearance of the team kit bag, it's a terrible thing, Adrian.
Well, you know, it was always the skipper's responsibility to get the kit to the game.
Yes.
And so, you know, the skipper had to go to the pavilion, get the kit, especially if it was away from home, put it in his car, and someone had to lug it into his boot, and then he had to take it back again.
It was always with the player that wasn't playing, wasn't it? The kit bag was always in their boots, the one that pulled out on the morning of the match. Ibrahim in and bowls. This is cut off the back foot by Azza, out to deep point, and there's no run. Weren't many takers for the team box though, were there?
Well, that was the thing. I mean, I think we did have one actually. Had to be careful who you were following.
Who wants to open? Everyone puts their hands up. You can't have all 11 of you opening, I'm afraid.
Happy days they were.
That's the end of the over. There's some cricket going on, sadly. 12 without loss, 48. 12 without loss. 12 overs gone, 48 without loss.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, certainly anybody who turned up with their own bat or their own pads, everyone would look and think, "Oh, he must be useful." But it's true.
Yeah.
You know, if you turned up with bat, pads, and gloves, wow. Here comes Jamie Atkins over the wicket, bowls, clipped away by Azhar Ali down to fine leg, fielded way down in the distance by Sean Hunt, who gets a very good throw actually over the top of the stumps, but not before Azhar goes through for another run. He goes to 19, the Rapids to 49 without loss in the 13th over.
And obviously, of course, you only had right-handed kit, regardless of how many left-handers you had, didn't you? They just had to make do.
In comes Atkins over the wicket, bowls, played away by Roderick, that's 4 runs. It's driven away down the ground, don't think anyone's going to stop that lovely looking shot by Roderick. At the moment, this is really very easy for Worcestershire. They're taking their time, they've sussed out the pace of the pitch. They'll know a comfortable win could go a long way to helping their qualification, maybe in second place in a home quarter final. Roderick goes to 28, the total 53 without loss, hence the extended applause around the ground. Atkins waits. Really quite right, I mean, the amount of times that players who are left-handers would go in with right-handed gloves on, and, you know. Well, I am sort of old enough to remember the old dimpled gloves as well, you know.
That was my next recollection.
Yeah.
Even I remember having a pair of those gloves, not personally, but they were in the bag.
In comes Atkins, bowls, flicked with a flick of the wrists by Gareth Rowe onto the leg side. They're not going to take the second, there's no need to take any risks, as Coles, who's a good fielder, is very quickly in from deep mid-wicket and gets in the throw. One more to Roderick, he goes to 29, 54 without loss. But yeah, I'm not sure how many clubs have club kit now, and actually, you know,
I'd be surprised if anyone does.
Yeah, and in all seriousness, you know, we've had this big report on cricket, haven't we? And you know what needs to happen to cricket to make it all inclusive. That's a big one for me, you know. In comes Atkins, bowls, and a quick delivery from Atkins. And as a rally, had there been a championship match, there'd been a gully in place. Just picking up on the point I was making there, actually. When that's gone through third slip, he's picked up a single. It could have been a catch had there been some fielders in the slip calling, but there wasn't. And Azhar goes to 22, 55 without loss. Because, you know, if you're going to play cricket, you know, as a parent, you've got to fork out for some pads or a bat or gloves or...
Yeah.
And a lot of club sides on Saturdays playing sort of coloured kit, don't they? I mean, it's not cheap.
No. That's a good point.
Atkins, in and bowls. Oh, that's he's very lucky to get away with that. It's a wide, but it could have been an awful lot worse. In fact, Roderick's going to come back. That's going to be a couple of wides. Speared down the leg side. And this is a bit of an audition, you know, for Jamie Atkins, because Paul Farbrace won't have seen too much of Jamie Atkins bowling. It's his first game for a long while. He's had a lot of injury problems and not easy, but he just wants to concentrate on bowling a line and length, making life difficult. in he comes, bowls, that's a better delivery, forward comes, Roderick plays into the offside, and there is no run. But these two look like they trust this pitch implicitly. He was right on the front foot there, was Gareth Roderick.
It just feels like this is the point of the game where Sussex need to kind of switch on here, because this is the moment where the game could get away from them quite quickly. That's the kind of sense you have. Both batters are set, as you say. None of them really are in too much discomfort at all. Pitch is playing well.
Atkins bowls. That's a pacey delivery, and Roderick looking to turn that one on the leg side. The ball thumps into his thigh pad and bounces down in front of him. There is no run. End of the over, 58 without loss. Roderick is on 29, Azza Ali is on 21. I think Charlie Morris is going to join you in a couple of minutes. He's coming to the press box, which will be good to hear. Different. You never know, you might get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, because that's what they need. They've got to take 2 or 3 quick wickets and then just get Worcestershire on the back foot.
It's just got an air of inevitability about it otherwise.
Yeah, it's still now only 133 needed. There is a short mid-wicket in, but there's no slip now at all. Tier is standing up to the medium pace of Dan Ibrahim. In he comes from the New Road end, bowls. Won't get a run here. It's clipped to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yeah, I say the wicket is nothing in. Is playing well now. I mean, it's played well all day, but I suppose more accurately, the ball isn't doing very much anymore.
No.
Where it was doing a lot this morning. They've seen off any kind of movement that Sussex were able to have early on in the opening 3 or 4 or 5 overs. That's now gone. So you won't get better conditions to try and knock these runs off, really. Pushed up towards mid-on this time. And there's no run, but just have Sussex got it in them to at least try and go down punching here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those maybe.
Yeah.
Rather than just let this sort of meander away and lose by 10 wickets, and not really threaten to disrupt at all. Ibrahim in bowls. And tucked away off his hit by Azza very comfortably indeed, down to deep square leg.
Well, Josh Baker bowled very tidily for Worcestershire, and I think I've been trying to get forward in early. Don't bring him on when they're 100 without loss. Get him into the attack early. Give the youngster a chance to see what he's like. He's good enough to play for England under-19s as an off spinner. He's good enough to play in this.
You've got to give him something to play with.
Of course you have.
To give him a bit of protection, even by runs on the board. It's, as you say, no good bringing him on when the game's lost. Effectively.
Get him in early. Give him a few overs, and let's see what the young man can do.
No run to that previous delivery as it's squeezed out to backward point, and there's no run. Derbyshire 33 for 1 in the 9th over, just coming to the end of that, chasing 202 to beat Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire not in action until next week. Ibrahim in, punched off the back foot by Roderick. There's no run. In the other group, the leaders Leicestershire are fighting it out with Hampshire at the top to see who's going to get the home semi-final. Leicestershire 16 for 2. So early struggle, chasing 185 only to beat Yorkshire. That may yet be not a bad total from Yorkshire. Who knows? And Hampshire 43 without loss, and making a steady start, chasing 204 to beat Surrey. Ibrahim bowls. He goes on the sweep there. Does Roderick, looking to be inventive? Is the only one he appealed. The only one who appeals is the bowler. Umpire not interested. No one else in the Sussex team is either. Dot ball to end the over. 14 gone now. 59 without loss. Roderick 29. Azza Ali 22.
And listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Worcester, or Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Damo, Adrian Harms on commentary. Lovely afternoon here at Worcester. Worcester's last game in this competition. A win will take them into the quarter-finals. Sussex with one more game to play against Warwickshire at Hove on Tuesday. Sussex won't have a break of a week or so before the championship resumes. But ball by ball commentary on every game and every competition on every county on the BBC right through to the end of the season. And it's Jamie Atkins with the sun-bathed New Road in and bowl. Short, cut away. by Azarali, and that was beautifully played. It was too short from Atkins, and he rather sat up, and Azarali's in good form, isn't he? And he just caressed the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely shot, I'll make way at the end of the over for Charlie Morris, who's going to come in to join Dan. Lovely shot. I wonder if Charlie remembers playing sort of cricket where you get the club bag brought in and someone's going to put it in the boot of the car and bring it to the game. In comes Atkins over the wicket bowls, and has looks to play that one down the leg side. In fact, it's signalled a wide by against Jamie Atkins. 63 without loss. Sussex need to do something a little different here. Maybe bringing on the off spinner, maybe give Bertie Foreman a few overs just before the game is completely out of their grasp. 127 more runs needed for the Rapids to win, as in comes Atkins from the Diggler's end, and bowls, and driven by, and he didn't quite time that, fielded at mid-off by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, and there is no run. The clap. I'm just a bit surprised if Sussex haven't even got a slip in place, Dan, because they need wickets.
Yeah, because you look at this field and you think, unless it's a mistake, he hits it down the throat of one of the boundary riders, how are they going to get a wicket here?
Sussex need to do something different, you know, if it's a fielding change or whatever it might be. Atkins in and bowls, that's I'm afraid going to be another wide, and Jamie Atkins in his first appearance of the season just hasn't got his radar right at all. Taken down the leg side by Tier, but it's another wide, that's 2 in the over. And we've seen this a little bit from Sussex in this competition, where you look at the body language of the fielding side. I know it's difficult and they're up against it, but you have to stay positive.
But you're also narrowing the bowler's options as well, aren't you? Because he knows that if he produces a brilliant ball that takes the outside edge.
Atkins bowls, thumped away by Azza. There's a boundary rider out on the fence who is Bertie Foreman, who gets in the throw, but it's one more to Azza Ali, who goes to 27, and Worcestershire to 66 without loss.
Or one that stops in the pitch a bit, or you know, he's got no chance, has he? He's only got the keeper, really. There's no one in on a check drive. I mean, mid wicket is fairly, well, looks reasonably tight, but
Atkins bowls, short cut away by Roderick, who just leans back, fielded by Foreman, who comes running in from the boundary edge to field, gets in the throw. One more ball to come in the over, I think. 67 without loss. Roderick to 30, or 47 deliveries. The Rapids needing 124 to win. They only need to score less than 4 or 3.5 and over. Atkins over the wicket, bowl short, hammered away. A shot that probably deserved a boundary were it not for the fact there's a boundary rider who's Bertie Foreman, but Worcestershire are just picking up the singles with ease here, and I think Tom Haynes will be thinking, right, I just need to do something, a change of bowling, perhaps a change of pace. As we were saying, I don't see much point bringing on the off spinner when there's 80 to win or something like that. Get him into the attack now and see if Sussex can make something happen. Atkins in and bowls, and Roderick hammers that down the ground. Well, he's absolutely belted that down the ground for 4 runs. And this is all a little bit too easy for Worcestershire at the moment. 72 without loss at the end of Jamie Atkins over. It's his first appearance of the season, and it hasn't started too well. Roderick to 34. Ali is on 28. I'm going to make way, leave it with Dan, and Charlie Morris is going to join us.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, we'll bring Charlie in just a sec. 72 without loss, Worcestershire, after 15 overs. With 119 now needed to win, but Gareth Roderick with that sumptuous drive back down the ground, he's gone to 34. Azza Ali has 28 to his name. These two going along very well. Charlie, great to see you.
Good to see you too.
How you doing?
Yeah, very well. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's sad circumstances in a way, because obviously we'd rather speak to you when you're still active and playing, but sadly you've been forced to retire this year. Abraham starts a new over, just dab down to deep third, they'll come through for a single. So the first thing is, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm still helping out the club, and it's great to be down here today. It's good crowding, and nice start to the run chase for Worcester.
You a good watcher?
Reasonably. I'm quite fidgety actually. Yeah, especially when playing. I'd always be kind of sit in my seat for 5 minutes and then I'll be off doing something. Yeah, so
Here's Ibrahim, starts his run, top of it now, and moves away from us now and bowls, and this is guided down nicely by Roderick. They'll run the first quickly in the hope of coming back for 2, but they can't do that. The throw comes in, so just a single. And yeah, well, the Rapids going along very nicely, aren't they, Charlie, here? They'd be supremely confident of knocking this off now.
Absolutely. You know, I think pretty cautious start. We found that the new ball on this pitch has done a bit, so yeah, guys kind of quite cautious, and then yeah, starting to expand their game.
Here's Ibrahim, bowls, a no run here to Azzo, just pushes it up to mid wicket, and there's no run. In terms of Sussex's approach, interested to get your view as a bowler. You're a bowler in here, you've got no slips, you've got not many runs to play with. I mean, are you telling the captain, saying, come on Skip, we've got to take wickets here, we still may go down anyway, but we need 10 somehow?
Yeah, it's a difficult balance, because you know, once the ball has worn off a little bit, you know, it's much harder to bring your slips into play in white ball cricket.
Ibrahim in, comes and bowls, and this is turned to mid wicket, and there's no runs. So that's a key point we're missing.
Yeah, no, it's
say bring it all in. Yeah, no, soft, not doing anything.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think you can get your wickets in white ball cricket by building pressure, and you know, you're right. They've got to find wickets somehow, and you know, maybe to put that slip in if you wanted to, and bring your offside sweeper up. But you know, you've got to be bowling accurately for that, and to be able to build pressure and hit that spot. So it's a tough balance.
Ibrahim's doing his best here to keep the pressure up, and it's again just eased down by Azza Ali down to deep third, and they come through for another run. But it's been overall, it's been a very impressive. I mean, the whole white ball situation this year has been great, particularly compared to last year. But what for you has been the most impressive thing about the way that the club have gone about their business in white ball cricket this year?
Just, I think mainly just tried to attack it with a really positive mindset.
Ibrahim in, bowls, and again, if that's shot down to deep third, it's a profitable one. It's only a single, but it's all ticking off the target here. It's the end of the over. 16 overs gone now. 115 more needed. 76 without loss. And Roderick's up to 36. Azza Ali has 30. 16 overs gone. And the Rapids continue to make excellent progress towards the quarter-finals here.
Yeah, and just going back to what you were saying there about the white ball competitions this year, I think the guys have just looked at it with real opportunity. You know, instead of thinking about the risks too much, just to play with a real belief. And you know, guys have just approached it kind of like we have in years gone by when we've been really successful. You know, just look to have fun mainly, and have that belief that, you know, we've got some outstanding white ball players in the squad, and you know, when they come off individually and then collectively as a group, we're an outstanding white ball team. And I think just that belief and mentality about it has been the biggest switch.
Bertie Foreman's coming into the attack. Adrian's got his wish. He's been calling for this young man to come into the attack and show us what he can do. He was impressive with the bat when he had his chance, and now here he is, England under-19 off spinner. In he comes from the Diglis end. Forward comes Gareth Roderick, and he'll just push it out calmly to long on for a single. One thing that struck me a bit, Charlie, watching it as well, there were echoes of sort of cricket Worcestershire were playing, and the spirit they had in 2018-19.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, there's plenty of guys in the squad that were a part of that winning and you know, amazing couple of years, especially in the T20. So you know, there's guys, there's so much experience, and we know how to win. It's just again, just playing in that way.
Foreman bowls, and this is stroked again by Azza Ali this time, out to long on, through they come for a single. Yeah, it's been all round. The T20 struck me as sort of every aspect really. Sort of obviously one captain this year, which has obviously helped. Overseas players come in that have helped this year. So it's all of a bit of a. It was sad to see the Hampshire result go the way it did, obviously. But I suppose you have to kind of. Do you look back on the last 12 months and think, well, actually, yes, we would have loved to have got to finals day, of course. But the progress we've made does kind of soften that a little bit.
Absolutely, there's been huge progress, and nobody can dispute that. And I think that just makes it really exciting going forward, really, over the next couple of years.
Roderick's reverse sweep has just whacked that for 4. He might be out here though, down to long on he is. It's a first wicket for Bertie Foreman, and Gareth Roderick has gone. The ball, after that reverse paddle round the corner with such ferocity that went to the fence, he's perished trying to repeat the dose in more orthodox fashion. Down and long on. It was in the air a long time, and it was well caught on the fence, and Roderick's gone.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Try to it goes back over the bowler's head. A steepling catch, well held in the deep by Harrison Ward, giving Foreman his first wicket in List A cricket. Roderick gone for 41. Bertie Foreman absolutely delighted. Azhar Ali is still there on 31. Worcestershire, of course, remember, chasing 191 to win. Still very well placed, 82 for 1. So well judged catch in the end by Harrison Ward. Shame for that. Roderick was just getting going again, wasn't he? But so well, particularly here against Gloucestershire, and he was showing echoes of that form again.
Yeah, he's a very destructive player when he gets in and gets going, and I think he's again just approached this white ball competition with a real positive mindset, and he's got some good starts and stuff. I think he's just enjoying being at the top of the order and having that responsibility to get us going, and he's done that really well.
82 for 1. Kashif Ali has been promoted, unsurprisingly, given what he served up at Derby a couple of days ago. His first ball from Foreman is quicker, and he's punched it out to the covers, and there's no run. We've got a couple of balls left in this, or one ball left in this Bertie Foreman over. In he comes, bowling in his sunglasses. Forward comes Kashif Ali, and will pick up a single off his second delivery. Out to mid-off, through they come. End of the over. 17 overs gone now. Kashif is off the mark, and it's 83 for 1. 108 more needed to win. And not a huge surprise to see Kashif really put up the order, I think, after what happened.
Yeah, definitely.
Derbyshire, crikey! You've never seen anything like that, not for a while.
No, he's an incredible ball striker, and that was a outstanding innings. And I think run rate could come into play in terms of hopefully if we can knock these runs off in terms of where we finish in the table. I think it depends on a couple of results coming through. So I think Gloucester potentially are rivals for kind of that second and third place slot for a quarter-final place. So run rate is important. Fundamentally, need to get over the line and chase these runs. But obviously, Kashif plays with real intent. So no doubt we'll be looking to get going and hopefully knock these off in good time.
Spin from both ends, because James Coles is going to come on. Going to see some left arm spin from the New Road end. He's bowling in his shades as well. In he comes, in and bowls, and turned round the corner by Kashif. He'll get a run. Bowling in shades, Charlie. Kids today, eh?
Yeah, I've never done it myself, but I've never tried actually. But yeah, it's seems to be something we see these days.
Not got the cap on though, not quite gone the full Jeff Boycott.
Yeah.
84 for 1. Here he comes. Coles round the wicket, bowls down the track comes Azhar. Wants to get a run, but I think he's was distracted there for a second. So did that hit the bowler on his follow through? Managed to field, or maybe it hit Kashif at the other end. Anyway, it's a dot ball at the end of all that, and Coles is ready at the top of his mark to go again. In he comes. Down the track comes Azhar, looking for that spot that's wide enough of deep mid-wicket and comfortably over an orthodox mid-on. That's a lovely shot from Azhar. 4 more to him. He goes up to 35. It's 89 for 1.
Yeah, I think they've brought mid-on and mid-off up here, and they've just got the 2 square sweepers out for now. So they're asking Azza to take that risk. I'm hoping that he'll mishit it to one of them and get that wicket.
Here is Coles bowls down the leg side-ish. That's just helped away by Azza. He'll get a single round the corner. Hey, what impressed me about Kashif, I remember when I saw quite a lot of his innings when he came into the T20 side last year. What impressed me about him more than anything else, because he often came in absolute carnage, because that was kind of the story of the season last year. He picks up a single here, but it was just his calmness at the crease. You know, he'd come in, nobody had really heard of him before, and it was often 3, 4, 5 down when he was in, but he was playing like that was completely irrelevant, and I thought that sort of really boded well, and I'm actually really pleased for him that he's now managed to sort of translate that into the consistency that we see now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's got he plays with such maturity.
What is his temperament like?
Yeah, he's a really calm bloke actually up in the changing room. Yeah, likes a laugh. Yeah, he trains really hard, like all the guys do. But he practices his kind of range hitting, his ball striking a lot, and he's got quite high hands in his setup. So from there he can generate quite a lot of kind of force in the downswing, and he hits a long ball. But yeah, he's had quite a bit of experience, I think, obviously playing over in a few leagues around the world, and it's been great to see him kind of flourish this year.
Yeah, he's turning into a key asset in this Rapids white ball side. Got that 100 on debut in this competition last year as he faces Bertie Foreman from the Diglis end. He'll get a run here. There's a bit of a misfield. There's a breakdown in communication between Foreman and mid-wicket, and neither of them sort of make an effort to get the ball in the end, perhaps leaving it for each other. I think it's Zach Leon Cachet who's there, and in the end it trickles all the way down almost to long on. Enough time for them to come through for a single. Brings Azza back on strike. He'll get a single out to a deep square leg. Through they come, 92 for 1. But he's seen very much as an all-format player, isn't he, Kashif? I know he's not had too much exposure in red ball, but the belief is that when I've spoken to Alan Richardson about him in the past, that he can transfer those skills.
Yeah, most definitely. He's got a lot of ability, and he's hit quite a few runs in the second team this year. And I think he got his opportunity to play some red ball cricket against Gloucester in the championship game. Absolutely, I can see why Richo said that. He's got an opportunity to play in all formats over the years ahead.
Foreman bowls. This is a full bunger, and Azza just calmly bunts it down to long on, and in comes the throw, but they'll trot through for a single. Yeah, I think it's only, Northamptonshire are the only team, Charlie, that can ruin the party, aren't they? And even that's a very outside chance. And they've got to win their last 2 games, and that's far from certain as Foreman bowls, and Kashif is forward, and there's no run. But as you say, it's about taking care of the business from Worcestershire's point of view, and don't worry about anything else. Whereas Derby 45 for 1, chasing 202 to beat Northants. Foreman bowls. We'll get it straight back to him up the pitch from Kashif. And the end of the over. 19 overs have gone. 31 remain. 94 for 1 is the Worcestershire total. So the target now is under 100. So that little psychological thing ticked off. 97 they need to win. Kashif has 5 and Azza has 38. But they won't get too carried away, will they, in terms of who they're going to play and everything else. It's about getting over the line in this game. But again, it's a turnaround in 50 over cricket, Charlie, isn't it? Because I think they were finished bottom last year, and now so much better this time round as a new over starts from the New Road end from Coles, clipped towards mid wicket by Azhar Ali, and there's no run. Coles comes in again, throws it up, it almost lands on the toes of Azhar Ali, and squeezed to mid wicket, and there's no run. Ready to go again, in he comes, throws it up a bit more, on the full this time. Azhar's met it well, and he's improvised a lovely shot there somehow managed to squeeze it through the field and short mid-wicket and mid-on. There wasn't a big gap at all, but he turned that into a full toss and steered it away beautifully.
Yeah, it was a great shot, good use of the feet there, wasn't it? And yeah, you know, we're not losing too many players to the 100, so we've managed to keep the core group together, and I think that's great. Obviously, Dolly was in the 100 last year, and so we missed him for the comp. And I appreciate he's injured at the minute, but yeah.
Coles bowls, and they'll get another run here. Calmly out through mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. Yeah, and that is important, isn't it? Because Dylan got called up late as well, didn't he, last year? Dolly was playing really well, and he got drafted as a wild card. I know they've lost the 3 players this year, but yeah, it feels very different this time round. Coles bowls, thrashed by Kashif. There's the player we saw at the county ground in Derby at 6 over long off. Flashed away. Hands and wrists there, Charlie.
Yeah, it is. You know, I think any opportunity if it's kind of lobbed up there, Cash will certainly give it a go and take it on. And you know that's the risk that Sussex have to take right now to get a wicket really. And I think the guy's gone back now. Long off has gone back as a result of that shot.
He's going to have to go the other side of the river, I think, if he's going to have any chance of catching it. Kashif goes again. This time on the onside, a couple of bounces. And 4, he's in the mood, definitely. And 50 to 20 minutes of Kashif Ali, and this 86 runs is going to be pretty much done and dusted. Over the offside, the previous delivery, and that just creamed over the leg side, again away for 4. The 100 is up, 109 for 1, 82 now needed. And Kashif only has 15 from 10 deliveries. I mean, it's very difficult to stop, isn't it, when he's in this mood?
Yeah, that's it. You know, it doesn't matter what your field is. If you hit the gap, or you know, you get a good strike and back yourself to hit over the top, and it goes for 6, then you know, it's very difficult as a bowler to put some pressure back on the batter.
Foreman starting from the Diglis end. Down comes Azhar Ali, getting on the act. I don't think he's got all of that, has it? It's gone very, very high. No, it's plugged. About 10 yards in from the boundary. So he took a wedge there when he could have done with an 8 iron really, and had that at the back tier of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. But he's back for 2. All the ones on the board. 111 for 1. Azhar up to 45. It's the Cash effect, you see. It's rubbed off on him. And he comes and just strokes it straight back up the pitch to Foreman, who fields on his follow through. I mean, what are you doing as a bowler here, Charlie? I mean, how do you try and stop it when the batsmen are in this kind of frame of mind? As Foreman bowls, down the track comes Azhar. He's punched that through. I think it's going to be 4, is it? May just be a hand on it by diving, tumbling effort at mid-on. No, just beats the fielder tracking back to try and break the call it in. It skips over the rope. It's 4 more to the total. Azhar Ali now is within 1 1/2 century. He goes up to 49. It's 115 for 1.
Yeah, I think you know, it's just about trying to get those box fielders in, so your short cover and your short mid wicket in tight, and not let the strike rotate easily. And then, you know, if you're hitting a good area consistently, that top of off doesn't move, you're trying to execute that ball over and over again, and that's obviously the most difficult ball to try and score that.
There's the half century for Azhar Ali. Terrific knock. 50 off 61 deliveries with 6 4s in that innings. So he's had a little bit of a rest. He's not played the last 4 games in this competition, but he's back refreshed and he's back in the rungs. Kashif is down on strike and he's sweeping around the corner. Well, he's hit that hard again. He's got time to come back for 2, even though there's a fielder out there in the deep. And he goes up to 17. 118 for 1. It's interesting to talk about your approach to the game, Charlie, in white ball cricket in particular, because you turned yourself into an indispensable T20 player, because you had to wait years between your first taste of it and then the second taste of it when you became such an important part of the setup. How did you change your game to achieve that?
Yeah, I think when I started, I very much played red ball cricket initially, and I think part of that was kind of load management. It's very difficult to play all formats as a seam bowler because you get obviously very tired as a result of that. So I kind of just kept working at my skills. I think it'd be fair of me to say that my slow balls and white ball skill execution was below where it needed to be, and I think I just kind of kept plugging away at it, and I got dropped from the championship side. I can't remember, I think it was 2021, kind of midway through the season, and that gave me the opportunity to get a head start with my T20 bowling, and then kicked on from there.
Coles in, off the back foot goes Kashif. He'll manufacture that out to deep square leg, and they come through for a single. We talk about the evolution in fielding in T20 cricket, in batting obviously with all the shots now, but bowling too. Give us an insight into the sort of things you had to kind of learn.
Yeah, so obviously your Yorker's a big one. If you can get your Yorker in any white ball cricket, that's going to be invaluable. Just making sure your slow balls are effective, and by that your arm speed stays up, so it's nice and quick. Batter can't pick those balls that you're bowling, the variations, I think just simple game plans and just executing them well.
That was a wide, that last ball, a couple of wides in the end because they ran two, I think, in the end, so 3 wides. Fired down the leg side by Coles. This one is on the money, pushed out. The bowler fields on his follow through. All that means that it's 123 for 1. Azza still on 50 as he waits for Coles. He gives us a bit more air, turns it into a full toss, and he bunts it away again. 1 bounce 4, just in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion. And Azza is looking to finish this game in a hurry as well. Not a brilliant delivery, but for the second time Azza Ali uses his feet, turns it into a comfortable full toss, and then just heaves it away. He's up to 54. It's 127 for 1. Coles is in again. This one's a bit quicker and pushed through outside the off stump. Flash of the blade of Azza. He looked to go back and cut it, didn't make any contact. Coles is ready again. Slip in place. Just dropped into the onside by Azza, and there's no run. 127 for 1. The run rate just under 6 and over, so Worcestershire cruising to victory here. The last ball is played out just to backward point. 22 overs gone, the end of that one. 127 for 1. Coles now has 3 overs, none for 30. Kashif and Azza have set about him rather a lot, you have to say. 54 Azza Ali and 19 for Kashif. 127 for 1. It's fair to say you developed sort of a mental fortitude as well, Charlie. There's some of the things you had to cope with in your career, not only the injuries but also having to remodel your action. Did that help you in terms of when you came back, taking the wickets, remembering that you could perform at this level and succeed and have an impact? Yeah, definitely. I'll break away for a second. Yeah. Foreman bowls, and down the track comes Kashif and lifts him for 6 into almost the back tier of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. I think it might have been held by a gentleman in a sun hat out there as well, so good hands from 6 catch. More to the total. With spinners on, it's so hard to what are you going to say, Charlie? The game's going, so we'll definitely have to get you back. No problem. In a red ball match, there's a bit more time, but here's Foreman. He's ready to go again. He's not giving us a chance to draw breath here. 25 Kashif is up to with that maximum over long off. This one tucks him up and almost threatens to roll somewhere near his stumps, but he's managed to keep it out. And there's no run. But yeah, doing that adversity that you faced obviously helped you. Yeah, I think so. I've certainly never taken playing for this club for granted and playing professional cricket for granted. And I think certainly though in the last 2 or 3 years I was playing, I don't think I ever got over the mental baggage, unfortunately, of going through that bowling remodelling of my action. Played with a lot of anxiety and had to work really hard with a psychologist to kind of let go of that. But it certainly, I'm really pleased that I never gave up on that. Foreman bowls. It's a lovely reverse sweep by Azhar Ali. Gave it air a little bit there, did Bertie Foreman. That allowed Azhar to just get around the ball, get the right angle, and get it right out of the meat of the bat as well. Beautifully controlled. Lots of space down here in front of us. And 4 more to the total. 53 now only needed to win. Azhar Ali's got 58. It's 138 for 1. And Worcestershire's charge continues here. What do Sussex do here? Just can't get into this game in any shape or form. Couldn't do it with the bat really, and they just haven't been able to exert any pressure with the ball. Haven't taken wickets. They've only got 1. And since Kashif Ali has come in, the scoreboard has flown round, well, as much as the digital scoreboard can. 139 for 1 as he waits for Foreman. Last ball of the over. It's almost a full toss, almost a no ball really. It should be called a no ball, and it is. That was way above waist high, and Kashif's not going to miss out on those. Smashed away for Foreman, and it's a free hit to add insult to injury. 46 now needed. 145 for 1. Just not Sussex's day.
No, I can imagine this next one's not going to be floated up either. I think it's going to be quite flattened into the pitch, not give Kashif Ali any chance to swing the bat through it.
Here comes Foreman down, and this is hoiked away. Has it got enough on it? I'm not sure it has. Oh, and he's put it down. I've got a feeling it might have been Harrison Ward again. He's already taken 1 steepling catch. I have to get confirmation on that, because I may have got that wrong, but whoever it is out there has put the catch down, and that just sums up Sussex's day, I'm afraid. And Kashif gets away with it. He gets a single, pinches the strike, and that just about sums it up for Sussex. 146 for 1. Kashif with that bonus single goes up to 31. 23 overs gone, 45 now needed only.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a bit of insight. You know, we would have bowled this morning. I think the wicket's still quite similar to the game we played against Warwickshire. We found it very difficult to bat on early. So, but you know, when the sun comes out like this, even though it's a used wicket, it's obviously still much easier to bat on a bit later on in the day. So, yeah, we've clearly seen that. Definitely nipped around a bit this morning, and yeah, hopefully we can knock these off again soon.
On the sweep here is Kashif from a new over from Coles. Slight misfield. Through they come for a single. Yeah, we're a bit surprised that Sussex decided to bat first, given the fact that they've just been hammered by 160 odd runs. And they've got a new team, no Pujara today, lots of youngsters playing. As Coles comes in, drags it down a bit, onto the back foot goes Azhar. They scamper through for a single. But I suppose the cold light of day, it's quite hard to judge, because Worcestershire piled up 370 odd here and been shot out for 100. Yeah. But it's certainly, we saw it today. I remember here against Gloucestershire, it did all sorts early on. It's about survival. This is hoiked round for 6 again on the sweep by Kashif Ali, who's finishing the game in a hurry here. He goes up to 38 with his third 6. To go with his 2 4s. Absolutely pummeled. I'd be throwing the ball to someone else now.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It's just made a field change. Okay, so I think the offside sweeper's come up now, and they've put a deep mid wicket out. So yeah, kind of in preparation for this continued assault.
Coles bowls, and now he goes offside, inside out, glorious from Kashif Ali. It's 6 over extra cover. What a shot that is!
It's quite remarkable batting. I appreciate I'm still part of the Worcestershire setup at the minute, but try not to be too biased on the radio. But that was an outstanding cricket shot.
Say it like it is, Charlie.
Yeah, that was to play into out there after that field change. That was high skill and very, very tough shot to play.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. He's up to 44. This has been some exhibition from Kashif.
It's just the way players play these days, they're just kind of no fear, just keep going, and that's how you can make serious inroads in cricket. It's almost just as much about strike rate these days as it is about runs.
Do you think that's a good thing?
It obviously comes with an element of risk, but I think it's just that positive mindset which I was trying to explain earlier.
Cole's in and turned off his hit by Azza. He'll pick up a single. I say that from a point of view that I don't know, maybe there's too much spoken about how England are playing at the moment, about how it's attack at all costs, and maybe there's a lost sort of appreciation almost for the nuances in cricket, which I understand are much more condensed in T20. But there is still a place for it, I think, and I mean, when you're playing, he's as talented as Kashi Fali, yeah, why wouldn't you play this way all the time? That's the frightening thing about him, is it's so easy.
Yeah, I think if you're in a positive frame of mind with your batting, your movements are better, you're putting intent and pressure back on the bowler, and as a result you get more loose balls potentially bowled at you. And so I think it's just that kind of acceptance that's the way to go about it. And yeah, you're right, the England cricket team are showing that in spades at the minute, aren't they? And it just also makes for really exciting cricket. I mean, who doesn't want to see the ball going over the boundary all the time?
That is true. It's a seductive way of playing, definitely. That's a big heave from Azhar Ali, and that's a thick, uncontrolled outside edge, and it's flown over the wicket-keeper's head, and it's gone away for 4. That's the least convincing of Azhar's stylish 8 boundaries he's hit so far. It's a new over from Hunt, who's come into the attack, Sean Hunt from the Diglis end, and that was not a pretty stroke from Azhar, but it was effective in as much that it brought 4 more runs. He's up to 65, the total now. Only 25 more needed to win. Hunt coming round the wicket to the right-handed Azhar, who smashes him over mid-wicket. That should be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces. What skips over the rope and away for 4 more. So Worcestershire looking to finish this as soon as possible. The run rate will help, Charlie, obviously, won't it?
Definitely, yeah. I guess I was looking at the table earlier, and it was really difficult to figure out exactly where things are. But yeah, I think if we win, we should be qualified. But it's in terms of who we play, that's the key with it.
Worcestershire definitely in if they qualify. The run rates need to be calculated. Hunt bowls, flick round the corner again. He's got plenty of that. Azhar Ali, I reckon that's 4 more. It is. Out through square leg this time. He goes into the 70s. 73, 174 for 1. Less than 20 to win now. 17 needed. Yeah, so if they win today, they'll go up to 12 points. Warwickshire's game's still going on. Gloucestershire don't play till Tuesday, so they go 2 points above Gloucestershire. And then it's all to do with what they do in their last game against Durham, I think it is.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't matter what Northants do. Who cares? As long as Worcestershire win this game. Hunt, rather lumbering approach to the crease, and he won't get a run here, Azhar.
I spoke to John Curtis a minute ago, and he was saying it could be Hampshire.
How was it?
Yeah, it was good. It was good to catch up with him. But he was saying, I think some of the teams in the other group, I think Hampshire in contention to qualify if they haven't already. I haven't looked at the table.
Yeah,
but
Hampshire and Leicester at the top of their division, aren't they?
Well, we could have another away trip at Hampshire potentially, like we did in the quarter-final for the T20.
174 for 1. Azhar tries to ramp that over the keeper's head. Oh, and there's a misfield as well. And that rather again epitomises Sussex's day. Atkins with the misfield. Yeah, Charlie, I think you are vacating.
Yeah,
great to see you.
Yeah, it's been great to see you. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, better get back over to the pavilion and help out where I can. But thank you so much for having me on.
Anytime you're more than welcome to come back. We're here for all the games, the county championship as well.
Excellent. I'd love to.
I didn't get a chance. I was desperate to ask. All these spinners didn't give me the chance. 175 for 1. I was desperate to ask you about your half century against Australia in 2019.
Yeah,
Mitchell Stark and all that lot.
Yeah,
so we'll have to save it for another day.
Definitely will. No, that's great. Thank you for having me on. All right,
good to catch you, Charlie. Absolutely. Charlie Morris, the Worcestershire fast bowler, sadly forced to retire through injury this year, but a tremendous servant to this cricket club, and great to see him in fine fettle. And we'll no doubt catch up with Charlie before the end of the season. Adrian is back with us for the final close of this game. Your boy, sadly, Adrian, not at the races today.
Well, I did say to you before the game, before we started, that I looked at the Sussex side and the strength of the Worcestershire side, and I think I said to you, Dan, this along the lines of this could be a difficult day for Sussex, and I'm afraid it's almost a humiliation.
Move that way,
really. I mean, there's 25 overs to go here, and Worcestershire needs 16 to win the game. I know it's a young Sussex side. You can make all the excuses under the sun, but it's been another poor day for Sussex. Very difficult to take any positives. In comes Dan Ibrahim, it comes in bottom, and he hammers it away. Sussex going to get a wicket here. Bertie Foreman's going to take a catch. Yeah, save us houses. Well done, Bertie Foreman. So Dan Ibrahim picks up a wicket. Azarali, 74 of 76 balls is on his way. The second wicket goes down. And Azarali, I think, is going to get a standing ovation as he makes his way off, and why wouldn't you? He's seized on some pretty poor Sussex bowling, to be fair. Bertie Foreman takes the catch. He's got a wicket, he's got a catch, he's got some runs on his debut, so there's something for Sussex to smile about. Well batted Azarali. We'll have to see what this does for the Worcestershire run rate. I'm sure it's going to do wonders. But it's been a tremendous display, and it felt even when Worcestershire started this reply down, they were just taking their time, getting a sight of the bowling, and the ball has just gone through all parts.
Yes, it's been clinical dismantling of this inadequate Sussex total, you have to say. I mean, they did well to get up to 190, in all honesty, when you consider the mess they were in early on at 19 for 3 and 77 for 5. So it could have been a lot worse, but Worcestershire put this total into its proper context. Charlie was saying that they would definitely have bowled first if they won the toss.
It was an odd decision. Everybody here, I think, was surprised when Tom will know why Sussex decided to bat first. I can only think maybe Sussex thought, well, having got a hammering on Friday chasing, maybe they thought they would rather bat first and defend a total, but from 19 for 3 with your top order out, it was always going to be a struggle. Tom Haynes is involved in a conversation with the umpire. That doesn't look particularly friendly, does it? Tom Haynes looks disappointed. He's had a miserable campaign, Tom. I mean, it's not easy captaining a side that's getting thrashed.
No.
And this is a mauling, really. You don't want it to sound harsh, but it has been men against boys today, really. There's a lot of young players in this Sussex side, and Sussex have been pummeled here. Ibrahim comes into bowl to the new man, who's Matthew Waite, whose first ball helps the ball away for 4 runs, 1 bounce. For length delivery, just belted away. Worcestershire are for finishing this early, qualifying for the quarter-finals, and putting a bit of pressure on Gloucestershire in their game on Tuesday, I think.
Yeah, they are.
Because Gloucestershire will need to win that game, and might need to win it well, actually. I think if they, I need to look at the table, but either way, Worcestershire have qualified. It'll be
they're definitely there in the quarter-finals.
Yeah. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and Waite plays that into the offside without timing. There is no run. I just wonder, actually. I mean, we'll congratulate Worcester, I'm sure, in the fullness of time, because it's been a comfortable win. I just wonder whether you get to the stage when young players are getting smashed around the ground, when it's not good for their progression, when it's not good to be playing at this level.
Damaging, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whether you think actually, we need to stop this, because it can't be doing anybody any good. Ibrahim in and bowls, and that comes in low, actually, on Matthew Waite. He plays it into his pads, ball goes into the offside, shut out the stumps, just misses.
Let's check in with
Have an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way imminently. Worcestershire cantering towards victory here. They're 180 for 2, so they need only 11 runs to win, and this chase of 191 has been supercharged by Kashif Ali, who blazed it to all parts of the county ground in Derby, getting 88 off 33 balls a couple of days ago. He's at it again, 45 off 23 with 2 4s and 4 6s. Azhar Ali's played a wonderful hand as well, and he's just been dismissed now for a very stylish 74 off 76. So the back of this run chase has been broken by the Worcestershire Rapids, and they are going to qualify for the quarter-finals of the One Day Cup in some style here, with their commanding victory over the Sussex Sharks. They're 182 for 2, They need 9 more runs to win, and we're only in the 26th over.
Well, it could be these runs. Well, they won't come in this over, but I reckon they'll come in the next over. Dan. Tom Haynes standing looking a forlorn figure, in all honesty, extra cover. In comes Ibrahim Bowles, and well, actually, Cashew looking to hammer that one away. Charlie Teal whips off the bails, but there is no run. It is the end of the over. 182 for 2, as Dan was saying, 9 to win. So, you know, full credit to Worcestershire. I think they would have been surprised to have been offered the chance to bowl first. They did. They took full account of some early seam movement. They bowled. They fielded beautifully. I'm afraid Sussex didn't help themselves. A few players got in. It'd be wrong to blame Zach Lee and Catch. He made 34 coming in at 19 for the debut. No criticism aimed at him at all. James Coles has played a lot of cricket. It was a poor run out really, just when Sussex were getting themselves back in the game. Daniel Ibrahim made 51, held the innings together, played nicely, but rather gave it away at the end. Bertie Foreman 35 on debut, but in reality it's a weak Sussex batting lineup, and with Alsop and Haynes failing with the bat, 190 was never ever going to be anything like enough.
Jamie Atkins to bowl what should be, I would think, the last over of the match. We need 9 to win. Worcestershire, in he comes and bowls. It's down the leg side. That's not a great start. There's one off the total.
Yeah, he's in his first game for a couple of seasons, Jamie Atkins, and he's looked pretty rusty, hasn't he? It's been, I'm just looking at his figures. I've left my computer next door, which wasn't very clever. He's bowled, 3 overs for 27. But I think that's his fifth wide.
Yeah. 8 to win. In comes Atkins, right arm over the wicket, and Waite drives in beautifully back past him for 4. I thought that was going to be too close to mid-off. I soon did cut that off, and then it was apparent that he was going to get nowhere near it. So well timed, straight to the fence, and Worcestershire now within 1 blow of victory here. Waite goes up to 9. It's 187 for 2. And we are, potentially 2 balls into the 27th over only. 4 to win then. Atkins just making wait a little bit here. They brought the man in from the deep up to orthodox mid-wicket. In he comes Atkins and bowls, and Waite will not get a run here. He's turned it straight to mid-wicket to the fielder that's come up from the deep to field in closer, Zach Leon Cachet. So just making Worcestershire wait here. 4 more needed. Atkins turns, sprints towards us now. In and bowls to Waite up onto his toes. He'll just push this out calmly to deep cover point. They'll come through for a single. Worcestershire won't care if they get these 4 runs in singles.
No, they won't.
Just collect the W, that's all that matters. 3 to win. The move Kashif Ali's been in. He'll look to finish it in 1 blow and bring up his half century in the process. He's got 47 from 25 balls, 88 off 36 up at Derby. Here he comes, 3 to win. Atkins bowls to him, he goes big, and that's it. He does it in the grand manner.
The well held, sir.
Caught in row Z in the Basil D'Oliveira stand. What a way to win the game. What a way to get into the quarter-finals in the One Day Cup. And what a way for Kashif Ali to bring up his half century. Another explosive masterclass from the right-hander. 88 of 36 balls at Derby. And he's now creamed 53 off 26 here. Stunning stuff from Kashif Ali with his 5th sip to go with 2 fours. Absolutely incredible. Worcestershire power to victory by 8 wickets and move very confidently into the quarter-finals of the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
But you have to say, well played to Worcester. What a treat to watch Kashif. I mean, he's just absolutely belted the ball around the ground. So well done to Worcester is the first thing to say. Wonderful display, good in the field. But I have to say that was Sussex supporters will know, we've said this so many times in this competition, that's a very, very poor performance by Sussex. There's virtually no positives you can take out of that, really. I mean, Ibrahim made a half-century, Bertie Foreman on his debut played nicely. In reality, Sussex have been absolutely thrashed. No other word to describe it, and yes, they put out a young side today, but you just wonder the damage that getting pummeled like this is doing to some of these young cricketers, because that's a mauling.
Yeah, it's sad they've been battered, and they've just not been in the game at all. The gulf between these two teams, men and boys, you heard it said a lot, but it sums it up today, and a lot of these Sussex players, they are boys really, making their way in the game. We've seen some bright moments from some of them, from Zach Neil Cassidy and from Bertie Foreman in particular, who flickered quite brightly today. They would seem to have a really good future ahead of them in the game, but Sussex clearly have some work to do off the field and get this club back on its feet and move it in the right direction.
And at the moment, I mean, you spoke down about Worcestershire and how they had a bad season last season and how they dragged it back, but you can't sugarcoat this. Sussex have been really poor in this, and I'm afraid it can't carry on. You just can't. At this level, these players look just totally out their depth. It was almost embarrassing to watch, really. I mean, people have paid good money to come and watch that, and really, Sussex have been crushed.
Yeah, it's been not good viewing or listening if you're